We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
Well, good afternoon here from Cusack in Brisbane. It's another perfect day. Day 2 of the Chemist Warehouse Australian Junior Athletics Championships. I'm Nick Wall, and it was an absolute pleasure to call the Day 1 action. We saw gold medals aplenty, and more importantly, PBs galore from athletes from all across the country, from 12 years old through to 17, as they chase national pride, personal best, and a perfect way to end our summer series, the Chemist Warehouse Summer Series of Athletics. Today, we're already about 3 hours in. Tonight's going to be going through to about 7:30, so it's a long day. It's a 10-hour program. 6 hours we're on air. I'm Nick Wall, and downstairs we have Mitch Dyer. Mitch, tell us about the conditions on the track. It looks a little bit less blustery than yesterday.
Yeah, thanks for that, Nick. Look, it is a little bit less blustery. In fact, there's no wind whatsoever, which is a huge sigh of relief, I'm sure, for we've got our men's discus out here at the moment. Long jumpers, triple jumpers getting ready. We've just had some hurdlers, so we talked about yesterday how hard that is over the final flight when the wind's going. None of that here this afternoon. And have a look at this. The sun is beaming down for all of you in the southern states. It's hard to believe that Australia is warm, but I guarantee you here in Brisbane, it is blistering beautiful. But so many events on here this afternoon. We've got some under-18 action later on, obviously in that 3,000 metres, 400-metre heats as well. Plenty of high jumping, some pole vaulting, some long jump, some shot put, some discus, everything you could want. Dave Colbert, field and track here this afternoon, but plenty going on, Nick. Anything that really grabs your fancy, or what are we looking at here?
I think this evening the 3,000 metre finals for under 17 and 18 are a real highlight. It's the first of our selection events for that Commonwealth youth team. Of course, we've talked about already. And then in the middle of that, these under 14 and 15 800 metre finals, which are not far away at all. They were hot contests yesterday. We had 40 athletes trying to get through to the top 8, and the best of the best will race on the 2 laps, not far away.
Nah, it's going to be an absolute cracker. Don't go anywhere this afternoon. It's going to be a sensational day number 2 at the Chemist Warehouse Australian Junior Track and Field Championships. 2 more days as well. I think we're calling tomorrow Super Saturday, so you won't want to miss that. And I didn't quite catch the name we've given Sunday, but I'm sure Tom O'Shaughnessy at the top of the box here is going to give us everything. Those 800s, as you mentioned, Nick, are going to be absolutely stellar. It was an absolute cat fight to get to that line yesterday afternoon, so I can only imagine out here when there's state medals on the line, it's going to be even more hectic. There were so many good juniors. We had 12-year-olds winning 3 gold medals in the under-14 event yesterday from New South Wales. He was our men's 100-metre champion. He also went on to win the long jump 4x100. Can we see something similar like that this afternoon? Well, if you go anywhere, you're going to miss it. So don't move. Absolutely cracking. The crowd is building here, as you can see. It's going to be sensational, Nick. Where else would you want to be? I'm about to come up to the box and see you. I can't wait.
I look forward to seeing you up here, Mitch. We're going to cross down to some under 1,500 metre hurdles heats shortly. But those who are catching us on 7 Sport, make sure you don't miss a second of the action as we bring it to you from Cusack here in sunny Brisbane. So start hit list here for men's hurdles heat number 2. It's top 2, next 2 fastest through to the finals. You've got Lucas Tran of Victoria in lane number 2, Daniel Cox of New South Wales in 3, Joseph Bergen, Queensland in 4, Alexander Jang, New South Wales in 5. Cameron Badger, New South Wales in 6. Zach Evans, New South Wales 7. And Leon Bunzea of WA, he will be the athlete in lane 8. Again, top 2, next 2 fastest through to the final. Heat number 1 was running just a tick over 14 seconds. So away evenly here. On the far side here, you've got Bunzana, Evans, and also Badger, and that's Badger that's now moving away, the New South Wales athlete. So Badger of New South Wales, he comes in with a 13.67. He's going to be sub-14 here. He will be 13.94. Second going through, Zach Evans automatically gets that qualifying spot. Bunzana is going to have to wait, and Lucas Tran, I reckon, was through for 4th. So 13.96. The clock is adjusted to there for Cameron Badger. Takes out heat number 2. Progresses to the final. Nice hurdling. It was an explosive start from the 3 outside lanes, and then Badger pulled away. We saw him in action yesterday as well. Zach Evans, 14.55, gets the automatic spot. And the WA athlete will have to wait on times. 14.78 for Bunzana. So it is day 2 of 4 days. Plenty of the under 14, 15, 13 age groups, their events are getting completed in these first 2 days. And then the under 18 heats really fire up. Those under 18 age groups, as we said, we're talking about a Youth Commonwealth Games team. It's exciting to see an Australian team. A lot of athletes there will be striving for their first representative honours, of course, on the pathway to future years to World Under 20 teams and then beyond. It's where many of our best Australian athletes have started, that Youth Commonwealth Games team. It's a select team. Only 17 Australians will go. It'll be on a quota system, so not even winners of every event. It'll very much be those that have dominated here and really excelled will get selected for that team. This next hurdles race here, just warming up there, you see Thomas Purcell on our screen. Results from that second heat, though, now come to the screen. As mentioned, Badger 13.96, Zach Evans 14.55, Bunzana 14.78, and Lucas Tran 15.09, all in contention for the final. The rest will have to wait and see. Most importantly, all got through safely at heat number 3. Now, shortly on the track, I've been joined back by Mitch up here. Mitch, it looks really good down there. The conditions do look great. I was down there yesterday and it was blustery, as we talked about, but none of that today.
No, it's absolutely gorgeous down there. A little bit hot, obviously. The sun is out. It's not under the cloud cover at the moment, but no wind is a huge benefit. So just still down there and nice.
I think fast 800s are on the track. I mean, look, this track has proven that it's a fast track.
Yeah.
We saw national records yesterday. Last night we talked about in the stream of...
I was going to say the 4x1.
A Queensland mother was telling us that it was a Queensland record. Don't worry about that. It was an Australian record under 16 women's 4x1.
Impressive.
So heat number 2 now on your screen. Zach Anderson, Victoria. Max Wright, Victoria. Thomas Purcell, Queensland, the one to watch. Evan Bainbridge, Victoria. Samuel Perez, Queensland. And Ken Ferrante, Tanakawa, South Australia. Good start in the middle is suggested. That's Thomas Purcell of Queensland. So Purcell very quick, and outside Ferrante Tanakawa. So Ferrante Tanakawa, the South Australian, powering through the flights of hurdles. He gets over flight 10, eases up. Purcell through in second. Next through there was the Victorian in the middle lanes there, and that's Bainbridge. But Ferrante Tanakawa is going to take out heat number 3, automatically progress. We'll wait for a time. He has just dipped under sub 14 seconds before 13.99. Let's see if he's lowered that PB further.
Yep.
And he definitely has 13.63. Thomas Purcell runs a PB as well in 14.02.
So impressive out of the gate, wasn't he there, the South Australian? He was just never really challenged. And obviously he was the fastest in the field with a 13.99, but to come home with a 13.6, be very happy with that through the round. So he looks like he's going a different direction to the rest of the field. So I'm unsure whether he's in this men's discus event as well, or whether they're just taking him off somewhere, but it looks like he's heading towards the discus ring. So maybe keep an eye on that. It's an interesting one. The next event is behind the track, or behind the blocks, I should say, but he was very impressive there, the young South Australian.
So, Mitch, interesting, these hurdlers actually have to come back, I believe, and race their finals tomorrow. Often they get their hurdles on the same day. These junior hurdlers got a day to think about it before they come back and race their finals.
A day to recover. Well, I'm not really sure, obviously. Is it beneficial for hurdling, obviously, to have an extended one, or do you want to just get it done?
It's such a nervous event. You don't want to be thinking about it another night's sleep.
No.
So it doesn't take enough out of them. Interestingly, I loved the way they did it. They did it for us a long time ago now, but we actually used to race all the hurdles heats, then you'd go back and race your finals. So by the time they progressed through the heights, you actually, that was the recovery time.
See, I don't mind that.
Loved it. It was in a nice little window. Sprint hurdles, you know, your recovery time, if you're giving yourself an hour to 90 minutes,
you'd be okay.
Works, yeah. So you might go to the warm-up track and have a little bit of a wander.
Well, we'll see the results here for heat number 3 of the under 15. So, well, this will be, heat number 3. So 13.63 officially. Flying there from Tanakawa. 14.02 for Tommy Purcell, so just out of that sub-14 marker. And Bainbridge, 14.97. Perez, 55. Wright and Perez right next to each other. 57, only 0.2 separated it. And Sanderson, 16.29 there. And so we have on the track now men's under 1,600 metre hurdles. So this will be the top 2, the next 2 fastest times, like what we just saw in the under 15s. And there's plenty of class in this field. The start list about to pop up ahead of you here. This is a man that I called last night, Mark Mavrakis. Absolutely love that last name. Mavrakis, 14.08. It's Hampel with a 13.37. Bertram, Lowley, Thompson, Jacomwitz, Carter, and Shivers. This is how they read from inside to out.
Hampel here is a very quick starter, Mitch. So watch the New South Wales athlete in 3.
So he'll be second from the right on your screen, right next to Mark Mavrakis and inside of Cooper Bertram. The other one to watch, Max Thompson, the South Australian in the middle of the track.
South Australians.
So we're away in racing now. One of the best to jump was going to be Shivers of Tasmania. Getting into his running now is Hampel. So Hampel just gliding over the top of the hurdles. It's the South Australian and Thompson going with him. Bertram on the outside though. Hampel and Bertram top 2 inside Mavrakis. And maybe Shivers on the outside, the Tasmanian, but once he was into his running, impossible to chase. Andreas Hampel.
So again, Mitch here, top 2, next 2 fastest progress through the final because there's 3 heats.
Nick, that was impressive.
I told you he jumped out well from the gun, and he did.
Just so smooth over those hurdles. I'm not sure if we'll get a replay here, but if we do, just watch how much he glides over the top of them. Just a feather.
You use the word glide. I want action over the hurdle. You want to be down as fast as you can.
So is it the leg whip as you get over the top?
You're actually looking for hurdle clearance time. So from your takeoff leg to the time your lead leg touches down, there's that moment where you see that classic photo of a lead leg extended and your trail leg at right angles.
Yeah.
You actually want to be in that position for the shortest possible time, because if your foot's not on the ground, you're not propelling forward.
You know who does that so well, and I could be wrong here, but Michelle Janicki seems to have a very good lead leg.
And Liz Clay.
Yeah.
The two of them, for what their 100 speed is, their hurdles times are phenomenal.
Yeah.
And this event is exactly the same. So this event here is identical to the women's hurdle. So what have we got there? We've got the boys running 13 and a half. So you've got Shelley and Liz running in 12.6, 12.7. And their 100 times wouldn't be dissimilar to these boys.
Yeah.
So that's showing you how quick they
quickly they get over the
hurdles.
top. Yeah. So ultra impressive to watch live.
Liz is probably Liz is a component I say we've forgotten about her only because how good this season's been to the women's hurdlers.
Yeah.
But I saw Liz downstairs in the gym earlier, and she's ready to go back.
She ran 2 weeks ago.
She ran 100,
which was great to see.
Just a return of the track.
Yeah.
And look,
but you know what? Hats off to that even, because I feel like some athletes are afraid to sort of get back into an event that they're not familiar with. Obviously, she's a hurdler, sprinter. I understand that there's a crossover, but great for Liz to just get out there and just show, all right, I'm going to compete. I feel like the art of competition sometimes is a bit lost now. I'm saying that like I'm someone who's 55 years old, but what I mean by that is just that it's people love training. Well, people don't seem to love the racing element as much.
What's changed over time too is that live streams, social media, it's so present. So you can't go and run a race with no one knowing your results. So, and that's, it's very hard for the ego to get away from that. You've got to be a pretty strong, resilient person to just go and do it. You might be able to, in the day, go back and do a local club meet or a shield meet. No one even know you showed up.
Yeah.
But you can't avoid it now.
Well, so we'll look at these results, as we mentioned. Let's see how quickly they got over the top.
Because we're looking at the 3rd and 4th place getters here, of course, as well. So
53.94. So
14.29,
29.31. Mavrakis currently the last one into this final, but only heat number 1 of 3 has gone.
It's a shame. Max Thompson there was in a really good position too to make it through, and would have been nice to see some more South Australian hurdlers through to finals. This morning I noticed it's been a really strong domination from Queensland and Queensland and New South Wales sprinters and hurdlers.
Well, this heat won't be too much different because we've got 5 Queenslanders in heat number 2 of 3.
So here we've got Ewan Barker of WA in 2, Felix Yen, Queensland in 3, Max Reid, Victoria 4, Sean Putra Susilo of Queensland in 5, Will de Graaf in 6, Queenslander Isaac Ting and Jake Tinsey, also of Queensland, 7 and 8, and Tyler Mitchell, New South Wales, out in lane 9. We're looking in the middle here, Sean Putra Susilo. He's one of the fast athletes here. Again, he's a fast starter. He's explosive out of the block. So
a lot of these guys, 200 hurdles, some flat 100s, some flat 400s.
Under 16, unlike the under 18 age group where the 4 hurdles and the 110 hurdles are quite different, your sprint hurdles and your 200 metre hurdles, very similar events. So heat 2 away, and it's in the middle lanes that grab my eye there. That's Sean Putra-Susilo. So Sean Putra-Susilo of Queensland moves away now. His teammates chasing him there. Isaac Ting, and also outside there, Jake Tinsey, but it's going to be all Sean Putra-Susilo. It was Isaac Ting through there in second. Sorry, Jake Tinsey it might have been in second. Apologies. Fast running, though, from Putra-Susilo. 13:43 unofficial. So moving along. Fast starts, get over that first hurdle in front, Mitch, that's the goal. Put the pressure on. And it was second there, Jake Tinsey, you're correct. Ewan Barker and Will de Graaf for a photo for third.
So, impressive running there. We mentioned he was the fastest in that heat, but there's something about being the fastest and ending the fastest, and Putra-Susilo was really under no threat in the middle of the track there. 13:43. So what were the times we were looking at there?
So we've now got the 2 boys there, Ewan Barker and Will de Graaf, now at the moment will move into the auto spot, the non-automatic spots, 14:11 each. It'll be interesting to see whether they they look like they have split them.
By the 1,000th, possibly.
Yep.
It's hard what it comes down to.
So it looks like they have split them. So those 2 at the moment will have to wait and see if they can beat third place here. At the moment, though, you're very close to having to be a sub-14 second hurdler to make this final.
Well, I'll tell you what, the favourite for the event goes off in heat number 3, and that's going to be Ollie Facer of New South Wales, a 12:9 to his name.
12:9, interestingly. He's closing in on a record of an athlete that I absolutely love, and that's Sasha Zoya. So, Sasha, that year that he broke the Australian under-16 hurdles record,
pole vault as well,
was also broke the under-16 Australian pole vault record, and won a national title over the 200 metres. So he's French now, but he spends still a lot of time in Australia, comes back, visits the family.
He was back in WA for a little while, for a couple of months last year.
He's one of those ones that just set these Australian Junior Athletics Championships on fire in the time.
Don't forget he's a World Junior Champion as well.
Just done amazing things. So he's a very, very talented athlete. And, you know, we can't claim him as an Australian, but we can claim him as a product of our Australian Junior Athletics Championships. As part of that 100 years of history that we've been celebrating this weekend, the Chemist Warehouse Australian Junior Athletics Championships.
Well, he comes from a great family as well. I met his mum, Catherine, over in Eugene. She was absolutely lovely. So he's obviously competing as a French national now, but still love him very much here in Australia, Sasha Zoya. So 12:66 is that time. We mentioned the reason we're talking about it is Oliver Facer. He'll be second from the right on your screen there, the New South Wales Blue. He's got a 12:9 seed time next to his name. So a bit to make up, 0.24 of a second, but not impossible, that's for sure. Inside of him, we'll see the start list come up, but we'll get into it. It's going to be Lincoln Henry out of lane number 2, Ollie Facer lane number 3, Jake Frost lane number 4, Puanike Okufalu lane number 5, Wyatt Hill number 6, Cooper Wheel number 7, and Kingston Yavala in lane number 8. These are how they read from inside to out, and I apologise.
That was well read.
For Akafulau, I'm going to go with, and I apologise again if I've got that wrong. He'll be in the middle of the track, but second from the right, Ollie Facer. If he's clean, how fast can he go? So wait, Ollie Facer second from the right there. He's quick to jump. On his outside shoulder is Frost, but it's the Ollie Facer show here with 3 hurdles left to go. He's got a 12.9 seat time. How fast can he go? The New South Welshman.
Oh, he's
How about
closing in.
12.82 unofficially?
He's closing in, Mitch, on that Australian record of Sasha Zoya's. 12.66 is the Australian record. 12.81 it's been rounded down to, Oliver. So very fast running. Let's see what he can do tomorrow in that final. He's going to have to sleep on it, though.
That's the easiest 12.81 you've ever seen. Hands on the head, can't believe it. Well, you'll be back tomorrow to try and go one faster than that. So heat number 3 belongs to Ollie Facer.
Be interesting to see here what the times are for 3rd and 4th. 14.11 is the times the boys need to get into the final.
So Cooper Wheel
looks like he's going to sneak in.
So he'll take one of those spots. Ollie Facer 12.81.
So now it comes down
for Jake Frost as well.
Let's go back and see now how they split 3rd and 4th
between those two
in the second heat, because
one's missing.
At the moment, only one of them officially gets it. They can run 9, but that's obviously a technical discussion up there.
That's not us. Yeah, that's not us.
We'll let them make that decision.
Put that out there just in case, but I'm very glad I'm not in that position.
So, Mitch, we've gone from sprint hurdles to long hurdles. We're going to the steeplechase.
Yep.
One of my favourites. I love a junior steeplechase. 2K is a really good distance.
It's always a hard-fought contest, the junior steeplechases. Let's have a look at these results. It'll officially pop up here from heat number 3. So 12.81, 13.47, 13.96. So Wyatt Hill at 14.64 sits outside the 14.11 needed to get into the final. But as we mentioned, it could go down to the thousandths of a second. You could see 9. We're not sure how that's going to pan out. But Cooper Wheel, the Queenslander, will find himself in that final. And Ollie Facer. Well, if you weren't sure before, I think you will be now after that 12.81 that he will be the favourite. And Sasha Zoya, wherever you are in the world, if you are watching, Ollie Facer, he's coming for that 12.66.
And
so while we,
Mitch, I think while we pack up the hurdles, we might throw to a break and come back to you very shortly with the steeplechase.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
So we're back here, just a bit of action. You've seen some hurdles rolled off the track here at the Australian Junior Athletics Championships, the 2023 edition, the 100th edition of these historical junior championships. Of course, these ones are supported by the Queensland Government through Tourism and Events Queensland and features on the It's Live in Queensland events calendar. So terrific to have their support, and also Brisbane City Council as well. There's no place quite like Queensland when it comes to combining Australia's headline events with the most incredible destinations. I know Mitch and I have enjoyed a few of them already this week. Mitch is now a Queenslander himself as he's moved up north, so enjoying everything that Queensland has to offer. So Brisbane, a cosmopolitan hub for arts, culture and dining, heavy on the laid-back charm. I enjoyed plenty of that hospitality last night on the Brisbane River. So not only is it a great place for the major sport events, but its stunning natural landscapes provide the perfect backdrop to play on. And some of the best things to do in Brisbane include the South Bank walkways and paths awash with the colourful and scented frangipani trees and riverside eateries spill out into the 17 hectares of parklands. Here you'll find Australia's only inner city man-made beach, but it is streets beach. Not just South Bank there, you've also got obviously the Science Museum, the Queensland Theatre Company, and the Queensland Performing Arts Centre all reside along that spot. So plenty to do here in Queensland. We look forward to all of you experiencing some of those wonderful Queensland tourism destinations, particularly here in Brisbane over the next few days. For those here at the event, our event merchandise is available through Puma and TLA, who are on site. And this year's Chemist Warehouse Australian Junior Athletics Championships merchandise is huge. But note, several of the items have already sold out. So our tees and singlets have already sold out. But note, you can still head down to the merchandise caravan and order what you would like to have, and it'll be sent to you post the championships. So don't miss out on caps, hoodies, T-shirts, singlets. But note, some of those merchandise items have sold out, but can be available for order and picked up post. And they'll be delivered to you post-event. This is the final event of our Chemist Warehouse Summer Series. It's been a wonderful series. It started back pre-Christmas. It's been highlighted by the Maurie Plant meet in Melbourne, the first of its type. Obviously part of that Continental Tour. Absolute top-class event that was. It flowed on into Sydney. We were in Brisbane the week before the National Open and Under-20 Championships, and then obviously we're back here in Brisbane this week. So the Chemist Warehouse Summer Series, not to forget Adelaide as well, which actually kicked us off. It was way back when we started this with 7+ broadcast and the team from obviously SEN and also Dark Arts helping put these events on over the summer under the leadership of Athletics Australia. So it's been a wonderful summer. So it's a historical year, as we said. It's the 100th edition of these Australian Track and Field Championships, supported by the Queensland Government through Tourism and Events Queensland and Brisbane City Council, through the Brisbane Economic Development Agency. Obviously the Open Championships that took place last month have now led into these incredible junior championships and will determine the best athletes in the country across more than 300 events. So if you are in the stadium, make sure you scan the QR code for where you are. That'll link you to the event guide. Pop that in your phone and you can find out so much more than just the results and start lists. It'll also give you plenty of information about what to do here in Queensland and Brisbane. So make sure you enjoy your time here in Brisbane for the Chemist Warehouse Australian Junior Athletics Championships. As I see, our steeplechasers just doing their final strides down the front straight, Mitch.
That was some impressive reading, Nick. I'll tell you that much. Not even a stutter, not even a fumble, nothing. And that must be that Genazzano education you're getting as a byproduct of working there, as he's just done his ACL walking out of the commentary booth. So, which we absolutely love from Nicholas Wall. Hey, women's 2,000 metre steeplechase under 16 event. It's before they start to really step up to those major championship potentials. Let's have a look here. We'll see Charlie Dornham with Victoria out of hip number 1. Grace Beck out of station number 2 from New South Wales. Olivia Williams of Queensland out of station number 3. Pippi Tipania from New South Wales of station number 4. Elizabeth Hall of Victoria, station number 5. Emily McLaren of New South Wales, station number 6. Sophie Schultz of Queensland, Schutz I should say, apologies, out of station number 7. Matilda Richards out of New South Wales, station number 8. Elk McCauley of Queensland out of station number 9. And Kate Gierson of New South Wales will be out of station number 10. And on the line now, you can see they're ahead of you. Station number 8, or hip number 8 I should say, Matilda Richards of New South Wales will go up against her state compatriot of Tipania, also of New South Wales. 7:07, 7:08 respectively, their seed times coming out of the state championship. So sure to be a battle in that one. But if we learned anything yesterday from those 3,000 metres, it's that anything can happen. We saw Bart Leeton. He's been the informed athlete nationally in his age group for a while now. So hold on, we'll get underway here. So women are off and racing the under-16 2,000 metre championship of Australia. And certainly wasting no time here in figuring out just how quickly they can go. It'll be Tipania of New South Wales leading out a string of Queensland athletes. And the field is very quickly being gapped by about 30-odd metres. So Tipania leading this one out. Just getting on her shoulder there. Only one seems to want to go with her. So we mentioned just a little bit earlier, I mentioned a little bit earlier, that Tipania has the fastest time. This is the all-important part, the water jump. So if you can get the idea of the steeplechase here, and that's not quite it, just a hard one there from Tipania. The rest follow suit. So the ideal landing situation of the steeplechase is to have half a foot just coming out of the steeple if you can, to propel yourself forward. Ben Buckingham is the men. You're so good at doing that. And Tipania now will just sit on that inside, right on the rail. Just getting behind her there is going to be Olivia Williams of Queensland. And now tasked with the chase is going to be Schutz of Queensland as well. So Matilda Richards has a seat time, only a second slower than Tapania. Will just sit in that fourth position now, just makes her way out into lane 2, wants some room. So some will touch the barrier to get over it, some will completely clear it. And as this race gets down to its dying stages, it'll almost be a battle of fatigue. So Tapania leading it out. Right behind her is Williams. And now we start to see Richards just slot into that third position. So a little bit of a stop and prop over the top of that jump. It's all about momentum in the steeplechase. Whoever can keep it the longest will feel the best late. And Tapania at the moment certainly being able to maintain that the best out of the bunch. So the New South Wales athlete will just gap clear a good 5 to 10 metres coming into this water jump. The first one wasn't the cleanest. We'll see if there's an adjustment quickly made as they approach the second water jump here. So ideally, want to get yourself as far out of this pit as possible. And a better jump there from the first one. So the New South Wales athlete, good 10, 15 metres ahead now of Williams, just chasing behind there.
Yeah, thanks, Mitch. So it is your leader there, as you said, Tapania. She was last year's. So Tapania there leads over the steeple coming down the straight here. She was the all-schools champion in Adelaide. So she won gold there. Second through is Williams, the Queenslander. Now making a really strong move, there's Matilda Richards, who was the winner of this title last year. So Matilda Richards in third, looking to defend the title as an under-15 athlete.
So Matilda Richards just now getting up on the shoulder there of Olivia Williams. It's the defending champion from the age group below Richards, so knows how to win these. Just going to sit back right off the shoulder of the Queenslander. And they're going to let Pippi Tapania just have it her own way here from New South Wales. So Tapania at the All Schools last year, ultra impressive. Came home with the medal. Richards now just goes around the outside here of Williams, who probably handles the jumps just a little bit better than the New South Wales athlete. It's in between them where Richards really starts to get a little bit of momentum. So Tapania is still leading it out in front. Second jump was better than the first. Let's see how the third water barrier goes for the New South Wales athlete. A good clearance there. So Richards now just gets around the shoulder of Williams. And just gets a couple of metres on her in the process as well. So the Queenslander slots back into that bronze medal position. It's Tapania, the All-Schools champion. Richards, the defending champion from last year at the Nationals in Sydney. Will, over these final 800 metres, make or break this race. It's Williams tucked in nicely behind there, the Queenslander. Running a phenomenal race of 7:28 at the state championships. Looking well and truly on track to eclipse that mark. But it's Tapania out in front. She's been there ever since the start of the race, really. Just put her foot down and wanted to get it going. Nobody able to follow suit. Williams the only one who could, and now just slots back into that bronze medal position. But at the moment, it's the New South Wales Blue 1-2 punch. It's Tapania and Richards.
Mitch.
So Tapania now up this back straight. This will be the second last time we see her up here. Richards just getting a few metres on Williams. Just creeping forward ever so slightly. So it's these barriers. It'll be the most mindful part of this steeplechase. Tapania hasn't put a foot on it yet. Just still able to get over the top. Richards now getting a little bit more momentum off them. And it's still Williams in that bronze medal position. So it'll be hard for anybody to make up the distance here, I believe, on these medalists. It's now just about remaining clean over the back end of this steeplechase. So Tapania, another good water barrier, learned from the first. Been good ever since. Richards, good one for the New South Wales athlete. And now Williams over cleanly as well. So second last time into this home straight for Tapania. Been brave out in front, an admirable way to run a distance event by herself and out in front. Doesn't touch it again, just gets over the top of it.
Can we get her under 7 minutes, Mitch? That's the question. So that's the time she's going to be looking for here. It's going to take a 75-second last lap. So you'll get the bell now. Pippi Tapania, she's led really well from the outset. Matilda Richards it is now in second. And great run, as you mentioned. Olivia Williams hanging on there, holding off the all-comers behind her. That's Macaulay. And also now moving her way up there, Grace Beck, who was a medalist in this event last year. She's moved her way through the field nicely into fifth place. And just sitting behind there, it looks to be Kate Geeson of New South Wales. But the move at the moment, there's a subtle chase happening here. It is the New South Wales second place getter there. Moved up not badly. Can she put any pressure on the Queenslander also? But at the moment, Tapania is going to be very hard to catch from there. Mitch, I'll let you call it home that last 200.
So Tapania now, just 3 steeplechase barriers separate her from the finish line. Richards not done with yet in the silver medal position, and Williams been admirable in the bronze. Just got to get over 3 herself. So the final water barrier here for Tapania. We mentioned she's been out by herself from the start of the race and looking to finish it that way. She's been clean ever since the first one and clean now on the final one. So only one barrier separates her now from the under-16 national championship. It's Richards now clear too. Williams about to go through it, but making her way into the home straight now. It's going to be Pippi Tapania, the New South Wales champion of the All Schools last year, is going to come back and defend it. So Tapania now, 50 metres to go. She's going to go over that 7-minute marker. But ultra impressive here from the New South Wales athlete. Tapania will salute as the national champion of the under-16. Takes it out. 7:15 on the clock. Richards tough in that silver medal position. And Queensland strong is Olivia Williams. She'll be your bronze medalist. 7:24 for Williams. And it's a battle here for the 4th position on the inside. New South Wales Beck. But Queenslander McCauley comes over the top. That's a 4th for her. 7:34 there. Admirable down to the line. So great racing here in the women's under-16 2,000-metre steeplechase. It goes the way of Pippi Tapania.
Great run. Another one from gun to tape, Mitch. We saw it yesterday a couple of times in the 3,000 metres. It shows it can be done. It's probably a little bit easier today to do without that swirling wind. So really brave running Pippi Tapania of New South Wales as we see some strong finishes still coming through here. I love the energy in the race right through the line. The Victorian there having a real ding-dong battle right through there in Hall and Dornham.
So, very impressive from our women's under-16 event. Next up on the track, we'll see 19 of the nation's best men's under-16s do battle over the steeplechase. You think it's messy when there's 20-odd in an open 3K. Wait till you put a barrier in front of them 5 times a lap.
That first water barrier is going to be very challenging. It's great to see the field rounded out here.
So it's Emily McLaren of New South Wales. She'll come down and finish off her national championship. It'll be under that 9-minute marker for the New South Wales athletes, so McLaren finishes it off. She
had some trouble early in there. It was great to see her finish. Nothing better than seeing an athlete make it the whole way around. Good to see teammates get out there and support them. That's not the race that she's going to want to remember, but I love the fact that she's finished it. Hasn't got a DNF next to her name, so well done.
So sensational there, and great for Matilda Richards to go out and greet her. So too Charlie Dornham of Victoria. You don't have to do stuff like that. I love seeing that sort of, I guess, not team spirit, but just camaraderie amongst athletes. The white line fever is real. You know, don't help anybody if you don't have to in a race, but afterwards, I love seeing stuff like that. So take your hat off if you're a parent, you're a friend, you're a fan of either Dornham or Richards. You should be very proud of those young women out there after the race.
Agreed, Mitch, agreed. Now, this one's going to be fun to call, Mitch. Look at this. We could call them based on their shoe colours, but there's a lot of the same shoe colour as well.
A lot of those Nikes getting around.
They are out there, aren't they? Now, these are young boys.
Now, to be fair, if I was under 16, I'd have those spikes as well. And Nick would probably have 2 multiple colours, one, shave half his body and have a bandana on. So we love a little bit of flair up here in the commentary box. We really do. 19 men competing here. 15:55, 5:55, I should say. Jimmy Matthews of New South Wales is the Australian national record for this one, 5:55. And doesn't look like by seed times it's under threat. Maybe Jonathan Neathling of Victoria. He was ultra impressive to take out the Victorian title.
Neathling's a very quality athlete. His dad goes around and takes some amazing photos as well on the national junior stage and in Victoria regularly.
It's a fair chance he's probably out here with a bib on, taking a couple of photos. That's always a great flex as a kid, isn't it? Having a parent who's good at taking photos, because you never have to pay for them online later. So you'd be very happy about that if you're a young...
Better reminder, Sport and Focus are here taking photos all weekend. Make sure you check in and find some great quality photos.
Good quality photos of Sport and Focus. They never miss. I've been taking photos since...
You were a boy.
I was a boy. Don't say that. Under 16's men's 2,000-metre steeplechase. It's the last time these men will run 2,000. I'll step up to the 3,000-metre event when they roll into the under 18 17s. So why not go all out? Good to see Tasmania in numbers as well.
So the fielders, they get away here. You've got William Litchfield of New South Wales in one, Dakota Stewart, Queensland, Harvey Hermiston, Queensland, Alejandro Fisher, Tasmania, Lachlan Moore of Tasmania, Oscar Leiter, Victoria, Jonathan Neatling, Victoria, Michael Jude, Queensland, Nicholas McGill, New South Wales, Harrison McCluskey, New South Wales, Marcus Keys, New South Wales, George Fowler, Victoria, Oliver Tondi, New South Wales, Dylan Allabush, New South Wales, Harry Davey, New South Wales, Riley Shillito, Victorian, William Pereira, Tasmania, Oliver Valentine out there from Tasmania, and Angus Brown of Queensland. And I reckon it's Pereira, the Tasmania, who's taken the lead. Looks really good there. He was the silver medalist in this event last year, and he's got off strongly. And that's going to be Neatling on his outside.
Yeah. I love the way John O'Neatling runs. He's just got that low ping. Look how easy that is to get over the top of the barrier there. So Neatling's just going to get on the back, right on the shoulder, I guess you could say. It's actually Valentine leading it out here, I think. So Valentine gets out. It's going to be Pereira tucked in that pack, the looming Tasmanian in those beautiful grey singlets. I've said they're my favourite of the weekend. Nick scratched his nose up and said, you know nothing about fashion, which is fair enough. But the Tasmanians at the moment, they're going to sit in first and fourth. It's Neathling just right on the shoulder there of Oliver Valentine, who's more than happy to take this one out. Pereira going to sit in that fourth position. It's the Maroon Spirit in their third. He's just going to get right up on the shoulder now. So Neathling wasn't happy to sit behind. He wants to make the pace. The young Victorian, he's got the fastest seed time coming into this under-16 event, and he's now just really going to put himself out there and see who wants to come with him. What was a pack of 8 has quickly become a pack of 4. 2 Tasmanians on it.
Yeah, Dakota in the next chase pack there. You got Dakota Stewart and also Harvey Hermiston. So they got some work to do. Well, a nice acceleration down the inside rail there. You talked about a group of 4. It's going to become a group of 5 there as one of our Victorians made a real dash to that steeple. Interestingly, wanted to pick a clean line. There's nothing worse than at the water jump getting stuck behind someone with a poor landing. So clean line of sight here. As we said, Neatling's leading down the straight at the moment. Dakota Stewart's next through. Then it's our 2 Queenslanders. We've mentioned them already there. 2 Tasmanians in Pereira and also Valentine. Next through is the Victorian in Shillito. Shillito was the gold medalist in this event last year. So the Victorian in 5th, wanting to get back on the dais like last year. At the All Schools, interestingly, Stewart of Queensland was the champion there. Pereira of Tasmania won silver. And McGill of New South Wales, who's out in this field as well, was the bronze medalist at the All Schools in Adelaide. So that's the most recent form we have head-to-head. But over the last 5 months, a lot of these boys have improved their PBs significantly, Mitch. So it's easy to say who were the form athletes in Adelaide at the All Schools, but as we said, a lot of improvement since then. And right now, Neatling's put the hammer down with Stewart. So the gold medalist from the All Schools in 2nd place. So it would have been right around that 3-minute mark, I reckon, for that first kilometre, maybe even a touch under it. We'll have to wait for confirmation on that, but that would mean that 5:55, you just never know, could be well within the realm of possibility. So John O'Neatling here just wants to stretch it out. Doesn't need any sort of assistance, the young man. He says, all right, I'll just go do it myself. It's Dakota Stewart, the Queenslander. You mentioned he was a champion in the past last year. Doesn't mean too much when you're on the track now, but he knows how to win it. Tucked in really nicely behind there is William Pereira, the Tasmanian. So spots them a little bit of room, but just gives himself enough to get over these hurdles really cleanly. Behind there, the Tasmanian chasing will be Valentine. So now the New South Wales athlete just creeps up onto the shoulder. So not a lot of movement really, but the meterage is what's extending. It's Neatling still out in front. Dakota behind him there looking really good is Stewart. And tucked in nicely, our Tasmanian in Pereira. Just sitting there and just waiting for his moment maybe to move around. And they don't want to spot Neatling too much room because once they do, he could snap away. So the mover, you said there wasn't a lot going on otherwise. McGill's actually the mover that's gone from 7th into 4th. So the New South Wales athlete now 4th in the track, and he's got Shillito on his heels. So McGill, the bronze medalist from the All Schools. Shillito, the gold medalist in this event last year in the under-15 age group. They're in 4th and 5th at the moment. They've got some work to do as Stewart goes back on the outside of Pereira. And Neatling's just found a little win there. Just picked himself up, got over that water jump nicely, and he's going to try to run away from these 2 chase athletes. So it is Neatling and Victoria. That's a nice clean hurdle. Stewart and Pereira look good. And now Shillito makes the move past McGill again in 4th. He wants to get back on this dais. So they're going to get the bell. 4:56. There's going to be no sub 6-minute run today, Mitch, but it's very fast running here. Jonathan Neatling. Can he go sub 6:10? So Neatling is out in front. Pereira has not given up the chase at all. Stewart's been gutsy out in front the whole way through. Can Stewart and Pereira really Neatling? Pereira looks to be the threat with 300 remaining. So Neatling, Pereira, the gap's gone down to only 5 metres. Stewart's hanging on. Shillitoe's made a move in 4th. McGill hanging in 5th. 220 remain. 1 water jump, 1 hurdle to go. The water jump's the key one here. Who's going to come out clean? Who's going to accelerate through the finish line? Who's going to take the under-16 national 2,000-metre steeplechase title? So here it is. Neatling accelerates into the last water jump. Clears it, a little bit of a stumble. It's the 2-foot landing from Pereira, and Stewart makes the last dash. They're going to hit the straight together. Stewart's the fastest mover in 3rd. Neatling at the moment, those hanging on. Shillitoe's come from nowhere in 4th. But here we are down the straight. Last hurdle. Pereira's going to have one last dash. It's going to be right on the line. Neatling, Pereira. Neatling, Pereira, Pereira. 6:11. Neatling through for second. Stewart was brave. Shillitoe's thrown everything at them. The Queenslander next through there. Oh, I've missed which Queenslander it was next. McGill comes through also. Pereira's come from the clouds, Mitch.
Wow, heartbreak for the young Victorian there. I think he might have thought he had it as well, but it just goes to show. We saw it yesterday, that Tasmanian spirit over the final 100 metres. They just come from anywhere and snatch national gold medals.
It's back-to-back days, Mitch. We saw yesterday Woodbury, the national triathlon champ, take out the 3,000 metres. Same age group, I believe.
Same age group.
Leighton's age group. So Tasmania have stolen it from Victoria 2 days in a row in these distance events. But I tell you what, you should be very proud of that run, Jonathan Neatling. That was gutsy from the front for a long way. But Pereira, well raced on, well trusted. 2-foot land in the last water jump, but it didn't stop him.
Once he got over that final barrier, I think it was just the confidence to know that he's got a kick on him and just threw everything at it. And a metre short, he doesn't win. A metre perfect, he takes home the gold. So well done to Tasmanian there, William Pereira. He'll be your national champion. Jonathan Neatling, brave for the silver. In Queensland's Dakota Stewart will go home with the bronze. That's your men's under 16 2,000 metre steeplechase championship.
Mitch, that was insane.
Jeez, look at this finish. Look at this. I'm telling you, 1 metre. Oh,
and we. And you know, there's those times that you don't think they know. He had to have known they were coming.
He would have known.
My voice was. I was actually getting loud here in the stadium.
Yeah.
Right? For those that are watching at home, they are taking our commentary stream for a lot of these races. So you've got the beautiful monotone Tom O'Shaughnessy introducing races to perfection, never making a mistake. Then you got us up here just making it up as we go along. And that one there, I just couldn't help but get excited. I thought when they got to the water jump, Neatling accelerated so...
I thought it was over.
He accelerated so incredibly into the water jump, came out of it with the 1-foot landing. Pereira wouldn't have, I don't think he would have been happy with that landing off the water jump.
No.
But he got to the last steeple and you thought, oh, yeah, he's going to get close. I thought he was just making sure he ran away from Stewart, because at one stage Stewart was...
He was gaining on him. At the top of that, when they were coming out of that water jump, you mentioned that 2-footer was just... It wasn't it. You
It's
were
like,
oh,
it's a bit like yesterday.
momentum.
So Macaulay made a big move yesterday in the 3K in 3rd, and he looked like he was going to put the pressure on Woodbury. Woodbury has a look over his shoulder and goes, I better get going.
Yeah.
I don't want to lose silver. And not losing silver, you win gold.
It's that fear of dropping out, isn't it? Dropping the spot.
Sometimes when you're in gold, you want something to chase.
Well, and then sometimes when you're in gold as well, I reckon in that circumstance of John Neatling, we just saw there, he just wants the line. You're like, God, just bring this line as close. Bring it to my next step. You know, I want this gold medal locked away. And a lot of the time when you are in that gold medal position, you've worked incredibly hard, so that kick is going to be hard to find. But he did do well to lift, Jono. It was just that Pereira had a little bit more of it. So the Tasmanians, again, steal it from the Victorians.
Just having a look here at the screen too. We've got some shot put happening here at the moment. Under 16 men's. And that was Fuamatu of New South Wales just through. Results of that steeplechase, officially 0.14 of a second, Mitch, between them. So 6:10.59. I reckon it's actually a PB, I think, for Neatling. I know he's missed his PB also by 0.6. He would have loved to have at least got one of the two.
He comes home with a national silver.
Dakota Stewart's run a massive PB there as well, an 18-second PB. Pereira, the Tasmanian, has gone a 7-second PB, and there's PBs right through the field there.
I'm not surprised. We said earlier, it's a fast track today.
Shiliko's gone 11-second PB as well.
I think these 800s coming up are going to be something special.
So just having a look at this shot put in front of us here. The action's been hot. The West Australians now into the circle there. I reckon that's Harrison Stewart. He's going to be looking for something out over that 13-metre mark. He's about the mark, about that 13-metre mark again.
Women's under 15 discus also about to get underway.
So that's the measurement we're just getting there. That was the end of the throw from Harrison Stewart of Western Australia. You saw him exit the circle. We'll wait for our board to be updated.
So the results of our women's steeplechase will be here soon.
Jamison Pools enters the circle. I'm going to need my shot put officials to swing the board around. They're not giving me distance. That is huge.
Oh my God! Did he throw that 17 metres?
I'm going to make sure you give you an update there.
Quickly here, Pippi Tapania obviously was the winner before the men's race went off in the women's under 16 event. It was Richards in second, Williams in third, 7:23, 19 and 15. So we had 6 women under the 8-minute marker. In fact, 6 women under the 7:40 marker. So there's a bit of a gap in the field back to number 7. We really want this board swung around, and I'm not kidding, they've swung it almost parallel with our eye line.
It's a 90-degree angle.
And we cannot see it. So I've heard Nick Wall yell in my lifetime. I don't think he has the range from here. Turn the mic off if you're going to do it. You're going to deafen people. You'll hear it in mine anyway. And he's not only not made the distance, his voice broke halfway through. So Nick he's I wish you could see what I could see. He's like an angry parent whose kid didn't make the school district cross-country team. There we go. He's a man of the people. Look at this. The crowd actually got around Nick. That doesn't happen to you very often. Nick's crazy. Got the crowd on his side.
I got the crowd on my side. They've turned it around. That was a 14:59 throw from...
That's huge as well.
That was from Tatapu of New South Wales. But, God, I tell you what, we're going to find out. I need to get an update what Jamison Pools has thrown there.
Yeah, because I reckon that was 17.
He's a 17-metre man in the past, but we don't see a lot with that 4-kilo shot. Anything up around that 17, 18-metre mark is really serious distance.
Well, about to step into the ring is Inouye of Queensland. I think that was Harry Hume who threw before him there. And they'll, well, now that they've been yelled at. Hey, 16:58. That was...
Thank you!
Was that Harry Hume who threw that? If it is, it's a huge PB.
Yeah, Harry Hume's got it out over that 16-metre mark.
Yeah, it must be Harry Hume because the Western Australian about to step in now is Braden Phillips. 14-14.
It'd be interesting to see what Joseph Clough throws a bit further down this field as well. He's another 16-metre man.
Well, the other one as well is Okura.
I love that we're managing to fit some quality fielding. I know there's a lot of requests always in the stream. For those at home that are watching, realise we're working with a 3-camera setup here. So our team at SEN are doing a wonderful job of producing the coverage here, the production. We can only feed what we can see, and we're giving you as much as we can so far. The discus, just as you said, the discus is just getting their way going as well now. We'll no doubt get some coverage of that a little bit later on, the under-15 discus, where the girls are hopefully going to get themselves out around into the high 30-metre marks. 12.86 was that throw there from the West Australian. That was Braden Phillips. So Bush and then Latcham into the ring, the Queenslanders. Not quite as fast across the ring there. That was Paul Bush. Speed across the circle. We talk about speed in all these events. Yesterday we saw the need for speed in the high jump. The speed in your revolutions and the discus is so important. The shot put here, it's that... I've noticed there hasn't been yet a rotational thrower. So it's the speed across the circle.
Well, there's so many technical elements to the discus and the shot put that you probably don't think of, or even just as an observer. You know, we talked about a fair bit this year. Matt Denny, obviously our premier men's discus thrower.
He loves talking about velocity and mass.
Yeah, and he does. And Dave does a really good job of capturing everything that Denny does. But, I mean,
Dave just makes it up.
Yeah. Oh, no, Dave, he loves Denny, so he's probably making part of it up. But he you know, he talks about how he's changed his plyometric work. He's sort of changed how he goes about his weight and all that sort of stuff. So he has more speed and power in the ring, and how he sort of breaks that down. And interestingly enough as well, did you know in the discus there's different types of discuses? So
absolutely
some that are better for wet weather throwing, some that are better when it's really nice out there.
It's like the javelin. There are certain javelins like the
it depends on the centre of the discus, apparently, is how you pick it out. So the weight of it.
Here's Wong into the circle now in the... it's Kaya Wong for New South Wales. She's the leading thrower in this competition the second leading thrower on competition on seeds. So she's going to try and throw something out up at the 37-metre mark. No, I pulled out javelins one day at the school athletics, and I got told off because I pulled out the training javelins, not the competition javelins.
Yeah, real thing.
And it's serious. Like, it makes a massive difference.
It's very cool, the world of throwing. Once you start to learn the intricacies of it.
So Lily Price was a 27.88 throw previous to that, the Victorian. So we missed that one on camera, but she threw 27.88. It's now the Queenslander.
No, South Australian.
South Australian now comes in the ring. It's a Nara Castle. Castle. Depends where you're from. Is it a castle or a castle?
So the Castle gets a throw out there. It is a Nara, South Australian. Just over 20 is her personal best. In there next is going to be Ringbauer, New South Wales athlete. 36.50. So she's going to be around that gold medal potential if she can throw her furthest. She's going to step into the ring next.
How many times should we talk about the remote control car this weekend?
Minimum. I think we've got a...
Do you know his name?
Yeah, Mad Max.
So can we interview Max, I reckon?
Maxie, yeah, Dave interviewed him a few weeks ago.
I missed it. I apologise.
I'll tell you what, he was very tight-lipped.
How did I miss it? I watched 24 hours of stream. Did I somehow miss it?
It might have been the minute.
Yeah, the minute
you weren't on there. I think it might have been. Because he asked him, it was on the Thursday, and he said, are you meant to be at school?
Oh, Thursday. I was at school. So
look at you.
I was at school.
So Genazzano's just going, yep, Nick is working. Tick.
Yep.
We'd love to see that.
I would have had the stream on without the sound.
No, it's all right.
Did
you mute me? Was it me?
No, Mitch, I've really enjoyed your coverage this season. I mean, you talk about the great partnership with Chemist Warehouse this summer, but I reckon the partnership with Mitch Dyer has been phenomenal. It's been a real resurgence in the race calling style of athletics, track and field.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I mean, it's it all started with Athletics Exclusive years ago, and you know, I guess there's always guys and girls out there that want to get into this sort of caper in athletics, and I can only recommend just putting your name out there and talking to some meet directors or people you know, because athletics is only better with athletes in it. So it's been an absolute pleasure to be more involved with AA, and hopefully for years to come as well. So if I haven't bored you yet, don't worry, this is the last stop in the summer series, so you won't have to hear me for a few months at least.
So I'm just looking at this. That was a 35-1-2 throw from... I reckon that was Ringbauer. That was Ringbauer.
Yeah, that was Ringbauer there.
So she'll be happy with that. 29.57 from Duncan. So just under a 30-metre mark. And now you've got Genesis Sa'u coming into the circle. Discus is one that we haven't managed to, with the stuck in the cage there. We haven't had the amount of coverage we'd like to have had in the last couple of days, but it's great to give them some prime time now as she goes past 35 metres.
Yeah, I reckon that's a tickle over.
I reckon that's a PB.
Yeah. Well, she's coming with a 34.01.
Yeah, 34.01 for Genesis. Good name.
Yeah, great name. Great name.
Shot put, meanwhile, just continues to get further and further out there.
So Western Australian about to step in.
And then we go back to Jamison Pools, the Queenslander. Hopefully we might be able to get some footage there.
Yeah. So Harrison Stewart, this is, who's going to step in for Western Australia. Let's also have a look at what we just saw in the discus there.
To follow.
What's Genesis thrown? Sa'u, the Queenslander. So Western Australia 1-2 punch in the rings right now. Discus and shot put. Harrison Stewart lets it rip around that 13-metre marker.
He's been throwing consistently about that 13-metre mark.
So
we'll wait for that board to swing around, so it gives us an update of what Harrison's thrown there in that round.
Well, the bulking Queenslander, Jamison Pools, he's thrown over 17 metres before. His attempts in these rounds have certainly been far. This board will flick around and we'll get a great look at what he's going to throw here.
Kirstine Farrance, I think, on that board. They're doing a great job. One of our highlighted female tech officials that was in the AA post yesterday. 11.84 for Harrison. Here we go. So this is what we're looking for. Take your eyes down to the shot put. It's huge from Jamison Pools. Out near that 18-metre mark. Dave Cole will be proud now. It's about field and track right now, not just about track and field. It's the third round there. How far has he gone?
I reckon just under 17 from up here. That's the naked eye analysing that one. Happy to be wrong. Happy for it to be over, but he was happy with it.
Let's really see if we've pushed it up. Let's hope we're nudging up towards the high 18s. The 16, you're right, Mitch. 16.20.
That's a win for Mitch. Now women's discus. I think that might have been Joseph Ryogi, who's crept out over that 35-metre marker potentially. So that'll put the New South Wales athlete right at the top end of this competition.
Oh. Meanwhile, you've also got the under-16 high jumpers warming up. Plenty of action there. If you turn your head to the left of the stadium, you'll see the under-16 high jump, and there in the circle. Unfortunately, that's gone into the cage there for our Tasmanian thrower.
So this under-16 high jump, there'll be a few men wanting to get to that 1.90 magical marker. A couple just underneath it there. Victorian in Maddox Wilson, a 188.
Now, I've just looked at that discus. That's Mars Qua throwing there from Tasmania. I reckon Mars has got, I'm thinking it's a brother, who almost ran a World Junior qualifier last year in under-20 steeplechase. So what a family, discus and steeplechase.
He was out here only 2 weeks ago as well, throwing his weight around in the under-20 event. It was Quark, came home with a medal. So
Maddie Tarabay just lets loose. She's already medalled this weekend here.
A good thrower, Maddie Tarabay, over 37 metres, her best.
I think that's going to be just about 35 or just under for that round.
So I reckon that 35 marker is going to put you in that top, probably 5 or 6 at the moment.
As the competition heats up towards that last round, of course, 4 rounds that these athletes are throwing. 34.76 was the throw before. That was the distance of Mars Quad. No, Mars Quad put it as Maddie Tarabay's. And the left-handed thrower there, Annabelle Thomas. And it rolled, that one runs away onto the track, so luckily we don't have our steeplechasers going. And here on the live stream, we're going to continue watching up in the stands. We're going to throw to a bake on the live stream on 7+.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
So we're back here, thanks to the major sponsors there. The ad break to 7+. We'll see that we're down here at the men's under-16 shot put.
Geez, some great highlights of Queensland there in that footage we saw, Mitch.
Well, have a look at this. This is Joseph Clough. He's a just under 17-metre thrower. So let's see how far he can get this one out there. It's up. It's good. Not around that mark, though. I think it's probably going to be the mid-15s. We'll have to wait and see. So it can be a little bit deceptive on the screen, I will say. He stepped out. He doesn't want that on his record. So he says, don't bother measuring that one. So if you are new to the shot put, if you just turn on 7+, you go over that marker at the front, the board that they put their foot across, it's going to be a no throw. And they can obviously opt to not have a throw, or sometimes they accidentally go over. And where these markers are out there with the meterage, it's a little bit hard because it's almost curved. So where you see it land doesn't necessarily mean it's right in there. As the Tasmanian just shows, he's going to go, well, if the 14.22 is accurate of his personal best that we have ahead of us here, I have a feeling that the Moa, he's going to go over that, the Tasmanian. Because that looked about, I'm going to say, 14 odd, maybe even approaching 15. So he stepped out as well. So he's gone over the top, the Victorian. He's going to round out this round of throwing. And Muadu.
I'm just waiting for the board to come around for Xavier Liuma. There we are, 14.06.
So just off his personal best.
So Will Amatu. Amiatu away, about that same distance, I reckon, Mitch.
So he had a 13 metre, or just a touch over, 13.35 coming into this. So gets away cleanly.
Might be high 13s, that one. It might be a little bit of an extension.
So I think that is the end of the third round. So we're only going to see 8 go through here and continue throwing. It's a field of 14, so we will say goodbye to 6 of them. But at the front of the field, just by the naked eye, because we haven't have it written down here, but it's Jamison Pauls, Okarua of Victoria. I think Clough is around the marker there as well, and probably so to the likes of from Muadu and a couple of others. Inouye, we saw throw a good one from Queensland earlier. The women's under 15 discus going on now.
Castle comes back in the ring.
And just doesn't quite get a hold of that one.
Doesn't quite connect. It wasn't the connection you want. They want that discus spinning like a frisbee.
Well, it's that feeling out of the hand, isn't it? That's the big one. Just get it under control.
Off the end of the fingers.
Yeah. It's like a cricketer coming in to bowl a fastball. You just got to get it out of the hands really nicely as our women's 800-metre finals start to make their way onto the track. But entering into the ring now from New South Wales
is Louise Ringbauer.
There we go.
Ringbauer heads into the ring.
So the Ringbauer in there now. She had a good opening round, did Ringbauer. And see whether or not
she's amongst that group at around 35 metres, as you said. I think anything over there... Oh.
And that's
not bad at all. It's around that 35, 36 again.
I was going to say, probably maybe even edging to that 36 marker. So without it being in front of us, I reckon around that 36 mid might be leading the women's under 15 discus competition. But don't go anywhere. We'll keep an eye on those events in the middle of the track. But you can see on your screen now, walking out is our women's under 14 800-metre final of Australia. And these women are very close together in terms of their times. The fastest coming into it is going to be Mia Hooton of New South Wales. She's got hip number 4. So the hip numbers are important because after the first 100 metres, obviously, they're going to all congregate to the inside of the track and try and find a spot. And in the 800, in terms of distance racing, this is where the start is just oh so crucial. You want to get yourself in a position where you're not too far wide, you're not running on the shoulder, you're not pushing out into lane number 2, you've got some clean running, and it sounds really easy in theory, but very hard to do. And in these junior ranks, there hasn't been a lot of, I suppose, championship racing experience. Now that these under-13s have joined the Nationals, obviously they had the little athletic nationals and other events to run at, but now they step up into here. This will probably be their second, third national championship experience, so starting to get there. But these women under 14, well, it'll be very interesting to see how they start out here, Nick, because there's always a little bit of carnage. We'll get the full list ahead of you here. So reading out from lane number 1, I will call it by lanes because that's how they'll start. It'll be Layla O'Connor of Western Australia. It's Audrey Sikora of New South Wales, lane number 2. Olivia Gallang of ACT in lane number 3. Mia Hooton, who I mentioned the fastest time from New South Wales, lane number 4. Ruby Hazel of Queensland, just off her, lane number 5. Sienna Novak of New South Wales, number 6. Ronia Warzawaska of New South Wales in number 7. Mia Shelley of Western Australia in number 8. And Beth Griffin of South Australia in lane number 9. So from 217 to 218 to 219 to 220, the only one outside of that is Layla O'Connell of Western Australia in lane number 1. So a full list here, 1 through 9, is how they read. You know, I don't want to harp on it again, but this start will be really interesting to see where they get out to. 218, 217, the fastest.
Mia Hooton was really impressive yesterday, Mitch, in her heat. Really controlled it nicely.
And eased up a bit as well, Mia Hooton.
She did. But look, as we said, these are the age groups where you can run big PBs. I like Mia Shelley too, the West Australian. So Mia Shelley, it is just been announced to the crowd now. So the West Australian lane 8. So they've all been just announced to the crowd. A few nervous taps of the hamstrings from the girls. Oh, with the shot put just lets go in front of them, you can see there.
That was Pools.
Getting going again, they're going big. Mitch, I'll let you call this one.
So we're off and racing here in the women's under 14 800-metre championship of Australia. Full field 1 through 9 will make their way around this first 100 metres. So we'll see who's the best one to get in there. Could be Ruby Hazel, the Queenslander. Not too far away. Sakura now from New South Wales, just going to edge herself towards the front. It's a pack behind her. And don't be surprised if Mia Shelley, the Western Australia, just creeps right up on the shoulder. So it's a good pace early. We'll call it about 32 seconds. A 2:17 was the fastest to get into this final. So certainly well on their way to a time underneath that. Starts to transition into a little bit of championship racing now. They're happy to go 3 wide to try and find themselves in the best position possible. So leading it out here is going to be Ruby Hazel, then Sakura. Just tucked in nicely there. On the outside shoulder. Now starting to go through.
Olivia Galang there is the ACT athlete now sitting up into 3rd, Mitch. She's doing a good job. 4th there is Mia Hooton. So Mia Hooton now goes 4 wide at the bell. It's a conservative first lap. Nice little surge from Ruby Hazel again. So it's going to be a sit and kick affair, this one, Mitch. Slow pace through. They're now 5 wide around the bend. Everyone's a chance. The South Australian there, Beth Griffin, trying to make a move. She's shuffled back quickly as the rest of them respond. But still it's your leader, Ruby Hazel.
So tried to get a slingshot around the bend there. Couldn't quite get it. The injection in pace has been hit. They're going to make their way up. It's Hazel on the inside shoulder. New South Wales, they come 2 wider to get moving now. Sienna Novak is just going to ask a few questions of this field. And this is championship racing now. So 1:43, 200 metres to go. It's going to be Novak leading it out. Not too far away here. He's going to get moving in Ruby Hazel. So Hazel in 2nd. Galang there sitting in 3rd. It's going to be Wazawaska there in 4th. But leading it out at the moment, it's going to be our New South Wales athlete in Novak. So Novak goes to the arms, just wants to pump away here in the women's under 14 800 metres. 2:09 strikes the clock from New South Wales to Queensland. She's the national champion. Sienna Novak it is. Great racing there. Galang gets over the top for the silver. It's Hazel 3rd for Queensland. But Sienna Novak, she'll be your national champion. Double arms in the air. A great celebration in the women's under 14 800 metres.
And Mitch, she's done it with a 71st lap, 65 second lap. At multiple stages there, she was 3 and 4 wide as well. That pack, they got messy with 3:50 to go. They were running out into lane 3 and 4 as they went past the shot put. But what a win, the arms in the air. It's a nice little way for our winner to celebrate there. And the winner is the under 14 800 metres. It's the New South Wales athlete, Sienna Novak.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nick, written down the front 5 coming through the first 400 metres, Sienna Novak not in there. So she's come from relatively the middle of the pack, as you mentioned, though. Just about went out into lane number 5. Could have got a drink from some of our spectators around the bend. They were going that wide to find a spot. But Sienna Novak is going to take it out next on the track. The men's under 14 800 metres. So you can see here on your screen, it is Pools. We've been really getting around this young man from Queensland, and for good reason. He's been absolutely launching this thing, and that's no exception. Oh boy, that's flirting around that 17-metre marker, which he's come in with his best throw anyway around that 17-metre mark. But as I keep saying, it's one thing to have a personal best of something impressive. It's another thing to do it at a major championship. The women's under 14 800 metre results 2:15 for Sienna Novak, takes it out. Olivia Galang just came flying from the ACT. She did 2:16.38, just gets over the top of Ruby Hazel, 2:16.64. And it's Wazawaska of New South Wales, a trio of them, in fact, at 2:17, ranging to 2:19 in Sakura. Shelley, Griffin and O'Connor. Griffin, the South Australian, made a brave move. Almost broke that pack up, really, with 300 metres to go. Just wanted to get towards the front, couldn't quite get there. And we transition now from our women's under 14 to our men's under 14. And Nick, There's 2 seconds that separate the fastest qualifier from the slowest in this men's race.
It's going to be an absolute exciting affair again. This under-14 age group we saw there how quick they were in the under-14 girls. In the second lap, they kicked down, and here we have Taj Ramtel of New South Wales in 2, Saul Ackfield Kennard in 3, Lachlan Wheeler, New South Wales in 4, Harry Keats, New South Wales in 5, Evan Rowbotham, New South Wales in 6, Tate Van Camp, Queensland in 7, Arden Peterson, Tasmania in 8, and Sam O'Sullivan, the West Australian, in lane 9. Somewhere in that high 20.78 might be the time to win this one. Keats was good yesterday. He was the only sub 2:10 in the final. So away from our inside, Ramtel of New South Wales, Ackfield Kennard of Queensland, Wheeler of New South Wales, Keats of New South Wales, Rowbotham New South Wales, Van Camp Queensland. You've got Peterson working through from Tasmania, and O'Sullivan of Western Australia, and it's the fast starting Harry Keats of New South Wales very quickly gone to the front from Tate Van Camp. So this looks like it's going to be very differently run to the ladies in the earlier race. These two have gone through very aggressively in about 26 seconds at the 200 metres, and they're going to string this field out. So Harry Keats, a heat winner yesterday, only being tracked at the moment by our Queenslander. But it's a really tough battle. The second chase group has been headed by Rowbotham. They're going to come down the straight for the first time. First time at 2. It's a 18-metre gap from first back to third, and they're just hanging on. Is this going to be a race in 2 only today? 5, there we go through. Harry Keats, Tate Van Camp on his shoulder at 59 seconds at the bell. The chase back being led by Rowbotham of New South Wales, and onto his outside now, it is Lachlan Wheeler. But out front, Tate Van Camp's decided he's going to take it on with 300 to go. The head's bouncing around. It's a ding-dong battle down the back straight. Harry Keats of New South Wales in the pink spikes, now being headed already by Van Camp of Queensland. Can the local do it? 200 metres remain. It's a 40-metre gap back to third. Don't worry about that. The battle for bronze we'll talk about as they get further through. But Wheeler's currently leading that one, possibly from the West Australian O'Sullivan. But out in front, here comes Harry Keats. So Harry Keats is having a big dash at this. Keats led the first lap. Van Camp to it with 300 to go. They're going to hit the straight together. Who's your money on in the crowd? Is it the Queenslander Van Camp? I think it is. Van Camp it is. Oh, sorry. Tate Van Camp's going to take it. Keats comes through for second. 1:59.66. The West Australian Sam O'Sullivan, 2:07 with a massive PB for third. Rowbotham comes through in fourth. I know your winner's the Queenslander and you should be very proud. Tate Van Camp was extraordinary there in 1:59, but all hats off to you, Harry Keats. You set that race up with a 59 first lap. You absolutely set the tempo, and for you, that's a great effort. But a win there, no doubt. Tate Van Camp, Queensland. Wow, Mitch, 1:59, under 14.
Sub 2 minute 800 metres. I reckon there's a massive Tate Van Camp cheer squad ahead of us here. Just about blew the roof off the stadium. So Van Camp just, it looked like he was going to get run over the top there by Keats, but he just found another gear. And to watch the clock and just go, geez, am I going to get under that 2 minutes or not? He gets under by 0.44 of a second, but
he wouldn't have got there if Keats hadn't gone again.
Nah. Oh. So officially 1:59.70 for our Queensland athlete. And I'm in disbelief. Nick, they've come in qualifying 2:10. I know that's not their personal best, but that is a first time under 2 minutes for that young man. And not to sneeze at it, 2:00.72. And the Western Australian, 2:06.67. Now, I know national medals mean a lot to everybody, but I always find that if you've come over from Western Australia to the East Coast, you definitely want to make it worth it. And coming home with a bronze medal, I mean, that is sensational there from Sammy O'Sullivan. So what a race we just saw. You were tongue-tied, Nick. You were so excited. It was just all happening out there, wasn't it?
Very, very exciting.
Amazing. So you're going to get it all here. So here's our official results. Tate Van Camp, a name to remember, 1:59.70, 2 minutes 0.72 and 2:06.7. Rowbotham was brave, the New South Welshman, 2:07.78. And so plenty on there. as we see our women's under 15 ahead of us here. And this will be a great race here. We'll let them get them underway.
Mitch, I'll let you make some notes as I introduce this field. You've got Cassie Farley, a Victorian 2, Madigan Carroll, a Victorian 3, Emma Freiger, Queensland 4, Kira Tui, New South Wales 5, Violet Owen, Tasmania 6, Mia Chisanotti, Queensland 7, Chelsea Tickle, Victorian 8, and Philippa Quarrell, New South Wales 9.
So we're underway here, the women's under 15 800 metre championship of Australia. They're all seated around a second between themselves. We'll see who can get out there first. It looks like it's going to be Freiger from Queensland that wants to try and get towards the rail. Trying to hold her out there from Victoria will be Carroll. So 150 metres into it. Hopefully a clean beginning to this women's under 15 800 metre championship of Australia. The Queenslanders going to waste no time. I think it might have been Freiger towards the rail there, Nick, that got there first through the first 200, but not too far away either, is going to be Chisanotti.
So, Mitch, at the All Schools in Adelaide, Chisanotti and Owen were separated by only a couple of tenths of a second. They both ran 2:12 there. So the Tasmanian Owen and Chisanotti, the Queenslander, and Tui was third on that occasion. But it's anyone's race here because you've still got Quarrell as well, the silver medalist from juniors last year in that group. But as they head through, Mitch, it's going to be Freiger that does lead them, as you called correctly. Then you've got Violet Owen, and now making a move, Kira Tui.
So Kira Tui now comes on the outside. She's going to hear the bell and want to put herself in a great position. You mentioned there Owen from Tasmania doesn't want to spot an inch of room. So the woman leading it out here, it's going to be still Emma Freiger, the Queenslander. So Freiger out in front, just right on her shoulder there is going to be Owen. Not too far away either. Starting to really get into the running now is going to be Kira Tui, who was more than happy to try and gap this field. It quickly becomes 10 metres. We saw it in the race before. The back straight is where the race is made, and that's where it's going to happen once again. So it's Freiger leading it out here, not too far away, Owen, and looking really strong there is Kira Tui. Made a decisive move at the bell and sits in that bronze medal position. So it's a 1-2 punch out in front though. Tui may be starting to feel the pinch just a little bit there. The New South Wales athlete leading it out is going to be Freiger. Owen on the shoulder. It's going to be another sprint finish here with 100 metres to go. Queensland's Freiger. On the outside now is going to be the Tasmanian there in Owen. Can't quite seem to go with it. It's Freiger moving away. Doesn't just move down this home street. Booms. It's going to be the Queenslander in Freiger. She'll be a national champion. Watch the clock here. Just over 2:10, 2:11. Hands up. Big celebration. A great race there from Tui to get through for the bronze. The silver going to be belonging to Owen. But it will be Emma Freiger of Queensland with authority, 2:11, and a national championship here in the women's under 15, 800 metres.
Mitch, well called there. Great running. So Violet Owen just found it a little bit tough. I thought a couple of times she was going to go past the shoulder of Freiger, but Freiger hung on. She got to the front and didn't let that rail run go. And the Queenslander does it again. Back-to-back Queensland wins here in the 800 metres.
They've been strong, the Queenslanders. They're really starting to show that they're a force to be reckoned with. They always have been in the junior ranks, but doing it in front of a home crowd, well, that's got to be a special feeling. Freiger, you mentioned, just the class there to stay on that rail, keep them all out. And when you're under threat like that up the back straight, you've really got to dig deep and make sure you keep your spot. Did just that. Is rewarded with the national gold. So great racing there in the women's under 15 800. And apologies, we don't know when we're going in and out of the bowl here. And when we say the bowl, we mean the stadium. So some of the language we use is a bit different for in-stadium to stream. So we're just with you now here on 7+, but Emma Freiger, Nick, so impressive. We'll have a look at exactly how fast they went. I think it was about 2:11. It is 2:11.02, 2:13.6, 2:13.9. So Tui was just coming really quickly there. It was probably didn't quite catch that at the end, but only 0.36 behind. Ultra impressive. It's our men's under 15 up next. Tickell, Farley, Carroll and Quarrell. 2:21, so 2:11 to 2:21. As Nick will make some notes here, and I'll read you through. So it's going to be Morgan Blake in lane number 2 here, the Victorian. Levi Hines of Victoria, lane number 3. Kieran Shepherd, lane number 4 from the ACT. James Artemis, I should say, from Western Australia, number 5. Finn Johnson, the Victorian. He was really, really strong in those heats. Alexander Wayne from Queensland, lane number 6. Savan Sujidran of Victorian, lane number 7, and Evan Morrison of New South Wales in lane number 8. They're going to flash up on your screen here as well in case you missed it, but going to be a really, really good race here, I think. Infested with Victorians, and then it's a couple of Queenslanders, nation's capital,
Alex, we talked about the cap yesterday. Alex Wayne's bearing the cap here. So he's the reigning gold medalist in this event. But also you've got the 3 medalists from the All Schools. So gold was Shepherd, the ACT athlete. Johnston was silver there in Victorian, and Artemis was bronze at West Australian. So you've got 4 athletes here who were on the podium last year of this age group. So away from the inside, you've got Blake Morgan of Victoria, Levi Hines of Victoria, Kieran Shepherd, the ACT, James Artemis, WA, Finn Johnson, Victoria, Alexander Wayne's got the cap on from Queensland, Suvan Sundaran from Victoria, and Evan Morrison of New South Wales. And it's going to be Sujendran of Victoria who takes it out in a pretty conservative pace here from the West Australian James Artemis. Artemis was the bronze medalist in this event at the All Schools last year. Alexander Wayne, the athlete in second. He was the reigning champ in this event, or if you call it reigning, he was the under-14 champion last year. The Brisbane Athletics runner. Obviously, he's very aware of the Queensland heat. He's got the cap on. So it's a bit more pedestrian than we've seen in the under-14 boys, these under-15 boys. The pack's all together, not strung out yet. And there's a nice little move going on the inside rail there from Finn Johnston. So Johnston, the silver medalist at the All Schools, wants to get his way to the front. It's the West Australian now in Artemis who goes back to the lead. Johnston finds an inside rail run at the bell as they go through in a very conservative 59.87. So Johnston's your leader. Wayne's tracking him wonderfully. Artemis. Now comes Shepherd. The tall athlete is Shepherd. He did every event at the All Schools in Adelaide. I saw him do the 400. I saw him do field events, and he's gone to the front with 250 to go. So Shepherd it is. Wayne's going to try to match him. Wayne wants to get that gold medal back around his neck like last year. Johnston wants to step up to a gold after the silver at the All Schools. And Artemis wants to fly the flag for Western Australia again. They're strung out as they go past the water jump. Shepherd it is, 8 metres on Wayne. Here comes Johnson to put the pressure on the local Queenslander. But Shepherd, the head's going left and right. He had a quick look over his shoulder. He's got Wayne covered, he thinks. 50 metres to go. He has one more look. Can Shepherd hold on? Johnson says no in third, but it won't be enough. Shepherd from the ACT is going to take the victory. Johnson will steal the silver from Alexander Wayne. Artemis comes through next in fourth. Next will be Blake Morgan of Victoria. 9 was the Evan Morrison. Sujandran, who set the pace early, and Levi Hines round out the field. But no doubt about your winner, the tall athlete. I saw him develop wonderfully since those All Schools. He won the gold medal there, and he's just got better and better and better. And that is Kieran Shepherd of the ACT.
It's a great win there from Kieran Shepherd. And Finn Johnson should be applauded. I don't know how he made his way up the rail for so long there in the first 400 metres. Manages to come over the top there for a late silver. Usually see Victorians on the other end of that, just getting run over the top. So Victorians get one back there, but super impressive there from the man from the nation's capital. It's the tall looming figure, got moving with 200 as well. No one could get near him. He was separated already, but did enough to stamp his authority on that one. And up next is our women's under 16 800. And so, Nick, I believe this is a race that you really would love to call.
Oh, I love this under 16 age group. It's the national record here I think I like the most, Mitch. It's the 2:02.49 from Georgie Clark. Insane. Mitch, I'll let you read through those results.
So let's get into it because this is very close. So 1:58.53 from Kieran Shepherd. He'll be stoked with that, the young man. Finn Johnson, the silver medalist. 2 minutes, 0.18. Alexander Wayne in third. 2:02 went the way of Artemis, Morgan, Morrison, Hines and Sujandran, who did a lot of that work early. Just put himself at the front, but Ben just came steamrolling over the top. Kieran Shepherd, really impressive name to look out for. Just not based on the fact that he purely won a gold, but based on the fact of how he did it. So there's your results. You can see Murray on the screen here. Janie Murray, the New South Wales athlete. And this will be a really quality field. Nick, you mentioned that Australian national record. Well, I'll put it into perspective. Our women here qualified in 2:14 to 2:16. I can tell you in the year 1999, Georgie Clark, well, she just said, oh, how about I do it in 2:09.49?
2:02, mate.
2:02, sorry. 2:02. I'm not even giving Georgie Clark the credit. Obviously one of our youngest Olympians ever. Superstar junior. And this is the age group that she dominated for so long. And Nick, the future of the 800 is in front of us.
So start list on your screen, Mitch. So it'll be Isla Bradshaw on the inside. Shani Murray is head New South Wales. Anna Tobin of Victoria. Rose Ackland, Queensland. Lucy Jones. Anna Colgan. Matilda Duffs. And they're away here from the inside. So Isla Bradshaw of Victoria, Shani Murray of New South Wales, Honor Tobin of Victoria, Rose Ackland of Queensland, Lucy Jones, Victoria, Anna Colgan, WA, Matilda Delphs, New South Wales, and Ashley Philberg of Tasmania. And it is Rose Ackland, the All-Schools champion from Adelaide in December, who's going to control this field through the first 250. Honor Tobin sits back on her, one out, one back, and then inside of that is also Shani Murray of New South Wales. Ackland happy to go through in that very controlled 30 seconds through 200, and you can see only 7 metres separates the field, not even that, as now there's a bit of a move at the back of the group there. Isla Bradshaw just steps on the heels as the other Victorian, Lucy Jones, runs too wide and takes to the front. So through 300 metres, lots of elbows going on as they hit down the straight. Honor Tobin's just been shuffled back a few spots, but now it's Lucy Jones, the Victorian. Ackland has a look over her shoulder. They're going to be cheering for her in Melbourne at Genazzano, where her auntie and uncle work. And right now it is Ackland on the shoulder of the Lucy Jones. So Jones it is in the lead, the Victorian. Philberg from Tasmania has also made a good little move here, but nothing decisive as yet. We're going to see something aggressive down the backstroke, I feel. So the Tasmanian, she's too wide. She's on the outside there of Murray, but out in front, still Jones holding the rail run. Ackland gave that up to her with about 200 metres to go. Can she come over the top from that position? 250 remain. Anyone's race still. We've seen how far some of these back group can finish, and Delphs and Tobin are not out of it by any means. So right now the move is still Jones and Ackland. Now moving up into third. You've got some real fast swinging motion there. It's Colgan, the West Australian. So I reckon Colgan, the West Australian, is going to go to 3 wide. Jones, can she hang on from there? Pittman goes to the front. The All-Schools champ wants to go back-to-back. Don't look behind you, Rose. Look forward to the finish line. So Rose Ackland of Queensland, I think she's going to win it here in front of the home crowd. Murray's coming through the race for bronze. Tobin's come from nowhere. She's come from 8th through to 3rd. But your winner out in front, no doubt, is Rose Ackland of Queensland. Terrific run there. Real battle for the Miners. I said to you they weren't out of it with 200 to go. Tobin's come from 7th through to 3rd. Great battle amongst it. Murray was in it for a long way. Lucy Jones was brave right through that run. But no doubt in your winner, Rose Ackland of Queensland, Mitch.
Yeah, sensational racing. We've talked about it a few times. Being able to hold that rail position and keep the opponents out is so important. And Ackland just did it the best there. And you mentioned, Nick, eyes forward in that final 50 metres. Just get yourself to that line as quickly as possible. And Rose Ackland takes home a national gold in the meantime. So sensational racing there from the Queenslander you mentioned, on a Tobin. Just came from nowhere. The Victorian always had a good kick. Yeah. Just put it full effect there in the national final for a bronze.
Very good 400-metre runner also, so it makes sense there. She finished strong. And Shani Murray just didn't call her well enough. She was always thereabouts, and she snuck through for the silver in the end. Those times will shortly come up on our screen. But we've got 2:11, so look, they're starting. Rose Ackland will be happy with that. A 2:11 national title. Most important, she got the gold in front of the home crowd.
Well, that's just it. You do it in front of a home crowd. It's always an absolute thrill. And she'll be really pleased with that. Not just, obviously, the fact that she's got a national gold, but the way in which she did it. Ultra impressive. Hey, next up on the track here, it is our men's under 16 800 metres. We'll call them out. You can see them on your screen now. The nerves of waiting for a final, unparalleled. As I make my final notes. So just a little brief insight into sort of how we go about it here in the commentary box. You've got to look at distinctive features of these athletes to be able to call them out at the other side of the track. So we look back at our results here. Rose Ackland, really impressive. 2:11, 2:12, 2:12, 2:12, 2:12. So keep that in mind. Look at that. There's between 1st and 5th, it's 1.6 seconds. So a barnstorming finish. We mentioned the best of them was on a Tobin, 400 metre. I'm going to say this without fully knowing, but Nick, you'll be able to tell me. National champion, I would say, in the past, surely on a Tobin. She's certainly a multiple-time Victorian champion. I can only imagine she replicated that on a national scale over the last few years.
Sister been running very well also. Ella Tobin, the under-20 age group.
Western A's athletes, the Tobin family in Victoria.
Paul Tobin was one of our training partners when I was a young kid. He was an 800-metre runner at Western A's.
There we go. So kept the family tradition.
So apologies to those at home again who told us they've got a Victorian bias. I'm happy for it. We have been waiting on our Queensland local commentary experts to help us out this weekend. We're happy to have lots of state representation. Mitch, I'll give you this one.
So I'll call them out as they go. So they're in the hands of the starter here. So unsteady, I'll do it now. Alexander Marshall, Jack Williams, Lucas Sidoritis, Liam O'Neill, Lucas Chris, Tom Partland, Ward and Bowling. The nerves have settled. Second time of asking. We're away here in the men's under-16 800-metre championship of Australia. And this first 100 metres is always a great indicator of how they want to run this race. In the middle of the track, hard to miss, is Liam O'Neill from Queensland. But trying to get there first is going to be Tom Partland of New South Wales. So he'll try and get there. The man he's got to beat is Marshall, his own state compatriot. But it is going to be Tom Partland of New South Wales who gets there first. So they're going to try and run wide to find themselves in a position. Call it 29, 28 seconds on the clock through the first 200 metres. It's Partland leading out the tall looming figure of O'Neill. The rest of this pack now, you can see a little bit of argy-bargy. Just want to put themselves in a spot where they feel comfortable. Also looking good there, Sidoritis. Just trying to get around the shoulder where he can. It's Lucas Chris of Victoria now just creeping up. And in fact, he's going to try and get on the inside there. So it's Sidoritis trying to get on the inside, but leading it out comfortably is still Partland. O'Neill not too far away either. Sidoritis on the inside. We mentioned it's Chris moving too. And the South Australians not too far away either in Bowling and Williams. So they make their way around here at the moment. It's going to be all Tom Partland on the inside, or the outside shoulder there, I should say, is O'Neill. Moving nicely there is Sidoritis, and watch for the kick now of Lucas Chris, the Victorian. So this is the closest we've seen a race up the back straight here at the moment. The Queenslander is going to try and follow suit from what he's seen over the last few races, and Liam O'Neill says, fine, I'll take the rail. So Liam O'Neill it is, 1:29 on the clock. They're really going to get to start moving now. It's Sidoritis starting to get there, and now it's going to be Marshall starting to get up on the shoulder. So Marshall now just approaches. He's not just going to approach, he's going to want to come get past here. So it's O'Neill leading it out. Sidoritis, the Victorian, in between them. It's going to be a ding-dong battle here. O'Neill, Sidoritis, he did enough at 200. O'Neill, he made the move that made him a champion. 1:57.46 to go with it. He's dropped a 29-second final 200. Sidoritis, hands in the head, still a silver medal for the Victorian. But the Queenslander does it at home. And he followed suit of the races before, said, get me to the rail and to the finish line, and he did it.
And you reckon we're loud up here, Mitch? I heard the loudest supporter all weekend, just in front of me, about 3 metres in front of me. It's the loudest I heard anyone all weekend cheer home our winner there, O'Neill from Queensland.
So O'Neill was ultra impressive. He's hard to miss. He's probably the tallest in the field. And the Queensland spirit really lifted him over the line there. Sidoritis will come home with that silver medal. Our bronze medalist will be Alexander Marshall of New South Wales.
He made a distinctive move there with that 150 to go. I thought Marshall was a chance at one stage, but shows the work he had to do when you move out wide. If you've got that smart rail run, you can really hold strong.
So impressive 800-metre running here at the National Championships. It's rounded out by our men's under-16. And our next event on the track, I believe, and bear with me here, is the men's 3,000-metre race walk. Under 15. Yeah. So Nick Wall going to make his way around. Hat off, he says. So the 3,000-metre race walk, according to my sheet, is what's next here. But let's have a look at that men's under 16 800-metre results. Liam O'Neill, really impressive. 1:57.48. Lucas Sidoritis, 1:58.01. 1:58.68 went to Marshall. James Bowling of South Australia. I mentioned they were hunting together, the South Australians. He's just missed out on the medal there by 0.8 of a second. Lucas Chris, no Chiss, I should say, apologies there. Tom Partland, who we mentioned was at the front for a long way, just gets under 2 minutes. Nate Ward and Jack Williams. A hard-fought battle there in the men's under 16 800 metres. Liam O'Neill of Queensland is your national champion. As we turn our attention now to the men's under 16 high jump, you can see ahead of you. It's one of our many New South Wales athletes. I believe Cooper Wilson, a 182, to get himself into this national championship contention. Should be able to clear this, you would think. Mind you, I don't want to give him the commentator's miles at 175. So up and over. He's broken the curse. Well done to you there, Wilso. Cooper Wilson. Yanni Melaminas
may be jumping next. Depends on whether or not he's progressed through. It actually could be Felix Yen, possibly the Queenslander. So wait and get a read on it. You can't see all that much from here, but it looks like it is Melaminas, the Victorian, then Yen, the Queenslander. So he'll wait for his turn. It's Melaminas a little further left. He's about to enter the screen now. He's up, and he's clipped. So Melaminas will have to go for another attempt. That was his second. So he'll have one more shot at this 175 marker. And it's Felix Yen, the Queenslander, trying to go over at attempt number 2. So gets a little bit of time here to just compose himself. Get himself ready to jump. Don't want to send it to the third jump if you can avoid it. So Yen on the runway, arches back, has a little assessment, says, all right, let's get over the top here. Yen up, just clips the Queenslander. So we'll leave you on that note here. We'll be right back. There should be some race walking action coming your way. The men's under 15, under 16, 3,000 metre race walk after this break. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more of the Australian Junior Track and Field Championships, the 100th edition, here on 7+.
We know it's important to stay hydrated, and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
Well, we're back. I told you what was coming up next was going to be men's 3,000 metre race walking, and it's exactly that. It's combined here, the under 16 and 15. So if you were watching yesterday, it was similar for the women. We saw a ferocious finish between the under 13s and 14s. You know, both had gold, but they just wanted to get to the line first. Here's your start list for the men's under 15 3,000 metre race walk. It's Noah Tilton, station number 1. Max Davidson, station number 2 from Queensland, or Victoria, I should say. It's Ali Znad of Western Australia, station number 3. Certainly one to watch, Ali Znad. Moving on there is Christopher Nyland of New South Wales. Jackson Horton is the fastest in the field. He goes along with Max Davidson. Those two will have a great battle. Well, sorry, I should say Nicholas Christian, the ACT athlete. He's the fastest in the field. Apologies there for those watching for Mr. Christian. And Daniel Pushatine of Victoria, they're going to be in station number 7. Let's go to station number 8. This is in the under 16 men's event now. It's going to be Kane Robson, Cody Clarkson, Kai Dale from station 10, Dylan Ash Alabush in station number 11, Michael White in station number 12, Alexander Sinet in station number 13, and Samuel Lindsay in station number 14. He's the one to watch, Lindsay of Tasmania. He's the fastest in this field, seed time wise, by just about a minute, which is ultra impressive. The Tasmanians in these distance events, and have medalled in some of our field events and sprinting as well, have been really impressive at these championships. It's often a question when you come up to these northern states, how much does the weather affect you? Clearly, for the Tasmanians, it's only enhancing the performances. So we'll come back here. A couple of lads with some headbands, some hats, some everything you want. The walkers get a little bit more, well, colourful in their accessories. And they're away and racing now. So it's the men's under 16 and under 15 3,000 metre race walking championship of Australia. Have a little bit more time to have a look at these men as they make their way around. But as I mentioned, it's in those grey colours. Samuel Lindsay is the fastest well, in the field, but also in that under-16 event. And the fastest in this under-15 event, one to keep an eye on, is going to have hip number 6 on it. It's going to be the man from the ACT, Nicholas Christian. And I dare say, at first glance, we could be seeing Nicholas Christian. We're not. We're actually seeing Cody Clarkson of the ACT. So it's Clarkson who's going to lead it out. And behind him there, as we mentioned, is Samuel Lindsay. So might be something in this sheet that we've been given, because Clarkson's got a time of 21:22. And if that's the case, he's about to walk about 10 minutes under his personal best. So Clarkson going to lead it out. Samuel Lindsay behind him there. We got a quintet of 2 New South Wales athletes tucked in behind. Queensland with the cap, leading it out from the nation's capital for that under-15 event at the moment is going to be Nicholas Christian. He's got the grey cap on. Just the man from the nation's capital. But leading it at the moment is Cody Clarkson. Behind him there, Samuel Lindsay, the Tasmanian. And they've gapped this field by, you could estimate, 60 to 70 metres through the first 400 metres. So 90 seconds on the clock for the 2 young men out in front. And we'll get a better look at the New South Wales athletes who are just going to work together to try and gap our Queenslander a little bit further back in the field. But these 2 out in front, going to spot themselves. We'll call it a metre or 2 between them. It gives them clear walking ahead. It's a 7.5 lap event, so plenty left in it here. Leading it out, though, is going to be Cody Clarkson, Samuel Lindsay. So these 2 are both in the under-16 event. It's combined. Under-15s walking with them. We saw yesterday in the women's under-14 and 15, I'll say 13 event. Both won gold, but wanted to get to the line first. So it's going to be Cody Clarkson leading out Samuel Lindsay. They've made their way out of this home straight now. And a little bit of change here behind them. So that's Alabush of New South Wales, who'll be sitting in that bronze position in the under-16 event. And just inside of him is going to be Sinet. So leading out the under-15s, he comes through the start-finish line now, is Nick Christian. Second in that is Max Davidson, the Victorian. So he'll be sitting there in the silver medal position, and in the bronze, it's Pusha Teen. So 2 Victorians, the nation's capital leading it out there, but in the under-16 event, it is Cody Clarkson. He leads out Samuel Lindsay. Looking really good. Alabush not far away. And neither there is Alexander Sinet in that bronze medal position in the under-16 event. So at the moment, it's still going to be Cody Clarkson, who we said it was a metre or 2, 400 metres to go. It's quickly become 5. So really getting into his walking here is Clarkson. Samuel Lindsay of Tasmania just going to spot him the room. I don't know if that's intentional. I think Clarkson's just put his foot on that accelerator and really going to see or test out the Tasmanian and how fast he can go. Moving up in the field behind as well, it's worth mentioning, is Nicholas Christian. So he's leading out the under-15 event, but he's about to round around the shoulder and go into 3rd position outright here in this under-16-15 combined event. Just going to try and make the pass on our New South Wales athlete. Plenty of caps out here. You don't see him more prevalent than in the race walk. Makes his way around now. I believe it's Alexander Sinet, or it could be Alabush. We'll get a good look down this start-finish line. And it is going to be Dylan Alabush. So around his shoulder now is going to be Nick Christian. Alabush is going to sit in that 3rd position in the under-16 event. But this has been an absolute bombardment of race walking. It's Cody Clarkson of the ACT. He's 45 metres clear at the moment. Still sitting in that 2nd position in the under-15 event. He's gone through the start-finish line. He's Davidson. And behind him there is Pashutin. Jackson Horton of New South Wales in 4th, and he's only a matter of 5 to 10 metres behind there. So coming down to the start-finish line now, Micah White, the Queenslander. But as the rest of our field makes their way into this home straight, there's a man who's going to be approaching them a little bit faster. It's going to be our race leader in Cody Clarkson of the ACT from the nation's capital. So the under-16 phenom, he's just going to stretch away here Behind him is going to be Samuel Lindsay. It was 1 metre, 2 metre, 3 metre, more. It's gone out to 45. So Cody Clarkson, so long as he's walking safely, is in an unassailable position at the moment with 4 laps to go. It's still Samuel Lindsay sitting there in second, and in the 3rd position overall, it's Nick Christian, but he's leading this under-15 event. So he's made the pass of Dylan Alabush, who's sitting in a bronze medal position in the under-16 race walk. And he's going to try and stretch away a little bit there. So he was the fastest coming into it for the under-15s. Was Nick Christian by just over a minute on seed time. Still sitting in second place is Max Davidson. Passadine from Victoria and Jackson Horton of New South Wales in that 3rd and 4th spot for the under-15 event. But leading it out with authority is Cody Clarkson, the nation's capital. This is just beautiful race walking on display out here. Privy to see this in the junior levels. Obviously had an enormous amount of success over recent years and in the Australian history of athletics in the race walking event, and it's great to see it in front of the eyes of the spectators, coaches and fans here in Brisbane. So doing it really well at the moment is Cody Clarkson of the nation's capital. Samuel Lindsay, I should say, from Tasmania in that 2nd spot. Got a good lead here, does Clarkson. Coming around into this back straight. The leader of the under-15 event is there. And so as they make their way around, for our listeners on the stream, we'll go down to Nick Wall and get a high jump update. Nick.
Thanks, Mitch. So thanks up there, Mitch. It's a good update down here at the high jump. The bar's gone to 175 in the under-16 men's high jump. 8 men are over at 175. A couple have already cleared 179. So Harrison Clark of South Australia, Wyatt Hill of Western Australia, Toby Calder from New South Wales, and Cooper Wilson, his teammate, Sean Cregan of WA, Benjamin Pigeon of Victoria, Sebastian Masiello of WA, and Maddox Wilson are the athletes here attempting at 179. So the bar continues to creep up. Mitch, it's getting very high here at the under-16 high jump as the action on the track heats up in the walk.
Well, thank you, Nick. It is 188, I think, down there at the high jump is one of the personal best. So they're really starting to get up into that upper echelon of the high jumping. And we turn our attention back to the track. You mentioned it's starting to heat up. That under-15 event particularly, there's a few to keep an eye on. Jackson Horton of New South Wales, I think, starting to maybe launch himself from that 4th position around that bronze medal mark. We'll keep an eye on that. Coming down here leading out the under-15s, though, is Nick Christian. And he'll have 3 laps to go. Our race leader, well, he's about to come down and, I believe, greet it with 2 laps to go. So he's that far ahead, putting on a clinic at the moment, is Cody Clarkson. He's very far ahead of Samuel Lindsay, walking really well, the Tasmanian in the silver medal position in the under-16 event. Still going to be Dylan Alabush, the New South Welshman there in the bronze medal position, I believe. But we'll get a better understanding as they make their way down here and we can get some lap counters. So it's Cody Clarkson from the ACT. He got out in front early. We mentioned he only sat a metre or so ahead, and he's turned that into a good 100. Looking smooth is Samuel Lindsay, the Tasmanian. And 3rd overall, but leading the under-15 event, is Nick Christian of the ACT. So ACT, gold and gold at the moment across the under-16 and under-15 event. And walking really strong are these 2 young men. We see now with 800 metres to go, it's Sam Lindsay of Tasmania with that headband on. Be a bit of a weather adjustment, I could imagine, from the athletes down in Tasmania. They've had a great championships thus far across the day and a half we've had. So he'll walk up the track now. Will Sam Lindsay try and get as close to Cody Clarkson as he can. The young man from the ACT showing no signs of slowing down. And he's really moving here, Cody Clarkson. Not messing about at all. He's the young man from the ACT. So it's Clarkson leading it out. Still going to be Nick Christian. in that gold medal position at the moment for the under-15s. Keep a close eye there on Max Davidson, Pashatine, and Jackson Horton. The four to watch behind him there for the medal positions in the under-15 event. So leading out the under-16 in the event overall is Cody Clarkson, and he's going to hear the bell. So Clarkson gets the bell now at 10:44. Hopefully one of our New South Wales athletes is okay down there in Kane Robson. But with under 400 metres to go now, it is Cody Clarkson. He's been ultra impressive here this afternoon. About to greet it is going to be Sam Lindsay. But Clarkson up the back straight now, looking really strong. He's going to try and chase down Nick Christian, who's leading out the under-15 event. But up the back straight and moving so smooth is Cody Clarkson. He's been butter for the 3,000-metre event, and he's showing no sign of slowing down here. So Clarkson with 200 metres to go. We heard the bell. Well, that was for Samuel Lindsay of Tasmania. He now goes up towards the back straight. Clarkson might even catch the shoulder there of Nick Christian, who's leading our men's under-15 event. So it's a matter of watching the clock here. He's absolutely flying at the moment. And he's been flying the whole way as the young man from the ACT. Been doing it relatively on his own. And Cody Clarkson, ultra impressive here from the young man. Give him a big round of applause for Cody Clarkson. And so he'll be out of that national record. It was 12:04, but Cody Clarkson, he's done it on his own here, the young man from the nation's capital. He's looked so smooth, he's looked so clean, and now he'll look like a national champion. Cody Clarkson, 12:25 unofficially for the young man. Bell lap now for Nicholas Christian, leading out the under-15 event. Rounding the turn, the silver medalist at the moment, Samuel Lindsay of Tasmania. He was awesome here, Lindsay. He's been really smooth the whole way through. He's going to try and get under that 13-minute marker here, Sam Lindsay. So 13:15 coming into this. Watch the clock now. 12:52, 53. He's going to put it all into it. 55, 56. He'll go there. Sam Lindsay, silver medal, sub-13. 12:58 on it. As we now see Max Davidson get the bell, sitting in that silver medal position in the under-15 event, and Jackson Horton of New South Wales has crept himself up into a bronze medal position. So up the back straight, leading the under-15s is Nick Christian, Max Davidson in the silver, and Jackson Horton, the New South Wales athlete, in that bronze. Fourth position is going to be Daniel Pashutin, the Victorian. But leading this out here, similar to what we saw there from Cody Clarkson, it's Nicholas Christian, who's been so impressive here. So Nick Christian, he'll come down with just over 100 metres to go. So Nick Christian now, he'll put his head down and charge towards this finish line. So Nick Christian comes down with 80 metres to go to be crowned the national champion. The under-16 and the under-15 event, pending judges' decisions, will go the way of the nation's capital. Big round of applause here for Nick Christian. He'll be your national champion. Watch the clock. He'll just go over or maybe under the 14:20, just on it. Sensational walking there from Nick Christian. And he'll take out that men's under-15 3,000-metre race walk title. It's coming down here is Dylan Allabush, I believe, in that bronze medal position for the under-16 3,000-metre race walk. So great racing there from Allabush. And now in the silver medal position, Max Davidson of Victoria. Well, he had a 15:14 seed time coming into this, and he'll go under that 15-minute marker and get the silver medal. So Max Davidson of Victoria, there's your silver medalist for the under-15 event. Great racing there. And now coming through the line, a great bronze medal to Jackson Horton. Worked really hard to get over the top of Daniel Pashutin into the middle stages of this race, and he's rewarded with a bronze medal. Pashutine now comes down. He'll be fourth in the men's under-15 race walk. And obviously, have to wait for judges' decisions at the end of this. But that's how we read them across the line. It's Daniel Pashutine, the Victorian. He'll come down for fourth in the under-15 event. It's Christopher Nyland of New South Wales in the home straight at the moment. And I believe he'll hear the sound of the bell now. So Chris Nyland about to get the bell. Queensland now rounding into this home straight. Get an indication of who we're looking at here. But it's been awesome racing here in the men's 3,000 metre race walk. And now rounding it out is going to be Kai Dale of Queensland. So Dale now going to go through the start-finish line for the final time. He'll cap off his national championships in style. Well done to Kai Dale. And I think I might just be on the stream now, so I don't have to be as loud. So Kai Dale gets it. I think we've got 200s coming up next. Nick Wall still down at that high jump as well. I can see him crouched down watching on. Looks like it's starting to get to the pointy end a little bit as well. So we'll let the remainder of our men's under 16 and under 15 3,000 metre walk finish off. I think managed to get the medalists pretty well. So the men's under 17 3,000, in fact, is the next event on the track. This is going to be an absolute cracker as the rest of our men's field comes down. Noah Tilton of Queensland, he'll finish it off. On his outside shoulder there was Michael White. And now Ali Znad brings it home here. So one more competitor on the track from New South Wales. He's got 150 metres left to walk. As we'll go down quickly to the high jump with Nick Wall. It's starting to heat up down there.
Yeah, Mitch, it certainly is heating up down here at the high jump. We've got 7 competitors left now at 1.82 metre, and already we've got 4 over it. So Harrison Clark, the South Australian, cleared his first attempt. So did Toby Calder and Cooper Wilson of New South Wales. And Maddox Wilson, after passing the previous height at 179, has just gone over 182 on his first attempt. Coming up at their second attempt now shortly, you're about to see them progress through now, will be White Hill, the West Australian, plus his teammate Sean Cregan, and then Benjamin Pigeon. So 4 jumpers clear at the moment at 182. That's Clark, Calder, Wilson, and also Wilson. So that's the New South Wales and the Victorian versions. And that's a miss there, the second round there for the West Australian Hill. But the high jump action, 182, really heating up, Mitch.
So plenty happening at the high jump, but here it's Christopher Nyland of New South Wales finishing off his championship. 19 minutes was his time coming into it. He's under it. Christopher Nyland there caps it off. The final one through in the men's under 15 3,000 metre race walk championship of Australia. You'll see a stampede on the back straight. Well, that's our men's under 17 3,000 metres. They're warming up and they'll be on very soon. Well, that was a race and a half. I think it's fair to say I did not have the great man, Cody Clarkson, on my sheet. So congratulations to the man from the nation's capital. He was awesome. And we'll have a look here at the start list for our men's under 17. Bear with me, there's 26 athletes here in this field. So here we go. Kalen Luong from Victoria, Alexander Skeffington from ACT, Harry Hallen from New South Wales, Isaac Bearcroft, New South Wales, Cody Sullivan, New South Wales, Ethan Haywood, Queensland, Joseph Leithleen, Queensland, Julian Weil, New South Wales, Idris Bukart, New South Wales, Stephen Lacroix, Snibe, South Australia, Tyler Dogan, Queensland, Edward Curran, Queensland, Josiah Lowe, New South Wales, Matthew Holden, Victoria, William Hayden, New South Wales, Jonah Henrique, Western Australia, Benjamin Richards there from Queensland, Dane Gray from Victoria, Robert Hopkins from Victoria, William Curran from Queensland, Toby Rule from Queensland, Joel Davies from Victoria, Asher Parkin from Queensland, We've got Cohen Morgan from New South Wales, Kian Blue from Queensland, and Tony Thomas there from Western Australia. This is your men's under 17 3,000 metre championship. And a couple of lads under the 9-minute marker. We'll see if you can join them here. So the under 17 championship of Australia is underway. And because it's so big, there's 26 of them in here. They do the split starter. So the men on the outside will run 100 metres and then make their way towards the rail. We can see Luong not far away there. And Toby Rule, the Prince of Mackay, just gets towards the front of this race. So Toby Rule wants to get around that 9-minute mark from what I know of. He's a 9:01.4 runner. He's not going to waste any time. Coached by Jen and Ryan Gregson, the Queenslander. And look at this pack behind him. You can see why they keep bringing it up. Sometimes the rail's not the most beneficial place to be. I understand that. But if you're not in the middle of the pack, you're at the front of it on the rail. It's a beautiful spot. But you can see that there's going to be some work left to do for some of these young men. So for anybody watching on as an aficionado of distance running, obviously sitting on that outside shoulder and giving yourself some room is ideal. But Toby Rule getting towards the front and staying out of this pack behind him is not the worst idea. Caleb Luong not far away either, the Victorian. And good luck being able to call this one. We'll try and get some hip numbers on their way through. Nick Wall has done a good job to run himself up here from the high jump. I'll give him a quick breather. 70 seconds on the clock. So underneath that 9-minute mark at the moment. But it's Toby Rule leading it out here, the Queenslander. Just wants to stay out of trouble. They're running 3-4 wide behind him. And some of these athletes, well, if you stay in lane number 2 the whole way, it adds 7 metres to this event each lap. So they're going to want to keep themselves out of that sort of trouble where they can. Toby Rule leading it out, though. Looking really comfortable in the process of doing that. Now just starting to creep around is going to be Tony Thomas, the Western Australian. Inside of him, the Queenslander and Kian Blue. 9:02.6 for Kian. So he's going to get on the shoulder of the Prince of Mackay there, and Toby Rule just lead it out. They are still 5 wide here around the bend. I can't believe it. They haven't quite slotted themselves into that beautiful peloton almost type position where they just give everybody some room and everybody some ability to get clear. They're just going to go, hey, Toby, thanks so much for getting towards the front. Tony Thomas, the Western Australian, now just comes over the top of it. So he's going to have to try and hold his position there on the rail if he can. But, Nick, it is, lack of a better word, carnage through the first 800 metres here.
Adelaide, but Barrett's decided to step up here and have a crack at that under-18 race. So he wants to make that team for the Youth Commonwealth Games. So Toby Rule here, the North Queenslander, he wore the North Queensland colours at the All Schools. Here he's in the maroon of Queensland. He's the one that's possibly now the favourite. So you've mentioned it really well there. So that's Joseph Leithland from Queensland there. Oh, sitting in there as well, you've got Isaac Beecroft of New South Wales. He's the short athlete there, just sitting in front of Josiah Lowe. Josiah Lowe's running 3 wide. The South Australian there doing a lot of work as well. That's LaCroix Snide. I missed what they went through there. I think it was just on 3 minutes.
Just on it, right on it there.
Some of these boys have run a lot quicker than that, so expect a pretty quick last 1 kilometre kick down. The nice thing though I've seen though, conservative running, they want to win a national title. It's really important here. The time, there's no qualifying time they're looking for. They are looking for a gold medal around their neck. And to beat the best. They don't get to race each other enough. And this race, to me, is the future of the De Castella 3,000 metres at Zatopek. One of my favourite races every year. So we know the prestige of who won it last year, Cameron Myers. And that De Castella 3,000, these boys will be setting themselves for at the end of this year. And look at what the future holds for them. Distance running in Australia is absolutely booming. And our junior athletes are matching it with the best in seniors. And who's going to be the next one to stand out from this pack? So at the moment, the West Australians have decided they're going to pilot that field through, and they're doing a really good job of it. So terrific job there by Tony Thomas and also Jonah Hanakiri. So they're the 2 in front at the moment. The pack now for the first time is just spread over about 20 metres, and we've got a splinter of 4 athletes at the back. So a sign that the pace has picked up a little bit from the 3 minutes through the first kilometre. We know some of these boys can go 8:40, so can they kick down in that sort of 2:50 range for the second and third K? They haven't stretched it too far, though, at this stage. They've still left a group of incredibly 22 athletes in it.
And there's certainly plenty left to run in this race. Luong now just at the back of this pack that's trying to get split. at the moment, but as you mentioned, it's the Western Australians who want to do a lot of the work. Hanakiri on the outside shoulder now, just starting to drop back ever so slightly. The one to make a big move there was Isaac Bearcroft, the New South Wales athlete. He was in the middle of the pack, put himself in fourth, and now puts himself right on the shoulder there of Tony Thomas of Western Australia. So he's an 8:51 runner here, the New South Welshman. He'll just really put himself in a position where if there's a move to be made, he'll be able to cover it. So New South Wales, well, they hunt in packs. They're all on the outside shoulder here of the Western Australian. He's looking really comfortable now and starting to move through really nicely too. He's going to be more from New South Wales. It's Josiah Lowe. So Lowe now puts himself into second position. Stalking on the outside there is Beecroft. It's a plethora of Queensland talent behind them there. So this race, it's not necessarily incredibly fast, but it's just going to be a slow build up in tempo here. And if you haven't got the wheels on you, it's going to be hard to maintain. So they start to lose a few more. A couple, though, want to put themselves in a position when the move's made. They want to be around it. South Australia now just creeping up on the inside rail there. And as I say that, looking really comfortable, Tyler Doggan of Queensland. He'll put himself in the middle of the pack.
So it's 11 athletes at the front now. Luang, as you mentioned, is the one that's trying to just latch onto that to make sure he doesn't get dropped from that group. And also one of our other Queenslanders there, I reckon it's Parkin at the moment in 13th. 5:57. So 5:57 through 2K. So it's a slight kick down. What's this last K going to be? Oh, I reckon it's going to be fast. We can see now the group have become 10. So it was 22, only 400 metres to go. Very quickly now at the front, it's a group of 10, and it's the Queenslander making every post a winner here. That's Tyler Doggan. Though it's a dogged effort here. Tony Thomas doesn't want to give up that inside rail, and neither does Isaac Beecroft want to lose a spot in that lead group with the South Australian then leading through a next group of 3 Queenslanders. So Tony Thomas, he's had a rail run right through. His West Australian teammate there in Jonah Hanakiri, he's the one sitting one back from him on the rail. And now there's a little subtle move around the outside. Queensland has decided it's time to start winding this up with 600 to go. It's going to be Edward Curran. So Curran of Queensland gently moves to the front. It wasn't assertive. Beecroft matches that move. He's the athlete now in third. Hanakiri and also Thomas still in that group. Quickly, the group of 10 just dropped a little bit to now a group of 8. And our leader there's Curran's trying to make this a group of only 2 or 3.
So
little stumble there. Beecroft there, Mitch. Beecroft, Hanakiri caught his heels, and that's now made a bit of a gap opening up. It's given Curran a chance. Hanakiri and Thomas, so they're going to get the bell. This is going to be really exciting. Mitch, I'm going to let you call this last 400 as it's Curran leading through from Hanakiri, Beecroft and Thomas.
So Curran looked the best of them at 200 metres. You mentioned a slight stumble. You've got to make the most of your opportunities, and Hanakiri of Western Australia did just that. Beecroft, well, he came from the middle of the pack, crept up on the shoulder. He's going to try and creep once more, so sits in that bronze medal position, but it might just be temporary. Curran leading it out here. Hanakiri sitting in the silver. Queensland now starting to stalk there. It's going to go the other way of William Curran. So it's a Curran sandwich at the moment, and Hanakiri is the meat in the middle of Western Australia. Done with that now. Gets right up on the shoulder there of Edward Curran, and William Curran sitting in third. So Curran, Hanakiri, a little bit of a shove, almost pushed him forward here, the Western Australian. It's Hanakiri, Curran, Beecroft not far away either of New South Wales. So Hanakiri, he went at 200 metres. It's William and Edward Curran. Beecroft on the outside. Hanakiri went the earliest. Here comes Curran, Hanakiri, Beecroft and Curran. He made the move at 200. He made it definitive. He made himself national champion. What a performance there from Hanakiri. The Curran sandwich, and Isaac Beecroft came moving on the outside. He'll get up for a medal.
249.
26-man field.
249 last kilometre. They've really kicked down there, Mitch. 249. We said it. We called it pedestrian. That's pretty tough. I'm not sure how many of you would jump on your treadmill and run 3-minute kilometres. But for these boys, they were pretty controlled through the first K. But you called it well there. At one stage, we thought we were going to have 2 Curran, the twins on the dais. It wasn't to be. They fought over the bronze medal in the end. Beecroft flew home really fast. But your man from Western Australia, they just keep winning medals, Mitch. The West Australians, tell you what, their heart's as big as their state.
I was about to say, I think it was a twin battle there between the Currans, which is always going to be interesting in the car trip home. Tried to follow the famous name of Jack Curran into a state gold medal, or a national gold medal, I should say. So Edward Curran, William Curran,
They came charging, but the man who got there first, as I said, he made his move really intelligently there, Hanakiri. He was just sitting there on the shoulder thereabouts. So Jonah Hanakiri, it's William Curran who gets up for silver. He's an 8:45.89 now. And Edward Curran will, I think, just miss out there, unfortunately. But the Western Australian comes over and says, you know what, I'll just snatch a national gold along my way. So a great performance there. And Hanakiri is an 8:46 guy, so he was the fastest coming into this. And it is going to be Isaac Beecroft of New South Wales who did enough, and he just edges out Edward Curran. So William Curran's your silver medalist. Edward Curran is your fourth place getter. And Beecroft, well, he was coming and going, the young man. He was in front, he was behind, he was everywhere. And so Beecroft gets up for a medal. It's our men's under 18 3,000 metre, and this is our first, so I dare say, under 18 distance medal up for grabs potentially outside of a walk on the flat surface. This is going to be an absolute cracker. You just mentioned.
No, Mitch, we're going to cross down to the high jump though, because this is getting really serious now. 185, second attempt for Wilson of Victoria. Over he goes. That's a great clearance there. So second attempt, we saw him pass earlier. I'm just trying to get an update of how many jumpers are left in this competition. It looks to me like there's only 2 left. 3 possibly. So the Victorian though over at 185. It's a third attempt here at the moment from the other Wilson, the New South Wales Wilson. We just saw 2 Currans go. They're twins. I don't think the Wilsons are the twins.
I don't think so.
Unless they live in different states.
You never know.
So third attempt for Wilson. 1 metre 80. Over.
Good jumping.
1 metre 85. Fantastic jumping.
So, great jumping there in our men's high jump.
So what have we got here? I've still got the spikes on. 3 athletes, maybe 4. I actually think there's 4 left, Mitch.
I think there might be.
The South Australians just come back out.
Yep, so that is Harrison Clark of South Australia. He's come back out. And so it looks like there's 4 remaining in the men's under 16 high jump. On the track now, though, is the men's under 18 3,000. Have a look at this. National record. Well, it was only set in March by Cameron Myers. He was silver in the men's 1,500 metre Open Championship with a 3:37. And he won't contest here this afternoon. He's probably done enough, you'd think, if he wants to find himself on that team. The Youth Commonwealth Games. But out here we've got 12 men who are going to go at it. And I'll read them out to you now. It's going to be Rory Vial, Jacob Shepherd, Jacob Sprunt, Angus Richardson, Miller Rivet, Harrison Phillips, Jean Claude into Yukita, Owen Hughes, Charlie Randell, Taj Nolan, Hudson Miles and Travis Fairweather. This will be your competitors in the men's under 18. Oof, 3,000 metres. So it's a 12-strong field here in the men's under 18, 3,000 metres. And that age group of the Youth Commonwealth Games selection, national record for this age, only set in March by Cameron Myers. He won't be out here to contest this afternoon. It's Queensland getting towards the front quickly, though. And that is going to be Owen Hughes. So Owen Hughes gets there. Now starting to move Harrison Phillips behind him there. Following along is going to be Randell. And this is one of 2. So as we look at it here, it's going to be timed finals here. So section 1 of 2 in the timed finals. 12 in this, 16 in the next. And leading it out at the moment from Queensland is going to be Owen Hughes. So Hughes and Randell moving along nicely. They're strung out here, unlike we saw in the under-17 event. They're going to give themselves plenty of room in the under-18s. It's about 67 on the clock, so not messing about here early. We saw a big kick down come in the under-17 event. The under-18s are going to go the other way. They might try and start it out quickly. Leading it off there is going to be Randell.
not too far away. Hughes in front, in fact. So it's going to be Hughes, Randell. Behind them there, Harrison Phillip, the Victorian in Rory Vial, sitting in fourth. Miles there in fifth. Moving now is Shepherd. A minute 40 through 600 metres. So when they come around, we'll get a 1 kilometre split. But it's a Queensland 1-2 punch in the first of 2 time finals in the men's under 18. Haven't lost too many. There's a little bit of separation. It's, call it the best part of 20 metres at the moment. But Queensland strong. Owen Hughes and Charlie Randell leading in out. Tasked with trying to bring them back here is going to be Harrison Phillips. Rory Vial, the Victorian, just on that outside shoulder. 1 out, 1 back. Moving nicely from the ACT is Jacob Shepherd, who doesn't want to get separated here, and he might even go around the 2 in front of him just to take up the running here. So Queensland 1-2 punch I mentioned. It's Harrison Phillip, though, from New South Wales, just bringing the likes of Vial and the man from the nation's capital in Jacob Shepherd along with him to try and latch on to this time. So Vial does that, makes really good contact, all thanks to Harrison Phillip, the New South Welshman there, trying to gap back a little bit further, starting to feel the pinch a little bit. Maybe the South Australian in Miles, but looking really strong out in front still is Charlie Randell. Owen Hughes leading out from Harrison Phillip. Vial not far away. Also Jacob Shepherd. So keep your eyes focused on these athletes. Off the back of it now from South Australia is Hudson Miles. And in front of him, another from New South Wales. So they've gone through the 1 kilometre marker under that 3-minute K pace, which will lead them under that 9-minute pace overall. A little bit of a change up here. I don't know if anybody's ambitious enough to go around the Queenslanders, but they've at least brought them back into contention. It's going to be Owen Hughes leading it out now. Moving around his shoulder is going to be Harrison Phillips. And in fact, he's done on the shoulder. He would say, I'll just go right to the front. So Harrison Phillips it is. He'll make his way down this home straight. Will Phillips. And right behind him there, he's been sitting in second most of the way, is Owen Hughes. So it's Phillips, Hughes, leading out Randell. Now moving up is Shepherd, Vial behind them there. Fairweather of New South Wales it is on the outside shoulder of Hudson Miles. So Miles now just goes up and approaches Vial, goes around him, wants to get on the back here if he can of Shepherd. Vial now doing his best to keep the South Australian out. But leading it through was Harrison Phillips. So time really important here. It's the first of 2 time finals. You want to get yourself in the best position you can to potentially come home with a medal. They now pack up. So they spotted each other room. They chopped and changed from the front. And now they're just going to all congregate together. They're 3 wide here. Leading it out, though, is Harrison Phillips. He keeps himself out of trouble, the New South Welshman. Behind him there, the Queenslander. I think it's still Owen Hughes. Randell not far away either on that inside. Jacob Shepherd hard to miss, the tallest in the field. And Hudson Miles from South Australia. He's just going to sit there nicely. So Miles now just starting to creep up on the inside shoulder of Phillip. Got an inside run there somehow was Owen Hughes of Queensland, and we find ourselves almost 3 laps ago. The Queensland 1-2 punch. Charlie Randell and Hughes it is. Behind them there is going to be Phillips, Shepherd. Also Hudson Miles, Vial and Fairweather maybe just starting to feel the pinch a little bit. But every time I say that about Vial, he finds himself back on the lead pack. So Queensland 1-2, Charlie Randell, Owen Hughes. Back to Harrison Phillips and Hudson Miles. So through here, they're going to be at 2 kilometres once they get through the 200-metre marker. 5:56, so some work to do here in heat number 1, or I should say time final number 1 of 2. Queensland's Randell leading it out. Hughes on the inside. Made the biggest of the moves as Hudson Miles. He now gets on the inside. So spotting each other any position they want, they say you can have it. Queensland 1-2 punch. Miles behind them there. Did a lot of the work there in the middle kilometre was Phillips. He's tall and he's looming. It's Shepherd. Vial not done with yet, and neither is Fairweather. So every time I think they've been shaken, they find something, puts his hand out there, does Miles, and says, spot me a little bit of room, mate. I'm a little bit taller than you. He says that to Hughes, now gets on his outside shoulder, and he won't have to say it to him. He'll just show him. So goes right around Hughes there. Randall leading it out. Starting to drop off the back a little bit is Phillips. Shepherd also on his outside shoulder. Vial and Fairweather a little bit further back than that. So it's a 1-2-3. Queensland 1-3. And the 2 is going to go the way of South Australia in Miles. So Miles running the widest of them all. Again, they've let Owen Hughes up on the inside of the track. Never seen anything quite like it. Any position you want on that rail, you seem to get it. It's Hughes now leading it out. Randall not too far away. And Hudson Miles. He can't shake the South Australian. He's running on pure confidence. So Miles now makes his way to the front potentially here for the first time. But keep in mind that inside rail has had free rein. He now shuts it off for the first time. So Miles is going to lead this one out. A little bit wider than him there is going to be Randall. Hughes there loves the rail and won't move from it. And why would you when you can get there? So here we go now. Queensland going to go around a little bit wider on the outside. It's going to be Randell. Hughes behind him there. Looking good still is going to be Hudson Miles, and they'll hear the bell. Here we go. Let's get it racing. So Queensland 1-2. Sitting in the third position is South Australia. Vial there in fourth. The Victorian is going to try and lead through Fairweather behind him there, and Shepherd did a lot of that work from the ACT. He's had the inside rail. He owns the inside rail here at the moment, Owen Hughes. He's going to keep leading out here. The South Australian tasked with the job, Hudson Miles, of bringing it back, and not far away is Charlie Randell. So Randell sitting in third, Miles sitting in second, and leading it out is Hughes, the Queenslander. Can't miss him in those fluorescent yellow spikes. 8:20 on the clock here. This is the fastest kilometre we've seen. And Hughes puts his head down. He knows that he's chasing time. So it's going to be the Queenslander and Hughes leading out from Miles. Randall sitting there in third. Making a good effort there is going to be Fairweather, the New South Welshman, in fourth. But have a look at this. He's wound himself up and he says, get me to that finish line. So the Queenslander now going to go. Owen Hughes, how fast will he move? Owen Hughes now pumps the arms, kicks away. What's under 8:50? Just misses. 8:50 on the clock. Brave racing there from Hudson Miles. And so too Charlie Randell. It's all about time here, as we mentioned. Travis Fairweather there in fourth. Vial, Shepherd. They were brave. But we wait on the clock now. And it was Owen Hughes, the Queenslander. He takes it out here in time final number 1 of 2. The men's under 18, 3,000.
Mitch, amazing calling there. We got a little bit confused on the start line there. I was looking for our Commonwealth Youth qualifiers and I couldn't see them on the start line. But we saw 2. But you know what? They've run PBs in that second race, and that's what it's about. Time final at Nationals. So the 2 races will now be compared to get our podium finishes.
Yeah, it was a little bit confusing. I was looking around the times, I was looking around the names, and I thought, hold on, what's going on here? But Nick, you were very quick to prompt me, so very thank you for that. As we finish it off here, Victorian is home. Time final number 1 of 2. We've got another 16 under 18s on the back straight. A few names in here to read out. You mentioned some stepping up from that younger age group, Nick.
This one is interesting, Mitch. You're talking about 8:21.60 being the qualifying time. So that's the time to make the Commonwealth Youth team. And it's not guaranteed. It's still quota specific, but 8:21.60 is the time. We have 2 qualifiers here. Kai here, I believe, has done his 8:11.40. I'm just trying to find confirmation of where that one is. It doesn't come up on my AA1 straight away. But Seth Marnie, 8:21.60, has gone inside the 8:21.60 with an 8:19.28.
Yep.
Mitch, what was your 3K PB at under 18?
I reckon probably around the 8:30 marker, I think, or maybe high 8:20s. But
and you could run.
Yeah.
So you could run a bit. These boys at 8:11.
I could have a roll. Yeah, they'd roll me.
I would argue the under 18 3K has just gone off the charts.
It has. It's really, really catapulted.
Last year we saw the 2 boys. We saw Sprotty and Diamond.
Yep.
Do unbelievable things going sub 8.
Yep.
And get within reach of those Gregson type times.
Keep in mind as well, Archie Noakes too.
Oh,
he came out and just won the under 20s. Cameron Myers, he took the national record. 7:52.
Insane.
So I'll
call these ones and they get away. So men's under 18 3,000 metres. It's one of the first events here that is eligible for that youth Commonwealth Games team to travel later in the year. You've got Luca Gillard of New South Wales, Kai Hahir of WA, Bailey Tague of WA, Padraig Heffernan, Queensland, Deacon Gore, South Australia, Charles Barrett of Victoria, one of those athletes running up the age here, Lawrence Keats, Queensland, Timothy Hogno, Queensland, Abdul Hafiz Foisey of Queensland, Thomas Kavanagh, South Australia, Logan Tickle, Victoria, Charlie Moore, Queensland, Seth Marnie, Queensland, James Paproth, Victoria, Elliot Pugh, New Zealand, and Alfie Steedman of New Zealand. And Alfie himself has got inside the qualifying time here, Mitch. And at the moment, though, it's Bailey Tague of the WA that's decided he's going to pilot the field through the first 300 metres, and it's quite slow. So that these boys here are backing the gold medal win and hoping that they're in the 17 quota spots.
Yep, I was about to say, it's going to be really interesting to see how these guys who have the qualifiers run this race. Do you go out there and really cement in the selectors' minds, you've got to put me on this team 69 seconds through the first lap, or do you back yourself to win the gold and hopefully get selected on something like that? Obviously, also depending on what Cam Myers wants to do at a 7:52. But you mentioned a couple of lads want to run up here. One of them, Charles Barrett. So it'd be interesting to see what they do. The New Zealanders are going to be the ones to take it out. They're only not too far off the qualifying is Elliot Pugh of New Zealand. As you mentioned, Alfie Steedman has got it. So the one to tuck in behind them is Charles Barrett, the man from Essendon in Victoria.
Archie Noakes' training partner, the man you just mentioned, coached by Charlotte Wilson.
Yep.
Doing some really good things. Seth Marnie just sitting on the shoulder there. He's coached by Jaden Russ here in Brisbane. Brisbane Athletics already having a fantastic meet. We saw Alexander Wayne go around earlier. So Seth Marnie's had a great year over 1,500 and 3,000. This is going to be a great battle to the end. We talked before about the De Castella 3,000. These lads are ready. Some of these actually raced in that race in December.
Well, absolutely. And now they turn their attention potentially to a second instalment of that, or the first instalment of the De Castella, depending on whether or not they got a run here. 2:15 through the first 800 metres. So picked it up a little bit on that one. I think they went a 69 to 66-ish, so a little bit faster. The New Zealanders are tasked with the job to get out in front. The underager, Charles Barrett, the Victorian, just on the inside there. So mentioned this is probably one of the first races of the meet where it's eligible for that Youth Commonwealth Games selection. Only 17 get picked, so gold medals are really important here.
And who doesn't want to go to the Port of Spain and Trinidad and Tobago to run? What an amazing trip that would be. But it's our West Australians. So West Australians just piloting the field through. Seth Marnie's on the outside of him. Charles Barrett on the inside rail. And then they're running about 4 wide just behind them. So they've bunched up again. So there's going to be no qualifying time here. They're not going to run the 8:21 here, which really probably only leaves in the hands of Seth Marnie as a selection, you'd imagine.
Well, 2:50 through the first K, so it is going to take something special hard to be able to get under there. They're going to have to really pick it up. This pack running doesn't necessarily suit fast running, so you're completely right. They might need to try and string it out or rely on somebody to do that. They've been happy to let the New Zealanders and Steedman and Pugh, though, take it out. It's Barrett on the inside shoulder there, just hugging that rail. It's starting to string out just a little bit as we talk about it now, so be interesting to see how fast they've gone around this lap. So keep in mind, it was 2:50 on the clock there, and they made their way through the first kilometre. And this will give us a really good indication of whether they're chasing that time or they're just starting to pick it up to try and drop a few off. So Queensland positioned themselves really well here and looking really strong. You mentioned they've had a really good championship. Well, Seth Marnie, he's had a good 1,500. Jaden Russ coached, and he puts himself in there 68 seconds through that lap.
So you're right, the New Zealanders doing a wonderful job out in front there. Seth Marnie, Charles Barrett on the inside rail run. When they come through this 1,500 metre mark, Mitch, that's going to tell us the halfway point. So you know what? They could kick down and still not be too far away because they have picked up the pace there and they've gone through in 4:13. So it's going to take a 4:08. It's going to need a 4:08 last 1,500, but they are capable of that definitely with the quality in this field. But someone's going to need to take control very shortly to pick this up and get to the front and make sure the pace doesn't drop off too far. Charles Barrett's pushed through on the inside rail there, and he says, maybe that's my job. As Alfie Steedman still sits in the front, Seth Marnie, Charles Barrett, then Kai Hahir. Kai Hahir's time's actually a handheld 8:11. So I'm intrigued to know, it doesn't appear on my ranking list whether that's an official qualifier or not. He ran that only in Perth just a week ago. So he ran a 3,000, actually 9 days ago he ran his 8:11, which is phenomenal running over in WA. And he's the athlete on the inside rail there. The South Australian looks really good in there, Thomas Kavanagh. But look, there's class at the front of this pack. It's great to see the New Zealand visitors here. And that's Alfie Steedman now going through. Seth Marnie, Charles Barrett, Kai Here's matching that move now. The South Australian Kavanagh, as I said, he's into 5th.
So Tickle on the outside of Kavanagh as well. And as you mentioned here, if it's hand time, he'll be very eager here to prove himself and put himself in a gold medal position. So the Western Australian now sits in 4th. Just gets on that outside shoulder of Barrett, leading him out in front. The Queenslander looking really strong. And as you mentioned, Steedman, I don't think he's moved from being at the front of this field. So the New Zealander is leading it out here at the moment. Looking really good in the process of that too. As this field is stringing out ever so slightly here on the back of it there in 4th. It's going to be Tickell in that 5th position. Doesn't want to get caught in no man's land, but might be the only option for him unless he can get on the back of the Western Australian. But this pack of 4 working really well together, spotting each other room. It's probably not going to be a game of speed now. It's going to be a game of a kick who can get the gold medal.
I know I'm hung up on the clock a little bit here, Mitch, but I'm really looking at that 8:21. Will they go inside that 8:21? It's going to be a tough battle from here. So it is Steedman, the New Zealander. Barrett sits on the shoulder of Marnie in 2nd and 3rd, and then it's here, the WA athlete. So 2 laps to go, 6:17, and needs something really special to get down there. We've unfortunately lost the South Australian there in Deacon Gore as he steps off in front of us. Steedman, though, gets winding up. So Steedman comes in with an 8:19 personal best. So does Marnie, the Queenslander, who's now just faded to 4th for a minute. We've talked about Kai here. The West Australian moves up. On paper, he's the fastest man. It was just 9 days ago, that 8:11. And Charles Barrett, the under-16 gold medalist from last year, is jumping up an age group here to take on the big boys as they have 600 metres remaining. But out in front, it's the New Zealanders leading us home. So we've been talking about state of origin and the fight and the battle of state pride all weekend. Now it's the battle across the ditch. So it's a man from New Zealand, 500 metres remaining. He's matched every move. He's worked his way from 5th and 6th, and with 450 to go, the West Australian could be the challenger to the Kiwi. Barrett, though, looks terrific. Barrett with the sunglasses on. Marnie, the spectacle man behind them. 1 lap to go. This could be a huge last lap, 7:22. Watch the clock. Steedman has a look over his left shoulder. So Steedman checks out what's chasing. Here's the man from WA next. Barrett sits wonderfully in 3rd. Marnie thereabout. The Queenslanders, including Heffernan and all the South Australian, Kavanagh next through at the bell. And also that's Gillard. 300 remaining. Here's the man. Here from WA. Barrett's dragging Marnie up. Can they catch Steedman? He's gone a long way from home. It's a long way from home from the WA. And here he goes. 7:53 on the clock. It's going to be really tight. Steedman goes again. The New Zealander's not giving up. He's tall, he's rangy, he's going to throw everything down here at the West Australian athlete. The battle for bronze, actually it's the battle for silver in the Australian Championships, is still on with Barrett and also behind him Marnie. But it's a here from WA. He's going to win national pride. He's going to win international pride. He's going to miss that time by 1 second. He's going to go 8:21 high. Through for second, it is the Kiwi in Steedman. Seth Marnie will take the Australian silver medal there. And Charles Barrett, what a brave run stepping up. And the battle here, this is a wonderful battle for 4th. It's Heffernan of Queensland. It's also the young Queenslander there on the inside. I've just missed who that is there. Big hip numbers falling off for us. But Thomas Kavanagh of South Australia there as well. It might have been Charlie Moore, I reckon, that got through already. Then we come through here with Timothy Hogno. Also, Abdul Hafiz Foisey. Next through is Luca Gillard. What a race, though, out in front, Mitch. If they'd just gone, I reckon, probably a couple of 100 metres earlier, we'd have gone inside that 8:21. So our selectors, they're going to be interesting to see whether they take a 3,000 metre runner now. It was a great run, Kai. He's got the 8:11. He's got the 8:11 in his books, and he's won the national title, so you can't ask for more than that.
He was very impressive tactically as well there, Kai, here. He just bided his time. He moved his way through. We didn't mention him until about 1,500 metres, so that just goes to show he was willing to wait for his opportunity, and he got it. It's Tickell now, the Victorian. He's going to finish it off here. Well done to the Victorian there in Logan Tickell. He'll close out his 3,000 metre championship here in Australia. But you're right, the selectors will have to look at that. Gold medal, 8:11. The Western Australian Kai here. He takes it home in the under-18 3,000.
And as you said, Mitch, we need to clarify for those, a few parents were asking me earlier, it's not a case of picking a 3,000 metre runner. It's a quota system, so there won't be every event filled. So it's a case of, at the moment, I think we're up to about 29 athletes qualified. Only 17 can go across all track and field events. So a 3,000 metre run there might be getting compared with a long jumper or even a high jumper or a hammer thrower. So it's a battle of who's closest ranked, I suppose, to the top points there and all the closest to those medal possibilities when they head off to the Port of Spain in Trinidad and Tobago.
Great trip that would be for anybody selected. So plenty happening still out in the field. Looks like our under-16 high jump still going, but a javelin throw as well commenced in the middle of it. So plenty happening here on day number 2 of the Australian Junior Track and Field Championships.
Just looking at the javelin there, 193 in the high jump. We'll try to get some pictures from that shortly. The action is serious at 193. I reckon the 2 Victorians remain. I just can't tell whether our South Australians still left. Wilson's definitely still going. Just Wilson at 193. Second attempt at 193, which means he's our gold medalist. You see the Victorian cheer squad behind him there getting very excited for him. Look at the focus on him. Ooh, not going to get over on the second attempt. So he'll come back for one more attempt. It was a great action when I was down there earlier. I loved being down at the high jump and watching these boys jump so well. But one more attempt for Maddox Wilson. He was the first athlete to pass some heights earlier, so he had some confidence he was going to get over these big heights. Came into the competition as a 188 jumper. So they earlier went through 182 and went into 185. So now at 193. Now he gets significant time here as the last jumper left in the comp. He gets a significant time. Meanwhile, though, I'm going to see him come out for his last attempt. Can we get Maddox Wilson over 193? Hard to believe the national record here is at 214. So Maddox Wilson, third attempt. He's already grabbed the gold for Victoria. Can he take a huge personal best, 5 centimetre personal best here, and really seal that gold medal victory? In aggressively on the curve, up, and no, he's not going to get it today. So he's going to bow out of the competition. 193, unsuccessful these 3 attempts, but he's your gold medalist. So congratulations, Maddox Wilson. As we throw to a break here on 7+ from the Australian Junior Athletics Championships.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
So we're back down to javelin action here at the Chemist Warehouse Australian Junior Athletics Championship. Some great more pictures we just saw then from Tourism Queensland. Wonderful pictures of both Brisbane and the whole state. And that's a javelin just outside, over 35 metres, Shepherd of WA. She'll be happy with that throw. Meanwhile, our para 800 metres under 17 are just walking their way to the track. You can see the long shot there. So Cooper Rob Jackson, T38 athlete from New South Wales, is here. Nick Kane of Queensland, Archie Dixon, T38 from the ACT. The start list comes to your screen. Adnan Darwich of New South Wales, Kai Davenport of Victoria, Hayden White, Queensland, Leopold Reeve of Victoria. So a combination here again. We've got our ID athletes here, so intellectually disabled athletes here in T20 classifications in lane 5 and 6. And then our muscular dysfunctional, so athletes, mostly cerebral palsy classifications here, the T37, 38 athletes. So Cooper Rob Jackson here, probably the one to watch. He was very impressive in the 400. Comes in here with the fastest seed time. So from the inside, you've got Cooper Rob Jackson of New South Wales, Nick Kane of Queensland, Archie Dixon of ACT, Adnan Darwich of New South Wales, Kai Davenport, Victoria, Hayden White of Queensland, and also Leopold Reeve. So a lot of these athletes went around in the 400 yesterday. The dominant athlete there was Cooper Rob Jackson, and he's the one that's gone straight to the front here. So reminder, we have three different classifications across this competition here. So we have mostly cerebral palsy athletes here in the 37 and 38 classification, which includes Cooper Rob Jackson. And then you've got the T20 athletes, so those athletes with an intellectual disability. So the T20 athletes here in Darwich and also Davenport. So you expect Cooper Rob Jackson here to really control the field in the first lap, and he has. He's a 2:18 runner at best, and back behind him at the moment, you've got the Queenslanders moving along really nicely now. The first of those Queenslanders is Nick Kane, as at the bell, 1:05 it is. So Cooper Rob Jackson moving very quickly at the bell, 65. First of our Queenslanders looks terrific, Nick Kane. So Nick Kane trying to chase down Cooper Rob Jackson. PBs as well. I like the way Nick Kane's moving in second. Cooper Rob Jackson's controlled it from a long way, but the gap's gone from 30 metres to about 15. The chase pack behind. Hayden White now moving along really well. He's in that T38 class, and he's got a good battle on his hands at the moment with the Victorians. And that's Kai Davenport and also Leopold Reeve. So three different classifications here, so no guaranteed gold medalist for the first across the line. It'll be re-ranked afterwards on a percentage scale. Oh, but Cooper Rob Jackson, that looked like down the back straight for a little while there, that Nick Kane was going to make some gap up, but he's not going to from here. Cooper Rob Jackson, strong, dominant run here in this under-17 para 800 metres. They are flying home for third and fourth. The Queensland, second of the Queenslander, Hayden White, grits the teeth. He gets up next to the Victorian there and Leopold Reeve. Reeve's come from nowhere. 2:18 for our winner. Cooper Rob Jackson very happy. Kane comes through in second. Leopold Reeve, lovely run there from White. The next of our Victorians, Kai Davenport. The ACT's Archie Dixon. We still have Adnan Darwich making his way around. We'll wait for the classification rankings there, but great running across all three classes. T20, T37, T38 athletes. I'm sure our athletes will stay there and give a bit of support for Adnan Darwich as he makes his way around. He went around in the 400 yesterday as well, and here he comes in his 800. High fives on the outfield there from Cooper Rob Jackson to a couple of the athletes there, just a little bit spent after that one. But let's keep our applause going as we bring Adnan Darwich down the home straight. This is our under-17 para 800 metres. He's made his way around in lane one the whole way. Well done there, Adnan. And that rounds out under-17 men's 800 metres. So we've just had a medal presentation here for that 3,000 metres we saw earlier with Kai here beating the Kiwi home. Seth Marnie and Charles Barrett getting the medals. But next we move to the under-17 para 800 metre women. Not quite the same depth of field here, but in two very different classes. The TO1, Matilda Campling of Queensland, and Layla Sharp, T38 in New South Wales. Interestingly here, we saw yesterday in the 400 that our wheelie athlete, T33 athlete Coco Espy, she actually competed with our T1 and T38 athletes, but in a circular race where you share lane one, they don't combine. So unfortunately, we're going to see Coco Espy go around by herself in the next race. Oh, the javelin out at near 35 metres again. Our West Australians thrown well. So 3:30 here in Brisbane, which is 4 hours of action, 3 more hours on the stream tonight. And action aplenty there is. Those 3,000s were terrific. We've still got the girls' versions to come of the 17s and 18s. And action does not stop here from Cusack at the Chemist Warehouse Australian Junior Athletics Championship, celebrating 100 years of junior championships. That Tasmanian hurls the javelin just under 30 metres. The DJ continues to entertain us here in the stadium. Hope you're enjoying it at home on 7 Plus or on the Athletics Australia YouTube channels. Thanks for those who shared some of the videos from yesterday. Certainly one of the highlight ones was young Dean of WA winning that 400 metres under 13 late last night. It's been getting a lot of hits on Twitter and Facebook. Great to see our young superstar junior athletes shining and getting the recognition they deserve on the national stage. How awesome is it that our sport at junior levels getting airtime on 7 Plus? So the next event on the track is going to be the under-17 800 metres, the para event. There we are, Campling and Sharp about to take action in this 800 metres. So just 2 athletes we have here in this 800 metres under 17 para event. As we were just talking about up here, yesterday we saw our wheelie athlete, our T33 athlete, Coco Espy, also go around in the 400 with our para competitors. But when we're talking about a lane 1 event here, it's not appropriate to merge our wheelie athletes. So it's our New South Wales athlete, Layla Sharp. She's a T38 athlete. She's gone straight to the lead here. Very strong first 200 metres as she takes the lead from Matilda Campling of Queensland. Matilda Campling, hearing impaired athlete in second. Layla Sharp, cerebral palsy T38 athlete. She looks terrific. She's trying to chase a 2:35 personal best time. So again here, classifications will be done post-event. Layla does have the advantage here of a really strong seed time coming in as she works through that first 400 metres, and she's on track to run about that 2:35. She's going to be a tick over 70 seconds at the bell. So 73 seconds at the bell, so it's going to be very close, that T35, 2:35 time for her. Matilda Campling comes through next, the Queenslander, and she'll be just over 82 seconds at the bell. So it's our under-17 para 800 metres. We saw a full field in the 400, not quite as many competitors here in the 8. But down the back straight, it's all about Layla Sharp. She's going to be racing her way through here to a national title. Bit of hard work. The breeze has just picked up. A little bit swirly here again at Cusack at these Chemist Warehouse Australian Junior Athletics Championships. Our high jump men's has just completed. Our women are now warming up. Likewise, our junior long jumpers on the front straight. But all the action on the track. Layla Sharp of New South Wales. 180 metres remains for her. Matilda Campling looking to close in as well in this last 200 metres. It's going to be tight on the clock to get that 2:35. Can we get Layla Sharp home here in 2:35? It's going to need the last 22nd, last 200. Layla Sharp comes down the closing straight. She's been terrific from gun to tape here. She's going to be first across the line in this under 17 para 800 metres. So well done, Layla. On reclassification, should also be your national champion. Unofficial, of course. But Layla Sharp, New South Wales, just a tick outside her personal best. 2:38 she goes. Matilda Campling's going to come through next. She'll be inside 2:50. It'll be 2:49 on the clock, or 2:48 high. And that's our under 17 women's para 800 metres. So that was a tough one there. Tough to run just the two competitors in it. But they fought it out well. Just outside of PB, unfortunately. But national title, I feel. On the reclassification for our New South Wales winner. Some action down here now from the long jump, just getting himself warmed up. Lots more to come. The men's shot put under 15 just finished up. You were seeing action earlier from the under 14 Jav. Women's high jump have now come out under 15. Still warming up there at the long jump. It's the under 15 men's warm up. So Coco Espy it is of New South Wales. She's going to be looking for a 3:32 personal best here. So let's try to keep the noise going around for Coco. She hasn't got another wheelie competitor this weekend here. We're going to need to get her going. We're going to see a personal best from Coco this afternoon. T33 athlete of New South Wales. And she started rolling very well through the first 100 metres. So that bright pink chair of Coco, she comes across now into lane one down the back straight. You saw a hand tap forward there as she just turned her steering. What an incredible history we have of wheelie athletes in New South Wales. Louise Savage, the absolute trendsetter. Maddie De Rosario, of course, has gone on since then from every distance, from the 400 on the track up to the marathon, multiple wins on the international stage. And love the fact now that Maddie De Rosario has now become a face of Australian sport, not just Australian women's sport, not just Australian para sport, but Australian sport now. What a long way it's come since those days of Louise Savage really setting the standard way back in the 2000 Olympics and onwards from there. But right now you're watching one of the next para junior stars here, and it's Coco Espy of New South Wales. So we're going to need something around just over that 90 seconds or thereabouts, or probably 1 minute 40 odd we'd like on this first lap to try and get her close to that 3:32. So Coco Espy comes through, 2:33. So what are we, 1:42. So it's going to be a tight one here. Can we get her home on the second lap? 3:32 is the time we're looking for. So Coco Espy of New South Wales, following that wonderful tradition, as we mentioned, of New South Wales wheelie athletes. There's a great crop of Victorian male athletes at the moment coming through the ranks as well, but the New South Wales female wheelie athletes doing a wonderful job. And it's great to see them on the equal stage here at the Chemist Warehouse Australian Junior Athletics Championships. featuring not just here in the stadium, but of course on 7+ as well, and Athletics Australia YouTube channels. So right now, Coco Espy's starting to feel it. She's going to need a bit of crowd support in this last 200 metres. Let's get her rolling home. The wind's picked up a little bit down the back straight. It's into her face as she turns for home. Hopefully we can get rolling fast for a quick time. 2:40 on the clock now, Coco. Let's get rolling fast. She goes past the high jump now. The high jumpers give her a bit of support as she runs up with 150 to go. 120 remains for Coco Espy. The time's still possible here. 3:32 is what we're chasing. We want a big last 100 here, Coco. Let's bring it home. So Coco Espy here of New South Wales. She's going to be inside that personal best. I see our steeplechasers cheering on down the main straight. That's what we want to see. A fantastically all-inclusive national championships. Our Australian junior athletic under 17 800-metre champion here in the para category is going to be Coco Espy, 3:25. That's 7 seconds inside that PB from the New South Wales juniors. So well done for Coco. Well rolled, Coco. You can see the fatigue on her there. That was a tough one. She had to do it solo, and she's done it solo, and she's rolled her best time. The pink chair was fast down the back straight. She had a little breather with about 250 to go, let the chair just roll. And then she got going, got it pumping. Should be very proud of that effort, Coco. Well done. All right. We see under 15 steeplechasers now ready to go. Now, I've got Mitch about to join me. I'm going to ask him a question when he jumps back online. Mitch, Freiger, was she in the under 15 800 metres earlier? Is it the same Freiger? Was it Emma Freiger earlier in the 800 metres?
I think it was.
So she's going to back up here in the steeplechase.
Yep.
So only a few hours later. Our start list is on the screen. I'll go through it, Mitch, while you maybe check that 800 metres for me under 15.
Sure.
So Evelyn Hill of New South Wales, Olivia Hinkenbottom of Victoria, Poppy O'Brien of New South Wales, Kadika Borsik of WA, Charlie Newman of Victoria, Abigail Barnes of Queensland, Monique Williams of Victoria, Ava Knox, Queensland, Saffron Jenkinson, Queensland, Sky Doggan, Queensland, Isla Faye, South Australia, Grace Adams, Queensland, Isabella Muck, New South Wales, Erin Glassick, Queensland, Emma Freiger is the one we're checking there from Queensland, Talia Lucas of New South Wales, and Ella Donovan of Queensland. So the quickest time here is, in fact, Emma Freiger of Queensland, the 7:05. We definitely had a Freiger early in that under 15 800 metres. I've just got to make sure that we have the same athlete. I'm not imagining it. We've got so many athletes here. Thousands of athletes here at these Chemist Warehouse Australian Junior Athletics Championships.
Trying to find it here, Nick. Live results. Working
feverishly. You're working feverishly there, Mitch. So, Mitch, while you were gone, we had two para 400 metres. There's Freiger. So we had two para 400s while you were rolling around, while you were off to a break. And Mitch, one of the gutsiest efforts I've seen this weekend was Coco Espy. She rolled her way around for a personal best solo.
It is Emma Freiger backing up.
So Emma Freiger, that race would have been only 3 hours ago.
Maximum 3 hours ago.
Yeah, so she's the favourite here. It'll be a big double. She can do it.
Oh, it'd be an enormous double if she can do it. I'd be very, I don't want to say unorthodox double, but
unusual.
An 800 to a 2K steeple.
Like it's
this age, I understand it, but
it's still in that window, isn't it? I mean, you're more likely to see the 1500 steeple double or the 800 1500 double, but
or the 15 3K double.
Yeah, or the steeple 3K double. Or the steeple 5K double.
So this is the most uncommon of all the combinations you can put together of that variety.
Not quite. We saw the Quah family doing the discus and the steeplechase.
True. But two different Quahs.
Same athlete, yes, no.
This is the one Freiger.
There's only one Emma Freiger.
One Emma Freiger. There you go. Oh, some of you will be too young for that.
All right, so what do we got? Under 15 steeplechase.
I reckon there's a couple maybe.
No steeplechase last year, of course, for the under 14. So unless one of them ran up last year in the under 15s, which I'm just going to check, there will be a first-time winner here at a national level.
So, Nick, I reckon there's a few doubling here. Not from that 800, but...
From the 3,000 yesterday.
Yeah. Higginbotham, Borsich, Knox, Isla Faye, South Australian.
So none of these ladies ran up the age group last year, so they're all debuting at an Australian Championships in this event. So sometimes you do get the under 14s have a crack at the under 15 steeple because it's not offered at the under 14 age group.
So jump up and have a go. So this would be really interesting. I would be willing to wager there would not be too many times in history we've seen an 800, 2,000 metre steeplechase double, to be honest with you. It'd be a handful of times, if that, over 100 years. Could be on the precipice of seeing it here for Emma Freiger. We almost need a Tarby stats on that one.
It's an interesting one. The two athletes here. The one athlete here, Mon Williams, actually represented Victoria at the All Schools. So she went to the All Schools in December as a junior, as an underage athlete. And she finished 6th there. She's not one of the highest ranked seed times here, but she's at least got some experience at national level over the steeple.
It's really important because, as we mentioned earlier in that under 16 steeple, getting over that water jump, being able to navigate yourself around these barriers is one thing at a regular meet at a state level championship where there's not quite as many competitors, but at the nationals, it can be really hard to find your feet. So having that experience behind you is huge. 17
of them. It's a big field.
It's a big field.
You run at your state all schools, you normally at a field of only a handful to up to maybe 10, but this is a packed field. And they're all close.
Do they stay in a pack? I reckon they will.
I think they will early. We'll see.
So, a way here of asking now the women's under 15 2,000 metres. And have a look at this. It's Queensland 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the moment. So, they're not going to mess around, the ladies in maroon.
And it's Freiger straight to the front, the 800 metre champ.
I love that. She's gone, make an argument, I'll sit in the pack and just wait and let this race come to me and
she's
build
got
myself
the speed.
into
We know
it.
she's got speed.
She could back the kick easily. She's the 800 metre national champion, but instead, with the 7:05 to her name, she's the fastest competitor in this field by time. Saffron Jenkinson, the next one from Queensland behind her, but these two are the fastest. And I love the fact that this is why juniors are better, because there's no fear in getting it. This is Jessica Hull only 2 weeks ago in that women's 5,000. Just get out there and go, I'm the class, come get me. Good water jump from Freiger as well, so maybe that's why the 7:05 is attached to her name. No double-footed there.
But what the water jump did do, it split the group of three very quickly from the next group. There was just, and what happened there was a couple of girls in that second pack just got caught behind a couple of double-foot landers. But Emma Freiger, if you were here 3 hours ago, you would have seen her win the 800, and here she is leading the steeplechase. So Emma Freiger it is. Isla Faye's next through. I love the name Isla. My youngest is called Isla, Mitch, so I'm going to cheer Isla home from South Australia.
So Isla Faye, well, she's caught the eye of Nick Wall. She gets right up on the shoulder there of Freiger. We mentioned the 800 metre national champion today. Not last year, not yesterday, not a few weeks ago. This morning claimed a national title here in the 800. So Freiger sitting in second position there. In third is Jenkinson, the Queenslander, the second fastest by time. But Isla Faye just going to go right to the front here, the South Australian, and really maybe capitalise on the fact it could be tired legs behind her there. So Freiger sitting in second. It's going to be Isla Faye sitting there in first and Jenkinson in third. They've really put a gap to the rest of the field here. Going to be the one to lead it is going to be Abigail Barnes from Queensland. But watch this water jump. It's a really defining factor of this race, and you can see just
Freiger was good there, Mitch. Freiger was really good on that water jump. Made up some good ground on Faye. So they're the two at the moment. They've just made a little bit of a gap, as you mentioned, from Jenkinson. So these are the three fastest seed times coming in at the moment, the way it's panned out. It's Faye of South Australia. On the outside of her is the Queenslander, stepping up from the 800 earlier. So she's going to have some tired legs, but she also has speed to burn if it comes down to a sprint finish, the 800 metre champ. And then Jenkinson sitting outside her. Next through, though, is a plethora of Queenslanders. They're everywhere. New South Wales athlete splits the middle of them. That's Isabella Muck. But you've got Queenslanders at the moment in second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth.
So they're everywhere, the ladies in maroon. And leading it out there in that chase pack is Grace Adams. So she'll be the one to try and bring it back to the third place getter here at the moment in Jenkins. But out in front, it is still going to be the South Australian in Faye. Leading it out from Freiger. We'll look at the 1 kilometre split. They're over cleanly there at the barrier. It's going to be around that 3:20 marker. So it's about 10 minutes. It's 2 kilometres. So let me take that one back. It's a good 6:40 there on the clock. So these two absolutely flying out in front. It's Faye and Freiger. It's been crucial, this water jump, and
Freiger
goes
again
right
drills
around
it.
the outside. So that 1 foot over the 2 foot proving to be crucial. Freiger should become, we can only assume, one of a handful of women to go an 800 and 2,000 metre steeplechase title in one hit, and maybe in one day might be solo. So Freiger out in front, Faye behind. Freiger over the top of these barriers, just wanting to gap away. It's those first 2 steps over and where she's starting in a little bit of distance over the South Australian. It's Jenkinson behind there in the bronze. She's well clear of the Queensland trio behind her, but out in front, Freiger now just putting her foot on the gas a little bit.
Mitch, I love the way she's moving. As you said, she's probably running exactly the same pace between the hurdles. But every time we get to a barrier, she just makes a little bit of a gap on Isla Faye. So I wouldn't count the South Australian out yet. She's made some good surges through the race. And she takes that one nice and cleanly. And the gap, though, sits at about 10 metres as we go in the back straight. Exactly 10 metres it is when you use those white lines. So Freiger, the Queenslander. The South Australian, Faye, finds herself sandwiched between 2 Queenslanders. Then there's a group of Queenslanders. Maybe they can still sniff a chance back there. Jenkinson was moving along at the top group at the moment, but now there's a bit of a break behind the chase pack, and can they run Jenkinson down over the last 600? So for the second last time, we get to the water jump. The high jumpers just make a bit of room for them to come through. The steeplechase and the water jump aren't a great combination at all times. And there we go. Freiger just doubles the distance in that last 200 metres. So it's gone out to 20 metres now. So Freiger, we've said it multiple times, the unusual double she's seeking today. Within 3 hours, she's looking to be the Australian junior champion over the 800 and the 2,000 metre steeplechase. It's only 430 metres away from her destiny. Here it is, the Queenslander Freiger. She's going to get the bell. She looks terrific in the yellow spikes. Resplendent indeed. Jenkinson's made a bit of a move in third. Can she close in on Faye? Faye takes her last lap. First barrier in the last lap there. So the South Australian. She's got 20 metres to the lead. She's got 30 metres back to bronze. Can Faye find one more surge? Freiger clearly over the 4th last barrier. They get the bell coming through in front of me now. That includes Poppy O'Brien. Also in front of me there, Grace Adams of Queensland. I mentioned Monique Williams before, one of the few athletes doubling up from the All Schools last year in Adelaide. But right now, 200 metres remain. Freiger's not going to get caught from there unless there's disaster at that last water jump. So Freiger it is. Faye steps over that one with the old foot on technique. Jenkinson still looks really good back in third. But Freiger it is at the water jump now. She's been wonderful through them, and she completes it again beautifully. Steps out of the water. She runs away from the water jump for the last time. She runs away from Faye of New South Australia. But down the home straight, let's make some serious noise. She's a double gold medalist today. Look at the clock. She'll be a tick over 7 minutes. She's going to run a PB. Emma Freiger, she's won the double, the 800. It was at just after 1 o'clock. Now she's broken 7 minutes. She's your 2K champion, 2K steeple national champion. Isla Faye, she fought on strongly. She's run a massive personal best there, Isla Faye of South Australia. She's gone inside 7:10 for the first time. Jenkinson's going to be just outside her personal best, but she's going to be on the podium with her teammate. And then the battle for 4th is really heating up here. The first of our Queenslanders through now. It's going to be Ava Knox. So Knox will come through. In front of her, behind her is Poppy O'Brien. Monique Williams, we mentioned, she gets through in a tick over 7:30. That's a personal best for her. Good battle there in the next Queenslanders. Grace Adams is one of those two battling through the line. But Mitch, what a double we've seen. And it's a terrific double we talked about. Emma Freiger.
As I said, it must be a handful of people over the Australian Junior Nationals in its 100 years of competition that have done a 2,000-metre steeplechase, an 800-metre national title, not just in one weekend, within a 4-hour period of each other. So Emma Freiger of Queensland, a super talent, and gets under that 7-minute marker as well. So you just see boxes being ticked everywhere for Emma Freiger. It's Talia Lucas who comes down now. And our final competitor here in the women's 2,000-metre steeplechase championship of Australia. It's Evelyn Hill of New South Wales. She'll round it out and finish it off just under that 8:30 marker. But Emma Freiger, ultra impressive, a name to remember for the women's under 15 2,000-metre steeplechase. So, yep, microphone still works. Nick Wall just about pulled out SEN from Melbourne. But great racing there from Emma Freiger. As we, well, looks like we might have a small little gap in terms of track proceedings. Our men's 2,000-metre steeplechase under 16s is, or under 15, sorry, is what comes up next. And plenty of talent in this race. Heptathlon not too far away either, the 800 metres, so that would be the final event, would it not, of the heptathlon and 800. So we'll get some updates on the points there before they get underway a little bit later on. But next up, our women's under 15 high jump is also out in the middle of the track. It's a gook here of Victoria, though. We'll be jumping in the long jump event. So he goes up the Victorian. Seems happy with enough with that one. We'll wait and see if they flick the board around for us. But what a performance we just saw there. As you can see now, our high jumpers are mapping it out, getting ready to jump, move some cones around, do what they need to do. It's going to be an interesting one when the steeplechase is going on. Obviously, going to go right through the water jump, potentially. But they won't care as long as they get their run up. They're okay. So away here, the Western Australian is up and over. First time of asking as well is always important. You never know if these high jump events are going to go to count back. Let's have a look here at the men's long jump. It's Kamada of Western Australia. He's up and he's off. Seemed to be happy with it. Gets the white flag too. So saw a 5-metre jump just before. Victorian up and over. In this, the high jump. Field and track on display here at the moment. Well, we have a break in the proceedings on the track. Our men's under 15 steeplechase gets out here now. And let me tell you, there are 20 athletes here in the men's event. So much like we saw in the women's, I have a feeling that's Maddie Malias jumping down there in the long jump. He was the 200-metre hurdle champion. He's run over the flat 100, I believe, maybe even the 400 as well. So Matty Malias is priming himself to be a great young decathlete, you'd think, with this many events. And so we watch Malias jump the Victorian. I think it might be a foul. It is. Red flag goes up. So stay with us. We've got plenty more coming up here this afternoon. Next on the track, though, will be our men's under 15 2,000-metre steeplechase.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
Well, I told you not to go too far away. I hope you didn't. Grab your coffee, grab your post-week, well, technically, post-work drink, whatever it is that you're going to settle into here on a Friday afternoon. The 100th edition of the Australian Junior Track and Field Championship brought to you by Chemist Warehouse. We have our men's under 15 2,000 metre steeplechase. We'll try and get them in here before the race goes off. Station number 1, Jack Genvy. Station number 2, Trent Alley. Station number 3, Aston Lake. Station number 4, Tristan Kidd. Station number 5, Nathaniel Nathishan. Station number 6, Ethan Howard. Station number 7, Connor McGreevy. Station number 8, Oliver Gartner. Station number 9, Cameron Baxter. Station number 10, Zach Moore. Station number 11, Leslie Jagger. Station number 12, Owen Dixon. Station number 13, Hamish Cox. Station number 14, Lucas Harris. Station number 15, Jet Keeley. Station number 16, Keaton Harrison. Station number 17, Harrison Fern. Station number 18, Noah Taralo. Station number 19, Matthew Mordrell. And rounding it out in station number 20 from Queensland, it's Hannes Forbes Schultz. These are your 20 competitors here in the men's under 15 2,000 metre steeplechase championship of Australia. Some times to be mindful of. Fair few of these men under that 7-minute marker, and even better than that, couple under the 6:40 marker. So Trent Alley of New South Wales, Nathaniel Nichidian, I'm going to go with, of Queensland. Ethan Howard of New South Wales as well under that 6:40 marker. And not to be outdone, but Jet Keeley, the Victorian, also under that 6:40 marker. So those are the ones to look out for. But as we've seen across all the events, these first 2 days of the championships, anybody can pop out of anywhere and come and claim a medal. So we'll let Tommy Osh go through his business. He's been fantastic here, our ground announcer. Which we love. And here we go. All 20 competitors, I believe, are on the line, ready to get racing. In the starters' hands now. So they'll come back. I'll tell you what, Tristan Kidd of South Australia wasn't interested in stopping that race. Hands on head. He'll go again here. So it didn't look like anything unsteady on the line or anything like that, more of a technical malfunction. So just the sound nobody really wants to hear. Western Australian jumping there in the long jump in the meantime. I'm genuinely serious here. Tristan Kidd of South Australia, he's probably one of their favourites. Or they just got tricked. They got spooked here. So you know the juniors, they just about thought the race was starting then without being called up to the line. It's Tristan Kidd. I don't know if you saw him on the video. He's a 4 from the inside in the red. He had his hands on his head going, you're kidding me. I've literally got out here and I'm leading this thing and you want me to stop. They're back again. Well, that time it's clean. They all have a little bit of a look around though and just try and make sure that it's real almost. So away the second time of asking. And they'll go out into lane number 3, borderline 4, to put themselves in a good position. So a 20-man field in the under 15 2,000 metre steeplechase. We'll let them find their feet. It could be Jet Keeley, the Victorian, to want to get out in front, the looming figure. A couple of tall timbers here in the 2,000 metre steeplechase event. And they will find themselves in a position. So it's going to be Harrison Ferns. They go over their first jump. Leading it, though, is Jet Keeley. So Keeley with Ferns. In the inside, Trent Alley of New South Wales. So these three are the fastest to go in there. It's Ethan Howard now as well, as the Victorians start to get on the outside. That's good jumping from our New South Welshman. Nick and I have spoken at length about just how important it is to only get 1 foot in that water jump. Get it right on the ledge and push yourself off and go. New South Welshman the best to do it. Jet Keeley, though, picks up the stagger quite quickly. And he's going out into lane number 3 to find some room. So some interesting tactics involved here. Leading it out, though, is Harrison Ferns of New South Wales. Puts his foot on the brake a little bit. Says, all right, let's make this a championship affair. Keeley on the outside now. It's New South Wales, Victoria, New South Wales, Victoria. It's got good rhythm, that. The Queenslanders hunting in a pack behind them there. South Australia on the outside shoulder. It won't be Tristan Kidd. I believe that's Leslie Jagger of South Australia. So spotting each other, plenty of room. It's a good bit of gappage there. But leading it out, looking really comfortable, is Harrison Ferns.
Yeah, Mitch, it was a pretty aggressive first sort of 500 metres out there. Now the pace has settled a little bit and they've just bunched back up again. They were spread pretty quickly. But they're going to get to this water jump for the second time. And a lot of athletes are going to be looking for a clean sight through because they don't want to land behind a 2-footed jumper. You want to make sure you've got some space and you can accelerate off this water jump. Our ladies have to wait at the high jump again as the boys go through. And there you see that, again, we just saw splinters in that pack and we've seen one go down, unfortunately. The water jump, he's back up. He's bounced up quickly. But our New South Wales athletes now piloting the field. It is still the man, Harrison Ferns, at the front. Now the Victorians decide to join them. And that's Noah Torello out wide. And in there, there's Ethan Howard, the Queenslander now in Othnall Nichetine. He's now gone 4 wide at that steeple. But sometimes that 4 wide with a clean sight's a little bit better than getting stuck on someone's heels. Earlier today, I saw one of Australia's best steeplechasers hanging out at the venue, Jen Gregson.
Superstar.
Queensland superstar. She was just having a look on her way down the coast. Caught up with great Tim O'Shaughnessy on her way through.
Always loves a mention as well, Tim O'Shaughnessy.
He told me I had to mention him twice today, so there's one.
We hit the quota.
So there we are. So it's still a bunch pack here.
Well, they don't want to spot each other too much room. I keep saying that, but they're willing to go wide to do it. So you've got to put up the argument, I suppose. Do you want to get back 5 metres and be on the rail or be right on the shoulder and out in lane 3? It's a hard one it's a real judgment call, but
and there's 16 of them.
Where it's important, isn't it?
Yeah, there's 16 of them. They're only separated by 15 metres. Tristan Kidd, that South Australian, is at the back of that group. And he's not that far out of it.
So they make their way into this home straight. And a serious bit of movement there has come from Nathaniel Nichian of Queensland. He's just burst out of the pack there. So he was nowhere near the front of it.
I like Trent Alley's move here, strong as well.
So the Queenslander, the Chidian, he's going to lead it out here, gets over the top. There's a trio of New South Welshmen behind him there. The Victorian now starting to move as well. And that might be Noah Torello. So they're going to just try and gap away a little bit. It's the Queenslander, though. Nichidian leading it out there. His outside shoulder, or not even now. The 3 New South Welshmen are all going to run 3 abreast and try and get after the Queenslander. And it's going to be left to 2 of them here up the back straight.
Noah Torello's the one now making the biggest of the moves. He's gone up from 6th up into 5th. Can he quickly work his way around? He's hunting that top 3. I love the way Ali keeps making a move. So the New South Wales athletes now gone back to the front. Our Queenslander just hesitates at the water jump for that time there. Torello, the Victorian, still thereabouts. But they're going to get the bell, and it's going to be a serious battle on this last lap. So it's going to go New South Wales. Ethan Howard on the inside, on the outside. Okay, that might be... I've just got to check whether that's Ashton Lake or whether it's Trent Alley there.
Yeah, so it's Trent Alley behind there. So it's going to be Ethan Howard leading it out. Trent Alley behind him there. Starting to move now is Ferns. He's going to get on the backhand there of Nichidian, the Queenslander. But these 2 out in front are going to start to streak away here. So it's going to be Trent Alley and Ethan Howard, the 2 New South Welshmen. They get over the top of it now. So leading it out really strongly there is going to be Ethan Howard. Trent Alley not too far away. He's been really eager to cover every move. Hit the ignition and go now up the back straight. So it's Trent Alley of New South Wales. Just gets up on the shoulder there of his statesman. It is going to be Ethan Howard. So these 2 are going to do battle for a gold medal. Trent Alley and Howard. It's going to come down to the water barrier. It's always divisive here in the steeplechase. Who's going to greet it best? So the 2 New South Welshmen. Oh, that's a leapfrog over the top. Had a stumble. Gathers himself really quickly. So they make their way here into the home straight. It's going to be an absolute battle down there. It's Trent Alley, though, out in front. Streaming away over cleanly. Took it like a hurdle, he did. He says, I'll take it from here. Trent Alley, watch the clock. 6:28, 29, 30 national champion. And said to the crowd, remember this, Trent Alley,
national champion. Ethan Howard there for second. It's Nachidian there for third. Look at this sprint down finish. Phenomenal racing there from Forbes Schutz, who gets up. But what a performance, Nick. You mentioned him throughout the call. Trenali, you loved the way he went about it. Well, he's come home with a national gold. Great to come down to the line there. Tristan Kidd of South Australia. Connor McGreevy now of Queensland. Now the Queenslander going to come over the top of a New South Welshman. But great racing here in the men's under 15 2,000 metre steeplechase championship of Australia. It goes the way of Trent Alley. Wow. Well, how was that? Textbook steeplechasing there. I don't know why I said textbook like that, textbook, but anyway, we're here now. Trent Alley, though, we're talking about the leg snap of a hurdler earlier, Nick and I, and just saying, how important that is in the technique and I suppose speed in which you get through the 100-metre hurdles, the short form. Well, how about the longest form of them you can get, the steeplechase? And Trent Alley just says, thank you very much. So Trent Alley takes it. And a great bit of racing there. Malias, you can see on the runway here, the Victorian. So Malias, the Victorian on the runway. We've got our women's under 15 high jump going on out there. We've got our women's shot put going on. We've got our women's discus going on. We've got field events everywhere here at the moment. And the next up on the track will be the final event in the women's heptathlon. Nick Wall is taking it upon himself to go and get the total points and figure out exactly where they're sitting before we get stuck into the final event of that event. No, final event of that event. Final, I suppose, event of the heptathlon is the best way to describe it. We'll see here on the runway, a men's long jump still going. Weights it is of Queensland. About to come steaming down the runway, the young man. So wait at the runway. So it's getting a bit windy here. The conditions are really changing. I can tell you without getting down onto the deck, it's swirling. It's getting a bit colder. I mean, obviously, as cold as Queensland can get, I suppose. All the southern states hear me say that and go, are you kidding me? You know, I had family down in Victoria sending me videos, or not videos, but messages of 10, 11 degree Melbourne, raining and cold. I can tell you up here it's over 20. This is probably the coldest day I felt in Queensland in 2023. So put it that way. It's been absolutely beautiful. I got Nick Wall next to me dancing. He certainly wasn't dancing last night as our Blues got done by the Adelaide Crows in gather round over in South Australia. It's our women's javelin. It's up. It's off. Can't lose the javelin. It's as bright as some of these athletes' futures, that javelin. Here we go. Bang. Nick, he's trying to get involved here. He's got the points, though. He's not completely useless. Here's Nick Wall. Nick, take over, because these people are sick of listening to me fill time, I think. You've got the points for us. This is really important. As I said, women's heptathlon, 800 metres. Let's hype this up. Let's get it going. Women's heptathlon, 800 metres, final event. Points are big. We saw 300 points. Also, points going to go on screen soon as well. This is so great. So, done Mitch, with me, Nick. This is you. Take it away.
I'm waiting for them to come on screen shortly. We're going to wait for this jump.
Bang.
155 second attempt. It's a miss. The Victoria long jump now. Under 15 long jump.
Third round.
White flag goes up. There's been quite a handful of jumpers around that 550 mark.
So look, oh my, Nicholas, look at the haircut here. Jeez, do not move the camera, please.
The West Australian.
Look at that, man. That is a pure-blooded Western Australian. My goodness. That is the greatest haircut at the championships, without a doubt. We'll try and get a read on his name. His name, I can tell you what it is. It's him. Doesn't need anything else. It's just him.
It's Oliver Reynolds.
Nah, it's him. It's him, Reynolds.
I love the WA athletes. There you go.
Reynolds. Go, son.
Oliver Reynolds looking to get up near 6 metres.
Look at it in the air. Oh, my goodness.
He's got a bit of the prime train about him.
He does. The prime train.
Here we are. So, Mitch, this is what I've been waiting for.
Cut the prime train out. Let's get onto the head points.
The under 17 points. So, look at the battle here for silver. So, Isabella Wing, the Tasmanian, she's just got to get her way around pretty safely here. 4,249 points.
She was leading after day one.
Mon Williams, only 49 points ahead of Rihanna Di Giuseppe. And I'll give you an update of what sort of that looks like in the 800 in seconds soon. Ava Stevens is third, over 3.6. And look at Tara Holyoake, just a bit behind her. Tara was terrific in the 200, remember?
I was going to say, you remember that she has some serious speed about her. So 800 obviously a bit longer, but leave her with a chance, and she might be able to really hit the jets. Tara Holyoake, she was ultra impressive. The under 18s will be up soon, but that'll be a really good battle, you would think. And obviously, well, you're going to tell us.
You reckon it's close? Look at this.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. It was
33,
end of day one,
32 points.
10 points between first and fifth. It has hardly moved. So
what are we there? So we're going to be.
So that's 32.
3, 7, 8, 3. So we're only 72 points between first and fourth. The New Zealanders in there. So Leach, though, the ACT athlete, 3.618, and even Crawley at 3.601, only 182 points behind the goal.
So you'll remember yesterday, Nick, we talked a lot about Ella Button, how good she was in that high jump. Another one who was leading after day one, so been able to maintain all the way through to the final event. We saw Wing leading.
Madison Witt made up 58 points this afternoon in the javelin.
That's big.
So that was a really big day for her. So she gave up the points in the long jump this morning, then got most of them back in the javelin, and she goes in the last event 32 points down.
So you put that in perspective of what she's picked up. This is why this is such a cool event, this heptathlon, decathlon, and ending on an endurance event too. This is a real test of character.
It's about 14. It's about 14 points a second. So from memory,
so she'd have to be 3.5 seconds in front.
So she's got to be within
between which two athletes do we need to look at there?
The top two there, separated by 32 points.
Okay.
32 points is only 2 point. So that's only 2.4 seconds, 2.3 seconds.
Are they only? It's one heat.
One heat. All 12 will be on the track. 12 or 11. 11 from memory.
So one heat, one hit. Telling me 2.5 seconds separates it technically. Gold from silver if they finish that far away from each other. What does it look like, that fifth position into that so it's 100 and odd points from first to fifth, from third to fifth? I'm curious as to what that looks like.
14 points a second roughly. Remember, about 14 points a second. So Matt,
so they're 90 seconds, 90 points. So that's only 5-6 seconds. Realistic. And over at 800, I know it's like, oh, that might be a lot, but in a heptathlon 800, that's not all that much. Let's go here. Talking about close as well. Jackson Stewart of Western Australia in the men's under 17 decathlon. Just gapping away. The interesting battle here will be silver through to fourth, you would think. So Joshua Osborne, Asher Andrews, Avery Thomas. They're separated by 150 points. And Asher Andrews and Avery Thomas, those two are separated by 70-odd points. So that's good 4 or 5 seconds in this 800 metres.
About 5 points for a second in the 1500.
Okay. So, yeah, okay. So I'm interested to see.
About 5 points a second. So obviously the spread, though, in the 1500 can be a lot greater. People can get done by 40 seconds.
It's going to be very interesting, this one.
40 seconds is a big gap.
And so the men's under 18, it's really three in it here. But where it can change, Nick, is the Tasmanians just quietly, in these decathlon, they've got medals everywhere at the moment. They're leading out the men's under 18. So these two are probably really the only two that can change.
40 points. It's only 10 seconds. Look, 8 seconds.
So Angus
8 seconds there. Clues needs 8 seconds on Wojcik. But Wojcik, from memory...
Good 800.
Oh, no. Jeez, he run that 400.
Yeah, he was flying. Was he the 49.5?
He was. Yeah. So Wojcik's definitely a track runner.
So, God, though, I understand that, but, geez, at the end of 9 events for this decathlon, get to this last one, that is one hell of a time. So Smith there, what we're trying to tell you essentially is, as Nick and I do the simple maths in our mind, this isn't decided yet. This 800 is going to be crucial in the women's 18-17, men's 18-17 decathlon, heptathlon.
Do you know what will happen?
Yeah.
We'll do the maths in our head as they cross the finish line and get it totally wrong.
So I'll tell you what, to take the pressure off us, take the pressure off everything here,
we might use the computer.
We won't say definitively who's got it, but we'll give you what we believe has been happening in front of us. Nick, probably better to do the maths. As a former carpenter, you'd hope that I'd be better at maths, but quick, easy maths I can do. The longer stuff, not so much. So, shout out to all the tradies out there who can do quick maths. Bill Dyer, particularly, my dad. If you're listening, Dad, you are. Did you know, I'm going to tell a really quick story here. Growing up and even well into my 20s, if I wanted to do
story about your dad?
Yeah, about my dad, Bill. He's
race walker.
Got a world record in the race walk as well. Youngest ever to walk 100 miles under 24 hours.
Well, you better be quick with this story, Mitch.
I was never allowed to use a calculator on my phone. He'd absolutely crack it and make me do it out loud. Now I count on my fingers. So, Dad, you've made me now count on my fingers and look weird in the community.
Well,
so.
on that unwonderful story from we've heard about Chelsea yesterday and Bill today, we're going to throw to a break.
Yep.
And we're back with the exciting action of Event 7 of the heptathlon.
Yes.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
So we're back. More great pictures from Brisbane there. Some wonderful tourism pictures. This morning I did my nearly 10,000 steps along South Bank with Steve Ellinghouse. And it was a great debrief of day one. Mitch?
Selling Houses Australia. You'll know that he actually owns the bend at Box Hill, Stephen Ellinghouse.
Here we are. So, Mitch, we've just talked through the excitement, and this is the heptathlon women's under 17 800 metre final event.
So you can see here, we've mentioned the cool thing about this is they're all going off in the same race. So there's no, what's going to happen in Heat 1, Heat 2. It's right here, right now, moments pure. Who are the ones who were saying we have to look out for?
Isabella Wing here is on 4,249 points. Monique Williams of Queensland, 3,926 points. Rihanna Di Giuseppe, 3,875 points. Ava Stevens, 3,654. Tara Holyoke, 3,633.
So, hold on. So we're looking at
Holyoke's trying to chase down a couple of hundred points there. It's gonna be a big task for her. But if she could be within about 12 or 13 seconds, you can actually turn it around really quickly.
So who's in second, third, and fourth right now?
So at the moment, Williams is in second. Di Giuseppe is in third. And then Stevens and Holyoke have got a real battle on at the moment for fourth. So we're going to see what happens. Isabella Wing, though, gee, she's been terrific.
Oh, she's been so consistent across all the events. That's probably the most important thing, isn't it? She was really good in that high jump. I know I'm just saying that, but I was down there yesterday, and also a good track athlete.
She's won the hurdles, the high jump, the 200. She lost the long jump by just a centimetre.
So that's really impressive.
And her jab was in the top 3 as well. So realistically, apart from the shot where she was still in the top, she still come 3rd in the shot. She's had an amazing
out of the
she's come top 3 in every event.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, as a heptathlete, that's about the dream, isn't it? Or even as a coach.
4th in the javelin, in fact. So she was only 10 centimetres off 3rd.
So, Nick, in these events, so under 17's being led by, I don't know, I just want to speak on, obviously, Tasmanian athletics going really well at the moment. So
the under 17s here are dominating the under 18s. That's the answer.
Yeah. And Tasmania's in, I think, the medals for 3 out of 4 at the moment. So the ones to watch we mentioned. So we're off. We'll wait.
Yeah, so
come back here. I think what's just happened, Nick, possibly, I might have actually just gone over the PA system a little early, right as they started. I'm not sure, though. It doesn't look like there's anybody that's moved. But if I have...
no, I think there was some movement, I think.
Okay. Well, that's... You know what? Yep, let's blame them, not me. Okay. So, Williams, Di Giuseppe, Holyoake. There's 2nd, 3rd.
Stevens
as well.
Stevens is in 4th at the moment, just in front of Holyoake.
In front of Holyoake. So can that 4th and 5th move up into 3rd and 2nd with a big performance here?
It's got to be, like, if we're talking about 14 points a second, it needs to be about 10 seconds.
Yep.
But in an 800...
It can happen.
That's not hard.
Yeah. Not in a hept 800.
That's what I'm saying, yeah, heptathlon 800.
So that one was... Yeah. That one was unsteady there. We'll go again for the 3rd time. I just want to get it done here, there, ladies, I think. So the final event here of the women's under-17 heptathlon, it all comes down to the 800. The points have been scored, they've been accumulated, and there'll be a few here wanting to get out and get out quickly.
So, Mitch, you're right. So, Isabella Wing's your competition leader, the Tasmanian. She's on 4,249 points. She'll be hard to catch, but the action behind it, Monique Williams from Queensland's on 3,926 and Rianne Di Giuseppe's 3,875. That's only about a 4-second gap between the silver and the bronze medalists if you look at it on times. And then Ava Stevens and Tara Holyoake, they are every chance to close on that bronze medal with a big 800 metres here to finish with. So, for those who aren't familiar with this scoring, it's points per performance, and the 800 equates approximately to 14 points per 14 points here per second. So your leader, though, is the New South Wales athlete in Amelia Watkins. So Amelia Watkins at the moment, she's in 12th place overall, but she's gone really well here. Charlie Ross of Tasmania moves through there as well.
So as they make their way through here, it is Amelia Watkins, Ava Stevens, the competition leader in Isabella Wing, just leading this group behind her there in Annika Jensen, and behind there, Charlie Ross. So as they make their way up this back straight at the moment, well, in fact, there was only one up there, and it was Amelia Watkins. So doing what she can to put as many points on the board in this final event. In second position now is still Ava Stevens. Wing not far away either, and a little bit of movement behind there from Jensen and Ross. And keep in mind, as Nick said, it all comes down to points. It all comes down to seconds differential. And in that 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th spot, you never know what can happen. So out in front at the moment here, it is Amelia Watkins of New South Wales. There's a good 10, 11 plus seconds between 1st and 2nd at the moment. Puts into context what we're talking about. It's Ava Stevens there in 2nd. Wing now in 3rd. Just really wants to cement herself at the top of the tree here in the women's under-17 heptathlon. But leading it out here, it's going to be Amelia Watkins. Watch the clock. Watch the times. Watch the kicks. Here they come now. So it's Watkins who will take it out. 2:27, keep that time in mind. Moving now is going to be Isabella Wing. So too now Stevens. A barnstorming finish from Jensen. Now starting to move through is Ross on the outside. New South Wales athlete there in Holyoake. So that's a name to keep in mind. Lee there not far away either. A good performance there from Di Giuseppe, the Western Australian. Williams now too. Lavelle finishing here as Severison. And now going to come down Lily Stewart, Nick. There are a couple in that pack.
I think the interesting one here, Di Giuseppe. So Stevens has definitely taken a chunk out of Di Giuseppe and Williams. Don't know if it's enough to get into the medals, but Di Giuseppe's going to hopefully have closed in on Williams as far as she's concerned. The best thing you like, though, about the HEP, they all support each other so well. They're so supportive of each other. So Ava Stevens there's run 2:35. So 2:35.8. And then we're going to look then through. So she was in 4th.
So this is where we start to really get into it. So there's Hollyoak, 2:36. That's one to keep in mind.
2:36. So she'll stay behind Stevens in the overall.
43 for Di Giuseppe. So there's 7
Di Giuseppe's at 2:43. And we're really seeing where Williams has finished up. 2:45. It's only two. Ooh, it's going to be really close. It won't. I don't think it's quite going to be enough. I think our order might hold. That's Wing Williams and Di Giuseppe. But Di Giuseppe's going to close it down to probably less than 10 points overall. But most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a massive round of applause for under-17 heptathletes. It's been an amazing 2 days of competition. They should be very proud of those efforts.
So here we go, Nick. The official results are ahead of us here and the points that go with them. So Watkins accumulates 729, Wings 639, Stevens 622, and the ones that we're really looking for
24 points. So 24 points for those two. Won't quite be enough. So Di Giuseppe needed to make up. She needed to make up 51 points. But won't quite be enough.
So the order, from what we believe, and we're pretty confident will stand, but geez, it's going to go very, very close in that. So this is what we're talking. This is why we're hyping this up. It's
fun. This is seriously fun.
I mean, the maths component from us, again, I apologise, but I think we're doing a pretty good job with what we got in front of us here.
You're right. We were checking out what Stevens and Hollyoak were doing, but they needed to make up sort of a 10, 15 second gap, so they didn't quite do that. But the interesting one was, as I said, was whether bronze and silver would change. And she did everything she could to get there, but didn't quite in the end.
So it just falls probably when I say marginally, just very, very marginally short of changing those things around. So we'll wait and get the
Whereas this one, Mitch,
official.
This one is going to be insane. I'm not going to call this result because this one here, we have the first 6 athletes. So here's your start list on the screen. I'm giving you the 6 athletes that are all in medal contention right now. So Ella Batten's the current leader. She leads 32 points in front of Madison Witt. Only 39 points behind that, Isabella Hollins. Then Saskia Ryan, the Kiwis, 1 point behind the medals. Then less than another 100 points is Hannah Leach, and then Jasmine Crawley's only 17 points behind her. So the top four are separated by 82 points, which is only the equivalent of 6 seconds. So if there's a 6-second spread on the top 4, all order can change.
So what we're telling you, the long and the short of it is, don't go anywhere. Because this could change like that. We saw how fast the under-17 women went out. Now, obviously, they weren't going to change the medals there in the middle part of it, but these ones very, very well could change. So the women's under-18, 11 on the line.
It's amazing when you sit here and watch these. I remember 2015, Celeste Mucci chasing a qualifying standard for a team, a Maltese team. She was a very young Celeste Mucci then. It must have been an under-18 team. And it came down the 800, and she missed it by less than a second after running the first lap well inside the time and just faded. And Celeste went on to represent Australia at the Commonwealth Games and the Gold Coast in that heptathlon. Now's decided to stay with the hurdles. But her first 6 events were insane. And the 800, though, cost her that qualifying spot. I remember...
It's brutal, isn't it?
You looked at it and said, just run faster, Celeste. But we're telling a beautiful world-class sprint hurdler to run a fast 800 to get a qualifying time. And, geez, did that hurt. I remember that last 200 here hurting so much for her. And she had everyone behind her. Everyone wanted her to do it.
Superstar is Celeste Mucci. You know, probably people that watch her now, hard to believe that she was a multi-athlete. She's that good at the hurdles. So
she's great.
She started out that way.
Her first ever junior championships was in Perth. 2013.
I was there.
And she flew in, and that day won 4 gold medals. Hurdles, long jump, relay, 100. She was
no wonder she went to the
same age group at the time as Nana Owusu, who has joined us a few times over the summer on the commentary.
Also a part of the SEN network.
So this one here, we're away It is the final event of the under-18 women. We talked about it being close in the last one. Well, our top 4 women here are only separated by 82 points or less than 6 seconds. So Ella Batten's your competition leader from WA. Madison Witt of Queensland is currently in second. Isabella Hollins is third, and Saskia Rind of New Zealand is in fourth. That's not on the track. That's in the overall point score. Just behind them, you've got Hannah Leach of ACT in 3,618 points, and she's only 17 points ahead of Jasmine Crawley. So we're talking here for the women about 14 seconds, roughly 14 seconds per event. At the moment, your leader is Grace Stevens, the South Australian, and she's piling the field through. She's 10th in the overall standings. She's looking to close in. Ella Batten, second on the track at the moment. She's your WA leader. She's had a wonderful competition. And then your Queenslander, Madison Witt. So Madison Witt, she needs to make up 32 points or about 2.5 seconds. And the West Australian Batten has just stuck to her like glue. The next athlete through there is going to be the next athlete through now moving is number 1, which is Isabella Hollins of Victoria. But this is going to be a great battle here. And if you look at the back there, Batten's now faded there, Mitch. So Batten, our competition leader, has got some work to do. Can she stay within 2.5 seconds of Madison Witt? And Isabella Hollins, the Victorian, is not far away hunting those points as well. She needs about 5 seconds to make up.
So Isabella Hollins, we mentioned there, she's actually on the outside shoulder, the Victorian. On the inside is the South Australian and Grace Stevens. So they're 4 back here. As we mentioned, it all comes down to points. Batten one to watch, number 4 on her hip from Western Australia. So as they start to move now, she's a little bit further back. There is Batten. It all comes down to seconds, points. Everything could change in the terms of medals when it comes down to the 800 metres. So they're going to get moving now. Watch the gaps, watch the distance, and we'll do the points accumulation a little bit later. The middle of the race is almost the most interesting, but out in front now is going to be the Queenslander. So makes her way down now, has a little look on the inside shoulder, wants to see how far away she can get. Gonna come down now and do her best work. It's Madison Witt of Queensland trying to get away from Diol. Now coming down is Stevens. Witt though, watch the time, watch the clock. Witt takes it 2:29.
That should be enough for the goal.
Isabel Hollins as well. The New Zealander in Ryan comes through here too. Here pumping the arms is Ella Batten. She had the gold. We'll have to wait and see how these points get accumulated. As we said, it all came down to time and differential, as it's Ashley Cardi. The Victorian here will come down and finish off the Women's Under-18 Heptathlon Championship of Australia. Big round of applause for all women there.
And Mitch, that might have been enough. That might have been just enough there for Madison Witt to move into the gold medal position. But we move back down to our medal ceremonies. What a great effort by all of our female heptathletes under 17 and 18. Yeah. Oh, under long jump there. I've just seen Harry Dolman. Harry Dolman of the White Horse Colts fame. At the long jump, we'll wait for a result there, wait for a distance.
Mighty club down there at the White Horse Colts.
That's the 4th round. What did Harry get out to? He's a clutch jumper, Harry. Of course, of the Maltus crew there in Melbourne.
Let's let the board flick around. Look big,
yeah, so Harry Dolman, great high jumper as well. Sprint hurdler from Yarra Valley.
Does it all, Harry Dolman. Steve Kane coached.
The Victorians all lined up here. It means the Victorians are right at the end of this competition. I reckon is that a 5.94?
5.94.
5.94 for Harry Dolman. He'll be happy with that one.
So, Nick, in front of us here, we do have the times and the results.
So Madison Witt's definitely stolen the gold medal from there. She's taken it. When I say stolen it, she's earned it damn well. She's put 10 seconds on Ella Batten. So a gook now in the long jump. Up, and away! Oh, red flag. Unfortunately, the last round for a gook. He'll be disappointed there. He was in medal contention. So Madison Witt, 2:29.
So she's got
she's taken 10 seconds on Ella Batten.
120 odd points.
120 points. No problem about that.
What about the
Holland's 646 has moved into silver. Rind has stolen the national bronze medal from Batten. The question comes: has Batten stayed in the medals? Jeez, so who was our next? Hannah Leach, 3618. I missed her there. I know she hasn't. So Hannah
So
Leach
Batten
is there.
stays in.
Jasmine Crawley's probably the only other one there, Mitch. Jasmine Crawley. 2:38 won't be enough to go past Batten. So Batten has slid from first to third. And when I say slid, she would have come into this competition knowing the 800 was one of her weak events.
Yeah, and
she had to get as big a lead. It's a bit like a 400 metre runner going, I'm a great starter. I'm going to go out hard and try to hang on. And she'd be so proud with the bronze medal.
Oh,
but
bronze medal is phenomenal.
But it just feels so different in the 7th event to have been leading for a long time.
Can imagine it's really tough, but she put herself, you saw how desperate she was to get to the line as well. Just wanted to try and, I guess, stop the bleeding of points that was ahead of her, and she's done an awesome job to come home with the bronze medal. So she'd be really, really proud of that, Ella Batten. She was so good across the 2 days. And out on the track now is our men's under 17 1500. So we step up from the 800 to the 15. It's the end of 10 events.
So, Mitch, I might let you introduce the field and then call them when they get away, and I'll give a score update maybe halfway through that first lap.
Let's do that. That sounds like a good idea to me. So there's 10 men in this, meaning 10 men obviously in the decathlon as it is, 10 men in the final event. 10 events through 2 days. We saw some really awesome performances across these 2 days as well.
I'm just having a look here, Mitch, the under-17s. Jackson Stewart has thrown a 62-metre jab today.
Dude,
he was about 200 points behind Joshua Osborne, the West Australian. He's now 200 points in front.
So he's picked up 400 points.
464 points he's put on Joshua Osborne.
Jeepers.
The javelin was huge. It's not one of Joshua's strongest events. We saw him yesterday, real power athlete, not as technical necessarily. Super strong yesterday he was in the 100 and also the high jump.
But 462 points.
Jackson Stewart, 780 points in the jab.
Just ridiculous.
He's beaten everyone by nearly 10 metres.
Nick, where's our boy Javan?
Oh, we can't mention him surely again. Yeah, you know what, though? You know what? He's sitting in 5th. 140 points down. Can he make up 28 seconds and get into the medals?
I mean, it's a 1500, and I'll tell you what, he's not going to waste any time. He gets right on the shoulder.
Why don't you give us the whole... Oh, this is the 17s and the 18s together.
Yeah.
Give us both fields.
They're combined here. So I'll give you the full field. It's Joshua Osborne from Queensland, station number 1. Bailey Dean Latanis of New South Wales, number 2. Javan Philippou, South Australia, number 3. Christian Whittle, South Australia, number 4. Jackson Stewart, Western Australia, number 5. Cameron Shermer, Western Australia, number 6. Asher Andrews, Victoria, number 7. Zayden Chemist, South Australia, number 8. Avery Thomas, Tasmania, number 9. Xavier Hennessy, number 10. New South Wales, number 11. Kicks off the under 18 men. Christian Kunzel from Queensland, number 11. Benjamin Pittman, New South Wales, number 12. Lachlan Purdy from Queensland, number 13. Alex Wojcik from Tasmania, leading at number 14. Cameron Everts, Queensland, number 15. Kurt Rudder, number 16 from New South Wales. Alexander Jarman from Victoria, number 17. And Angus Clues from New South Wales, number 18. Nick, give me a breath, please.
So, Mitch, interestingly here, you've got a couple of really exciting battles here on the track. So you've got the gold, silver and bronze in both the 17s and the 18s. But you've also got Wojcik here of Tasmania on 5,852 points, just 40 points in front of Clues. But he's also, in the under-18s, at the moment, 45 points behind Jackson Stewart, the West Australian leader of the under-17 decathlon. So a bit of a fight here between who can be the bragging rights of the 17s and the 18s. For those who haven't been keeping up with the decathlon today, Jackson Stewart threw a 62-metre javelin to go from 200 points behind Joshua Osborne to 200 points in front of him in the last event. So you can see how quickly these events switch. So right now, your leaders over the competition, Wojcik of Tasmania is on 5.852, Clues on 5.812, Purdy on 5.707. And in the under-17s, you've got Jackson Stewart of WA on 5.897, Osborne on 5.663, and Asher Andrews on 5.587, with Avery just a handful of points behind the Tasmania on 5.513. So, Mitch, I'll get you as we come through. I can definitely pick up Wojcik there. He's the third athlete going through. Javan Philippou needs to make up about 25 seconds to get amongst the medals. And he's the second athlete on the track at the moment, the South Australian. And out in front, Dean Latanis Bailey, 8th overall at the competition at the moment, the under-17s. So Javan Philippou second on the track, looking to make those big points up. Wojcik wants to keep his gold medal. And Mitch, I'll get you to give me an update on the rest of the field.
So as the rest of the field makes their way through, it's really interesting. You said he needs 20-odd seconds. It sounds insane when you put it out of context, but in context at the end of 9 events, it's well within the realm of possibility. So it is going to be Javan Philippou there. You mentioned sitting in that second position overall. Number 14 on his hip is Wojcik. He's leading out the under-18 event. You mentioned he's probably going to be fighting for pride. Well, he's certainly doing that at the front of this field at the moment. The next South Australian to come through is going to belong to Zayden Chemist. He's in the under-17 event with number 8 on his hip, and trying to chase from there is going to be Xavier Hennessy of New South Wales. Not far behind him is Jackson Stewart of Western Australia. A plethora of different athletes behind him there, including another Tasmanian and Avery Thomas. But making its way down the home straight at the moment, it's going to be Bailey Dean Latanis. Philippou not too far away either. Here's the sound of the bell. It's all going to come down to time. We've said that multiple times here, but Philippou greets it there. So number 14 on the hip is Wojcik. He's leading out the under-18 event. If he's in front there, it's going to be very hard to beat him. In fact, call it impossible. Now coming through is going to be Zayden Chemist of South Australia. This pack that you see coming in front of you right now, movement and change in here could just about define a medal. So Jackson Stewart of New South Wales it is. Behind him there is going to be Hennessy. Getting up on his shoulder now, starting to move will be Pittman, and the rest of the field moves through. It's Whittle.
So Philippou is 26 seconds in front at the moment of the man leading the competition, Jackson Stewart. It's enough to get in the medals. Can Philippou climb beyond bronze?
So Philippou right now is putting himself in a position to come from 5th all the way up to a medal, the South Australian. The man out in front needs to be respected. It's Bailey Dean Latanis. So Latanis, he's going to try and get as far away as humanly possible from the rest of this field. He's got number 2 on the hip. He's going to take it out. Philippou one to watch here in the red singlet. He's going to have an absolute crack here is Javan. Latanis will take it out. 4:32, an important time to remember. Philippou starts to pump the arms. Nick Wall going to get a stopwatch on this one here. Javan Philippou hits it. 4:41.
Let's watch the clock. So he's trying to catch up Osborne, Andrews, and Avery here. Avery Thomas. So you keep calling them through, Mitch, and I'll keep an eye on the time.
So 4:41, the one to watch. Wojcik, your under-18 champion, greets it, salutes the Tasmanian. Watch this pack at the top of the 100 metres. So gold medalist here from South Australia.
Stewart.
Stewart it is, number 5 on the hip. Look at the pack coming behind him here. Have a look at this one. So they're going to get moving. It's Kuenzle from Queensland. No, it's not. It is Osborne. So Josh Osborne hits it there. The rest of the pack follows in behind him, not too far away. Was Hennessy there as well. Another Queensland hip number comes through. Javan doesn't know what's going on down there, Philippou. He's standing, got his hands out, unsure. We'll have to wait. But that kick in the pack, that could decide medals.
He's put about 31 seconds, which equates to somewhere around 150 points.
So it's close.
So it's going to be really close to see how far at the medals. I think Jackson Stewart is going to be our gold medalist in 17s. Osborne's going to be close to holding on.
So
but has he caught Asher Andrews is the question.
Andrews, 5:13. So 4:41 to 5:13 is the gap.
I'm going to call that he's made up very close to the time required. It's a huge run. So Philippou might have caught Andrews in the last event. Meanwhile, Wojcik should be the gold medalist in the under-18s unofficially. Clues and Purdy will wait for those other results there. But wow, what a championships. Again, round of applause for our under-17, 18 decathletes, ladies and gentlemen.
Should be very interested to see the points accumulation when that comes up here, Nick. Because we're just sort of shooting at the stars. We think we know, but we don't fully know. Massive round of applause here for our decathletes. 10 events in 2 days. Let that sink in. And we'd love to tell you the medalist officially, but we don't know yet. I'm pretty confident.
I think he's got bronze.
I think he's got up. And I said before, I said, where's our boy Javan? You said, surely we can't. We can't bring him up. He's 20-odd seconds behind.
Oh, no, I didn't want to talk. I just didn't think we could mention him again. I thought he's also broken the record for mentions this weekend.
Probably has,
when are the Saints playing?
Sunday.
Oh, Sunday.
Oh, yeah, they could go.
I hope Matthias runs out through a banner that says, well done, Javan.
Yeah, well, I'm saying the Philippou family, what's the most important?
If we get if Matthias kicks a goal, he should do a decathlon X. They do the X.
Do the X.
So he should do an X.
So Matthias, if you're watching, because you probably are, because your brother's just going through for the 1500.
So Matthias do an X and then say that one's for you, Mitch and Woolsey.
Yeah, that would be, if you do that, they'd raise a few eyebrows, I reckon. But I think Javan's got up. That's what we're talking about in this decathlon, heptathlon.
I do feel we're a bit harsh. We've also forgotten about the incredible gold medalist, I reckon, Jackson Stewart.
Oh, phenomenal.
He's gone from 200 points down with 200 events to go to win the gold.
460 to get up.
200 points behind.
And he was brave in there as well. He was out of that pack.
Mitch,
he ran at the front of it.
He was 200 points behind.
Dick, I'm following you.
200.
I'm here.
200.
I'm here.
He threw a javelin 62 metres.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. That is actually ridiculous.
That's like national class.
I want to say Wojcik as well in the under-18 event.
How good was his 400 last night?
Does he get the points?
Yeah, he wins.
No, but I mean, does he beat the under-17s?
Oh, I reckon he does.
I reckon he gets up. Because he was in front.
So Wojcik takes bragging rights.
Ultimate professional, Wojcik. That was sensational. But what I like about those sort of guys, and as you mentioned, our Western Australian Ed Stewart.
Oh, this is the results of the
1500.
I want to see the overall. I need them desperately here. So hold on, let's look at the points.
Look at the points.
673 for Philippou. Asher Andrews, he's done it easy.
Yeah.
190 points. So he's caught up 190 points. He needed 150.
He's got it.
He needed 141.
So he's got up by 50.
I'm just making sure no one else. Where's Avery? No, he's not there. Jackson Stewart, he's fine. Oh. And it was Wojcik, Clues, and Purdy in the 18s. So it should go Stewart, Osborne, and Philippou.
Yep.
And it should go Wojcik, Clues, and Purdy. And that's just in my head. I mean, I didn't realise how difficult this was going to be up here this week.
Well, I was going to say,
I do work in a school, but I don't teach maths.
Yeah.
It wasn't one of my favourites at school, but
mine.
This is on the go. I haven't done this much maths on since I was coaching Anna Bush in the heptathlon, one of your fellow colleagues from Wake Forest.
Nah, she came after me, Anna Bush. She made it a better place.
There we are.
Sure.
There we are. The decathlon men's. Wojcik, look at him. He was terrific. So he'll take the win from Clues. So he stretched the lead significantly there. Purdy comes through for third. Pittman made up a little bit of ground.
Impressive.
Wow.
Makes me tired watching those blokes.
It really does.
Makes me tired calling those blokes, let alone doing the events.
It does.
I'll tell you that much for free.
I'm just looking around for where that fluorescent yellow T-shirt is of Steve Kane, the Maltus man. I mean,
you can't miss him.
He's the proudest multi-eventer in Australia.
Without a doubt, Steve Kane. Nick, I've called a fair few state champs. I've called a fair few meets down in Victoria and now around Australia. 200s are genuinely some of my favourite things to watch and call. And they're coming up very soon on the track, which is
13.
Ultra exciting.
Oh, it's the prelims. Is it?
Final.
That's the final.
One of one.
One of one.
One of one. One of one. We're final time, baby.
We are final time.
Thank you.
The final countdown. Oh, thank you. So start list for the under-13 200-metre final. I might start with this one.
Yeah, no, I was going to say,
the next one.
You call it.
So this one here is Eloise Nealon of Queensland. Mia Griffiths, South Australia. Mia Wood, who we saw so good last night in the 400 heats from New South Wales. Divine Chukwudi of New South Wales. Madison McWilliams, New South Wales. Liliana Hoffman of South Australia. Taylor Piella, New South Wales. And Aria Jensen, New South Wales. Thanks for leaving this one for me, Mitch. I appreciate it. So I think Liliana Hoffman is going to be the one to watch here with Mia Wood. And I love the way Mia Wood ran last night. Chukwudi, New South Wales. This is going to be an amazing final. These under-13 girls, someone's going to win a national title for the first time. That breeze, I reckon, is going to be a tail breeze following them. So they're on the blocks. So under 13, 200-metre final away. Neil on the inside, Griffiths, Wood, Chukwudi, McWilliams, Hoffman, Piola, and also Jensen. Taking the stagger out quickly is Chukwudi of New South Wales. But here comes Mia Wood. She was terrific in the 400 heats last night. She's got strength, but out wide, not to be outdone, is Puella. So Puella of New South Wales. It's going to be a New South Wales trifecta. Wood, Chukwudi, Puella, no doubt about that. The South Australian Hoffman also in the mix up there. But what great running from our New South Wales athletes. Wood, she was terrific. She was so strong in the 400 last night. She's gone 25.74, Second through is going to be Chuck Woody, Divine Chuck Woody in New South Wales, 26.09. And Taylor Piuella, 26.22 of New South Wales. The South Australian through in fourth. But your winner, the under-13, the first ever under-13 Australian junior 200-metre title goes to Mia Wood, New South Wales.
Impressive that. Really impressive running. And beautifully called there, Nick.
Oh, and Mitch, while we are covering these 200s, look at the podium.
Vic.
It's a Victorian 1, 2, 3.
Sorry, does Matt Malias lose nationals or not? He just seems to...
It's the Victorians. It's my man, Dolman. Harry Dolman got there. Look at him. Gets the bronze.
Oh, I can see.
Gook's there.
And Malias.
I like him. I call him Milias. Is that wrong?
No, we can have two different ones. Anyway.
Official results now, plus 1.7. They're going to be fast twos tonight, Mitch. Plus 1.7. Mia Wood, Chuck Woody, Piuella, Hoffman, Milon.
You guys can hear like slapping noises in the background as well. Nick thinks he's at an auction. And he's got his papers halfway down the Gold Coast.
More like a Melbourne Cup jockey. That's what I feel like. Just riding some winners home.
Racing.
So that was terrific. That was very impressive for under 13 girls.
Well, next up, under 14 girls. And I'll read them out to you as they come on your screen here. You can see them behind the blocks. In fact, I'll do it as they start racing. So, Kernahan, Ruby Kernahan, Sophie Dimitrov, Rima Agila, Amelia Reid, Taylor Bryant, Ruth Ifijka, Angelica Batty, and Talia Tabone. That's how they read from inside to out. And can I just say, your eyes don't deceive you. It's New South Wales, New South Wales, New South Wales, Western Australia, New South Wales, New South Wales, New South Wales, New South Wales. So we're in a New South Wales state championship with only one woman able to break it. And it just so happens she's the fastest in the field. It's Amelia Reid.
Insane, Mitch.
It's going to be great racing. Amelia Reid has medalled here.
Can she get up?
Already.
The 100 metres. Can she get up and destroy the dominance of New South Wales?
The only one not in blue is Amelia Reid. On the inside of her is Ajala out of lane number 3, the New South Wales athlete, and she's just going to get right up on the shoulder of Reid. So here to spoil the party all the way from Western Australia, it's Amelia Reid. So she comes into this home straight first. On her outside shoulder trying to move is Bryant. It's Reid though, wants to ruin the party and will. It's going home to Western Australia. The only one there takes it. 25.11 for Amelia Reid. Phenomenal racing.
Fast, Mitch. There were 7 New South Wales athletes and 1 West Australian. Couldn't get better odds than that for the New South Wales team. But WA's taken the win.
So Amelia Reid comes in and says, I'll take it all. 25.11 now officially for the Western Australian. Elijah and Bryant, either side of her, were impressive. We'll see who came home for that silver and bronze in the end. But
Bryant hung on.
Amelia Reid. Brian and Agila, as I said, on the either side of Reid, benefit and come home with a silver and bronze. And was Amelia the 100-metre champion?
I'm pretty sure she was, but you called that one, but I...
The 1-2 double. We see it from time to time here. And Amelia Reid, I believe, has just done it. We'll get full confirmation, but I'm pretty confident she was the 100-metre champion. Or if she didn't win it, she was a medalist, that's for sure. Hey, Nick, down on the track, I see young Philippou on the podium. So confirmed he got up there. Sensational from our Western Australian as well.
Matthias, you owe us an X tomorrow. Sunday.
Yeah, it's Friday.
What day
These
is it?
days
Friday,
really just
Mitch?
blend in. Because you know why? You're having so much fun, you're not even thinking about it. So, under 14 men's 200.
Amelia Reid was the champ, 12.27.
There you go. So 1-2 double for Amelia Reid. And I love this. I know we don't have a camera on it, but down here at the start-finish line, every member of the men's under-17 decathlon is on the podium. So official results here from the women's 200 under 14. Amelia Reid, 25.11. Taylor Bryant, 25.44. 25.63 belong to Rima Agila, Ruth Fija.
25.75, not far away from it. Angelica Batty, 25.81. Somi Dimitrov, 25.93. Ruby Kernahan, 26.07. And Talia Tabone, 26.12 to round it out. Up next, men's under 14, 200 metres. And the man to watch in the middle of the track, Jaden Todorowski. Nick, he's 12 years old, Jaden Todorowski. He turns 13 at the end of the week.
Did he tell you that?
12 years old.
Did he tell you that when he was celebrating?
Well, guess what? He did the long jump 100 4x100 gold yesterday.
Wow.
So this man isn't going for a 1-2 double. He's going for a long jump 100 4x100 200 quadruple. Let that sink in.
It's on their blocks. So from the inside, Parry of New South Wales, Andrews of Queensland, Rosado Victoria, Todorowski going for 4 gold medals in 2 days, Manly, Morris of New South Wales, Bissell of New South Wales and Figliano. It's Todorowski, 4 gold medals is only 80 metres away. The only challenger to him is going to be outside him as Morris. So Morris chasing down Todorowski, in between them Dylan Manley, 23.73. Todorowski goes back, he checks out the clock. Oh! 4 gold medals, 2 days. Todorowski, the man can celebrate. Haven't seen anything like that before, Mitch.
I don't know what to say at celebration. I don't know whether that was a shotgun or a bow and arrow, but all I know is he's got 4 gold medals, the young fella.
I think it was definitely pre-planned. A lot of effort. He actually slowed down with 5 to go.
I thought he did his Achilles for a second. I thought, oh my God, we've lost him.
I hope he's here next year.
He just needed to celebrate Todorowski. As I mentioned, he's turning 13 on Sunday, or at some point maybe even early next week.
I'm going to say one thing. It was amazing 2 days of 4 gold medals. He's just got to make sure he doesn't get ahead of himself a little bit, because that celebration comes back to bite you if you don't win next time. And I love the fist pump across the line in that absolute, but that was a pre-planned celebration. And didn't probably quite get the response I reckon he wanted. I reckon his mates at home might have a laugh, but you want to make sure you appeal to everyone in the crowd. But anyway, what a run. He's fast.
He's a four-time national champion.
He's 23.7 fast. That's what he is fast.
It's quick.
But anyway, well run. What a great run. Jaden Todorowski, the results come to the board. And I love the fact that Dylan Manley's got back in the medals again. So he was bronze in the 100. Silver in the 100. Now he's got bronze in the 2. And Aaron Morris, he was the only New South Wales threat there. And he flew home really well. He guts that one out, 24.48. It's a +2, Mitch, so it's perfect sprinting conditions.
It certainly is, Nick. And geez, did they make the most of that. So
we just, the action, I thought we were going 200 finals back to back to back to back.
No, they're not till 6.
There's a bit of a gap now because we've got probably 2 of the best races on the cards. The 17s and 18s, 3,000 metres. Women's HEP scores now coming to your screen. Da-da-da-da. Oh, I told you it was close. So Isabella Wing takes the gold. Monique Williams, she was terrific. Di Giuseppe, look at what a great finish there. 4.411, 4.438. Hangs on. Ava Stevens and Holyoake. They closed the gap late, but couldn't quite get into the medals. But lovely to see so many different states there well represented on the front page of the scores.
So we've got 27 women in the under 17 3. I'm chuckling just because I haven't had a touch wood behind me here. I haven't had a hiccup yet on names. When you're trying to quickly read out 27 names ahead of you, it's easy to get confused. But there's class here. There's class. Let's have a look through the list. Fastest of them. We'll see here. Our women's under 18 heptathlon. Sorry, look how close that was. 4.456, 4.364, and 4.3 odd for the third place position as well. So very, very close. Indeed. So well done to our women's under 18 heptathletes. As I said here, it's Imogen Baker. She has been so impressive. Milers Club, state champs, whatever you want. Imogen Baker's been at the front of it down in Victoria. Kayla Anderson as well. Kai Anderson, I should apologise. He's been really good in Queensland. Sienna Scahill of New South Wales. and Bo Ritchie of New Zealand. They're your fastest competitors here. Bridget Rice as well of Victoria. They're under that 10-minute marker. So always a great barrier to break, the 10 minutes for the women's here under 17. And as you mentioned, Nick, after this, or soon after, maybe not directly, it's the women's under 18.
Do you know, Mitch, the only thing that's not as good as our commentary here, the only thing that, is as good, this DJ has been on fire today.
I know. He's been phenomenal. He's, him and the DJ yesterday, they could play at Pitch Festival. I was getting all kinds of excited. I thought I might be seeing them at Beyond the Valley at the end of the year. They might get themselves a gig. Our Entitled group, if you're listening, worth giving a shout out to these great DJs that we have here. Also, everybody from Dark Arts to SEN to 7 Plus to everything that gets Nick and I out to you. Massive thank you.
Scarhill here, the New South Wales athlete, was actually the gold medalist last year in the 16s. So definitely one to watch. Tilly Lee's not here, unfortunately. So she was a silver medalist last year. And Hayley Whitstead's not here either. So two really strong athletes that I'm not quite sure. Tilly Lee with Jaden Russ. Hayley Whitstead, country girl. But I'm going to call the start of this one, and then Mitch will catch up with you halfway through it. So away in the women's 3,000 metres under 17, we have Annabelle Miller of New South Wales, Madeline Taylor of Western Australia, Bo Ritchie, one of the top-ranked athletes from New Zealand, Kate Hurd, Queensland, Selwyn Russell, Queensland, Sienna Scarhill, we just mentioned, the under-16 gold medalist from last year from New South Wales, Celeste Caroline, New South Wales, Tavia Williams, Victoria, Gwen Watson, Queensland, Bridie Marr, Queensland, Ruby Fry, New South Wales, Rachel White, one of the fast ones here, Victoria. Hayley Whitstead is there. Apologies, I missed her on my start sheet there. 9:55 PB, the silver medalist from last year. Celestine DeBarg Tamai from Victoria. Kyra Anderson, Queensland. Imogen Baker, Victoria. Quick 9:43 PB. Millie Berg, Queensland. Xanthi Pick, ACT. Claire Spicknell, New South Wales. Claire Bazkowski, Queensland. Aspen Lambert, New South Wales. Audrey Ward, ACT. Bridget Rice, Victoria. Matilda Cole, New South Wales. Gemma Wilson, Queensland. Beth Kilgallen, WA, and Lily O'Reilly of New South Wales. And it is a class field. So he said Whitstead here was the bronze medalist last year. The girl from up near the Murray, in the border town, Victoria, New South Wales. So bronze medalist last year. Sienna Scarhill from New South Wales was the gold medalist in the 16s. We've lost one athlete from this age group, Graham, who's decided to run up in the 18s. So still, though, absolute quality field. And look at them, 27 of them. At the 3,000, the same competition at the All Schools. Kyra Anderson was the silver medalist there, with Whitstead the bronze medalist on that occasion as well. So going through the first time, going through here, you've got Gwen Watson of Queensland. She's piloting the field through. Beth Kilgallen of WA, second through at the moment. Annabelle Miller, New South Wales, sitting really comfortably there. And just behind them, you've got Lily O'Reilly of New South Wales. No definitive moves at the moment. Field strung out over about 20 metres, but the pace very much controlled. Anyone still within reach to match any surge that goes on. But I just checked there, Mitch. We do have our gold and bronze medalist from last year's event in this one. Hayley Whitstead, actually, in fact, the bronze medalist twice last year at the All Schools and the Junior Championships. So one of the ones to watch with, of course, Sienna Scarhill. And I'm excited to see what Bo Ritchie's going to do, the New Zealander. We saw earlier today Steedman in the men's race.
Got out in front.
The Kiwis that have come here, they're class Kiwis. They're not here to see the bright lights of Brisbane. They're here to run. They're here to win some bling.
They certainly are, the New Zealanders.
And you can see that Kiwi colours sitting on the rail about 4 back at the moment.
So you mentioned, Nick, it's Gwen Watson, the Queenslander. They're more than happy to let her take it out. Behind there is Killigan of Western Australia. On the inside is Miller, New South Wales.
Imogen Baker moves out wide there, one of the fast seed times. Whitstead's just on her shoulder. Rachel White's on her shoulder there, and Whitstead's just behind her. So you've got 3 Victorians in that front group of 8. but they're running 4 and 5 wide here, which means the pace is pretty easily controlled. It was about 320 there, so only 10-minute pace. And these ladies are going to be hoping to run somewhere in the 940s, I would suggest, today.
So only a few have been around that marker. So if they're able to get down to that, they'll be able to drag a few with them for a fast time. But out in front, still happy to let her take up the running, is Gwen Watson of Queensland. So Watson going to do it. She's just over 10 minutes herself in a personal best. A pack of, we'll call it 9 or 10, have accumulated behind her, and then a string of athletes, 4 of them to be exact, are just trying to find a spot. So maybe the best positions are the ones towards the back here, because they are on the inside, not having to run too far. As I say that now, we've got athletes rolling out into lane number 4, just about to kick some cones over in order to put themselves in a position when moves are made. They want to be there. So we say that a lot, but you never know in these sort of races when something's going to change. It's White, the Victorian, the widest of them all at the moment. She's only a matter of a metre from the front, but she's 5 metres from the rail. So White, it is sitting out a little bit wider. In front of her is going to be Kaya Anderson of Queensland. She's gone under 10 now. She wants to try and get to the front. She'll bring Annabelle Miller with her, the New South Wales athlete.
And Imogen Baker, as you mentioned, the Victorian, now moves into 3rd. So that lead group, they've just started to splinter away and just separate. It's still a pack of about 13, so still about half of our field of 27. And I just got to be excited. I just saw a stall GIF winner walk past me, Mitch.
So not even a recognition in the zone, ready to go for 400s a little bit later. So Queensland are out in front. As we said, it was wide there for a while, but now it's starting to stretch itself out and give each other a little bit of room. No longer out in lane number 4. Probably the widest of them is in lane number 2. And so throw down to a presentation here in the bowl. It's just got you and Nick, or me and Nick here on the live stream. It's the Queenslander now, though, Nick. It's not a super big injection of pace, but it's enough to really start to string this pack out. And a few now are desperately scrambling to keep themselves on the back of it, because this will snap, this will form. And this is a moment, every distance runner will know this moment, where you got to make a decision. Do I back myself and stay at this pace, or do I really go with something I might not be fully comfortable with? And there's probably 8 of them now have just gone, all right, let's lock and load and let's have a go. White probably looks the best for me, the Victorian there, just sitting in 4th, but she's just off the rail. Moving around a little bit now is going to be Imogen Baker, also the Victorian. And it's still Watson doing a lot of the work. She's just towards the back of it here. So the Queenslander out in front. New South Wales athlete right on the shoulder there too. And Nick, it's really strung out now.
I like the way Watson's just had that inside rail run the whole way round. It's just sat comfortably there, piloting the field, the Queenslander. Rachel White's the one just sitting behind Baker. They've just slowed down a little bit again down the back straight. It's going to be a sit and kick affair. It's Kaya Anderson, in fact, just there, the Queenslander. Apologies for that.
So hard to tell in this big pack of women. It's obviously Watson did so much of the work early, just towards the back of this pack now. Kaya Anderson, she's getting challenged right on the shoulder there now, so really want to get a good indication of who this New South Wales athlete is too, because there's a few that are fast. It could be Scahill potentially, with number 6 on her hip, so we'll have to wait and see whether or not it is Scahill.
Our Kiwi Bo Ritchie now made a really nice move in that pack there, Mitch, so we've just got 6 of them now.
So I think it might even be Annabelle Miller of New South Wales. It is. So Miller's in between them. So
Kaya Anderson on the inside.
Anderson, Miller. And then outside of that is Baker. And then White behind, and New Zealander and Ritchie, not too far away.
White just trips on the heels there of Kaya Anderson. Baker's still there. Annabelle Miller, as you mentioned. And here goes our New Zealander, Bo Ritchie. So 2 laps to go, and Bo Ritchie said, I've had enough. I want to pick up this pace. So Ritchie, she's being tracked there through Rachel White. Behind that, Imogen Baker. Their coaches are very familiar with each other, Swallow and Ellinghouse. But behind them, they've splintered away from the group. What do we have now? We've got a group of 6. So 5 Australians chasing Bo Ritchie, the visitor from New Zealand. So Bo Ritchie's gone with 800 to go. She's decided to kick it down. The challenges are still plenty, though. Rachel White on the inside rail. Baker sitting behind her. Annabelle Miller's been there for a long time. Kaya Anderson, as you mentioned, the tall Queenslander. The group of 5's now become a group of 4 chasing Bo Ritchie. Can Ritchie shake them? 500 metres remaining. And the Kiwi looking to do one better than Steedman was able to do earlier today. So her counterpart, Steedman, in the men's race, got run down the last lap. Can Bo Ritchie hang on? Now the medals for the Australians are really firing up here. Annabelle Miller's gone to the outside. Rachel White still in it. Imogen Baker looks strong. Kyra Anderson still right in the mix. And then back behind them, we've got one more New South Wales athlete having a good look behind. Bo Ritchie starts overtaking a bit of lap traffic. So Ritchie it is. 350 metres to go. Rachel White looks strong. They're trying to reel in Miller. So there's two battles here. There's the battle for silver overall, but there's also the Australian gold medal here because Bo Ritchie's the New Zealander in front. Rachel White finds a new gear. Baker says, I'm not done with yet. So it's a Victoria 1-2 punch, as you would say, Mitch. They're chasing down Ritchie. Miller's has she got something left in store? Ritchie, the New Zealander, 200 metres to go. Here goes White and Baker. This is one for the ages, the two Victorians. We haven't called a lot of Victorian golds today. This could be one, though, in the Australian Junior Championships. But out in front, Bo Ritchie. Where's that New Zealand crowd? Let's make some noise. White on the inside rail. Here goes Baker. So Baker, Imogen Baker of Victoria, Rachel White of Victoria. They're going to try and fight Ritchie home. But Ritchie, 9:48 unofficial. Baker, White, Baker at the line. It's a photo finish. Swallow and Ellinghouse are going to hug each other in jubilation. Next through is going to be Miller. What a run there from the New South Wales athlete. Kyra Anderson, terrific from Queensland.
Oh, that is... You couldn't get a closer finish to a 3,000.
Never seen anything like it, Mitch. Bo Ritchie, what a proud run from the New Zealander. But the Australian gold medal is going to come down to an incredible photo finish at the end. These girls are still finished inside 10:20 as our Queensland, New South Wales athletes fight each other home. Jeez. We haven't got a photo finish yet. There's the bell for one of our ACT athletes. What a run, though. Bo Ritchie, the Kiwi. She hung on. Steedman couldn't do it this morning. But Bo Ritchie, with 800 to go, she made a definitive move. It was a move strong enough to hang on.
And it was gutsy from the New Zealander because in saying that, when you've got fast finishers behind you, you've got to do enough to be able to put yourself further ahead. So really well done to Bo Ritchie. We're just waiting on this.
There's no clarification yet.
Finish to come through. I can
see Rachel White's looking at the crowd asking for some of some thought. No one's going to know. We can't tell. Photo finish can't tell yet. They're still trying to work it out.
I'm not brave enough to call it from the naked eye as well. Nick, we have the benefit in front of us here of the replay. I don't even think this is going to help us.
Baker's in front with 12 metres to go. With 8 metres to go, they're next to each other. Oh, White might have dipped in on the line. It's going to be so close to see.
And White has dipped in.
White has dipped in by 2/100ths of a second. So your winner's going to be Bo Ritchie, but your national champion's going to be Rachel White. Congratulations, Imogen Baker will get the silver medal and Annabelle Miller will get the bronze. What a race. Women's under 17, 3,000 metres.
0.02. 0.0. You guys just saw that instant. I was game to call it on the naked eye, but I thought, shit, this is a moment where you just do not want to get this wrong. That is amazing. Absolutely amazing. We've got one more competitor coming down here. How good's this on your screen? You can see this. Bo Ritchie, the New Zealander. Only woman on the track right now. Only woman on the track right now. Calling home her compatriot. It's Xanthi Pick. So Pick from the nation's capital will finish it off. And a great moment of sportsmanship there from Bo Ritchie. Would not leave that track until every competitor was home. Can't teach that level of sportsmanship. Well done to you, Bo Ritchie. Parents, family, anybody watching on, a beautiful moment. Should be very proud. Bo Ritchie will take it out. She takes the race. She takes the gold. But wowee. You'll see it on your screen soon. Rachel White, 951.31. Imogen Baker, 951.33. And Annabelle Miller, 954.80. Those are going to be your 3 Australian medalists. We've seen so often here over these first 2 days. It's not over until you hit that line. And what a performance that was.
Oh, Mitch, that was insane. And I love the way, though, they chased down Ritchie, but Ritchie wasn't going to give up on that one.
Well, Ritchie goes 800-metre move, it looks obvious. It's like, oh, yeah, now she's got moving. But to be able to hold off something like that happening behind you, and not even just partially hold it off, she was a fair way ahead in the end. It was a couple of seconds. So kudos to Bo Ritchie. And as I said, beautiful moment at the end there. She waited. She was the last athlete off the track, waited for everybody to be finished, shake hands, hug.
And that's beautiful. So we've got a few field events going on at the moment before we get into our next track event, which, Nick, I think is the under-18 3,000. You're all about to see how close this was via the results ahead of you. Rachel White on the dip, on the inside track, on the inside lane, gets up. Rachel White, 9:51.31. Imogen Baker, 9:51.33. And Annabelle Miller, fantastic racing, 9:54.80. That's how it is. Bo Ritchie takes it out, though, overall, 9:47.89, 3.42 seconds ahead of the Australians. An ultimate professional is Bo Ritchie. Hey, great racing there, Nick. Great calling as well.
Oh, it was exciting. It's one that I just didn't want to let go. I've normally given you the grandstand finish because you're so good at it. I was upstairs talking before
you're in your moment there.
To Tom Thorpe about how you're killing it. But we're going to go to a break, Mitch. We're going to see a bit more of the highlights of Brisbane. And we'll be back with plenty more action here from the Chemist Warehouse Australian Junior Athletics Championships.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
We're just up here in the box. We've had Javan Philippou walk up to us and just thank us for the calling out there. Supposedly it spurred him on. So if any other athletes
on the screen,
if any other athletes are in the stand,
so Javan, this is what
don't be afraid to come up here and ask for a bit of extra support while you're running. It was the difference between Javan. He actually, in the end, he got there clearly. 50 points, he actually made the gap up. He got within 30 of Joshua Osborne. What he couldn't catch was Jackson Stewart, the 62-metre jab man. Anyway, Javan,
well done,
make
Javan.
sure you text Matthias. We want an X when he kicks a goal on Sunday.
Yep.
The St Kilda top 10 draft pick. Javan, do you play footy as well? Are you going to go top 10 as well? Oh, Javan's just called it.
He said hopefully.
He said, I'm hopefully going to go top 10.
Put him under the palm, go, oh, he said he's top 10.
For those not familiar with the AFL, we have a draft, and national draft, and his brother Matthias last year compared himself to the best in the country. You know what he did? His first ever game went out and kicked 3 goals and showed that he's super talented.
He's backed it up, Matthias.
Under 18 decaf now on the screen. Wojcik, the Tasmanian, the sub-50 man in the 400, unsurprisingly, went 6.450. Angus Clues was terrific all week. 2 days. 6.294. And Lachlan Purdy, 6.165. 8 very, very, very tired decathletes at the end of that.
You know what I found most amazing about that conversation right then from Javan, Nick, is that his dad coaches him. And he said, I said, is he an athletics man? He said, no, he used to play footy, but he knows a few athletes. He knows a fair bit about athletics. I'll tell you what, you've just coached a decathlon bronze medalist.
I want to...
the old man must have a bit of knowledge if he wants to come up here.
I think we need next year to tell a few more stories behind these athletes. And we try to give you what we can. And I know we certainly gave him probably a bigger rap than some. It's only because we picked up on the name. But like last night, the excitement of seeing young Dean win that, knowing that his brother only started running 15 months ago, and this weekend he's trying to make the Commonwealth youth team. Yeah, that's what goes on. These stories behind the athletes are amazing. We see the gold medalists and the superstars, but some of the stories, fellas, to get here. I've told this story before. I love the Sean Whip loves telling the example of the Victorian shot putter who coached himself on YouTube.
Coached himself
to a national title. Coached himself on YouTube, like he was a country boy, 4 hours away from Melbourne. Coach himself on YouTube, goes to a nationals and wins. Like, they're the stories we need to tell more of, and hopefully we can bring a bit more of that action too. Not just the exciting race calling that you offer.
Well,
and I reckon, Mitch, we're into our last hour or thereabouts. So
I
75 minutes. 75 minutes. I think we're 6:45 tonight.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. This won't shock you, but I didn't look at the schedule, so I just said
the walks,
direct me to a microphone.
I'm out of here at about 6:15 because you're finishing with the walks tonight.
I love the walks.
I know, but you do it so well. So yeah. I'm gonna tidy up downstairs, I think, while you're doing that.
Oh, right. That just means Nick's going to go off and try and sneak in a game of footy for the gather round. But I'll tell you what, on that note of telling stories, Nick, you do a very good job at it, obviously knowing a lot of people in athletics. But I will say the best to do it, and I'm not sure if she's listening, is Tamsin Manu. So if you are listening, Tamsin's tales are legendary. I've only listened to them over the last few years, had the pleasure of calling with Tamsin and Dave Colbert and Bruce McAvaney a few weeks ago, briefly.
Well, I've got a story for you about Tamsin while we're here.
Go.
23.91 on this track, I reckon it was. She won an Australian All-Schools title.
Has a record as well.
And about the same time, dead heated with Lauren Hewitt. I mean, Tamsin went on to be the probably Australia's greatest 800-metre runner with sustained performances.
Be careful what you say.
At the time, and sustained performances. She couldn't quite ever take down Charlene's 159.00.
Yeah, but a world indoor 800-metre title.
And a world indoor title, bang.
Stuff a legend.
Bissett could still do amazing things this year, so could all of them. But Tamsin, in my era, the best I saw, and she was a sprinter. Well, Commonwealth Games, 15-year-old 4x4 runner.
I feel like I shouldn't say this, but I will. She was in my top 100 over the last 100 years.
Top 100.
She was in the list.
No complaints from Tamsin.
Controversial list, apparently. Now anyway,
Mitch, I'm going to find some records for you because this is a trip to the Port of Spain. You can get there.
A trip to the Port of Spain, which is exactly where you want to be over the summer, I would say, particularly if you're from those southern states, you'd say, see you later in the winter, let's get rolling. So 24 women here. Hey, we were talking about a national record from Cameron Myers. Well, how about in the Ondieki 3000 last year, Amy Bunnage rolled 9 minutes, .60.
Qualified, he's 9:35, so she would have made the team, I reckon.
So we're underway now. We'll read them out here. It's Danielle Graham of Western Australia, Lucy Francis of New South Wales, Ginger Cox of Queensland, Bella Fari of Victoria, Louise Barbett of New Zealand, Georgia Gilroy of Queensland, Bridget Ferris of New South Wales, Gabrielle Vincent of Victoria, Emily Mifsud of Victoria, Tess Hannigan of Queensland, Matilda Lestrange of Victoria. I've said that wrong. I know how to say that. I apologise. New South Wales, Ingrid Kingsmill. It is going to be Queensland's Ruby Hughes, Sophie Robb of New Zealand, Ava Debris there of Western Australia, Amelia Morton of Victoria, Amelia Thornwade of New South Wales, Layla Johnson of Queensland, Kobe Walker of Queensland, Haiwan Wilson of New South Wales, Abby Ballhausen of New South Wales, Gabrielle Schmidt of Queensland, Sarah Uring of South Australia, and Daisy Sudholz of Victoria. They're your 24 competitors here in this women's under-18 3,000 metres. You mentioned the Port of Spain. We keep mentioning it if you are listening in. Obviously, there are multiple athletes who have qualified, but only 17 get selected. It's up to the people making that decision at Athletics Australia, the selector's discretion. So just because you haven't qualified doesn't necessarily mean you make the team. But as we go through the first 400 metres here, it's 72 seconds, so the pace is on. That's 9-minute pace. So, yeah, Mitch, you talked about that trip to the Port of Spain, Trinidad Tobago for these athletes. In this field, you've got the qualifiers being Gabby Schmidt with a 9:24, who, of course, was at the World Cross Country Championships in Bathurst earlier this year. Likewise was her teammate Gabby Vincent. She's on a 9:27. So Vincent looks really good out the front of the pack at the moment. The reigning champ here was Daisy Sudholz. She was 9:48 last year to win. Schmidt, ironically, on that one was actually bronze. She's the All-Schools champion, but bronze in this event last year. Also in this field, you've got Danielle Graham from WA running up. So she's the only athlete here having a crack up the age group. And then you've got Ginger Cox from Queensland, who won the B race last year and then went on to be the all-school silver medalist. So on the improve, Ginger Cox is, of course, from Brisbane Athletics. And then finally, Kobe Walker, he was just out sprinted for a medal at the all-schools as well. So she was fourth place there with the bronze medalist on that occasion being Amelia May. So you've got quality aplenty in this field, possibly the two Gabbies, Vincent from Victoria and Schmidt from Queensland, the two to watch. And it's Vincent at the moment that leads the pack through as we're chasing that 9:35 time and a trip to the Caribbean. Well, it's gone a bit of a different direction than what we saw in the men's 3,000. They're just going to try and get after this time quickly. So they're well and truly under the 9:35 pace at the moment. In fact, just out of the 9-minute pace. You mentioned the two Gabbies. It's Vincent of Victoria who's leading it out. Just got the gapping of 2 to 3 metres just to find herself in a comfortable rhythm. It'll be interesting to see when Gabrielle Schmidt pops herself out of that pack and makes her presence felt. It's Danielle Graham of Western Australia. You mentioned running up. Well, she's in 5th position at the moment. So this group at the front just gives themselves a little bit of room. And as I've said, when will she show herself? It's Gabrielle Vincent now, right behind. Vincent in front, Schmidt right behind. 3:08 it is on the clock. So that gives you a 9:24 if they run that consistently and well under that 9:35 marker. So these two out in front, just going to try and get a little bit of separation where they can. It's Uring there behind from South Australia. She leads out a pack of 9 women. So we'll call that a little bit later as they're going to chop and change. Don't want to give these two too much room, and now it's the Queenslanders are going to pick that up. They know what she's capable of out here, Gabrielle Schmidt, and they even know what Vincent's capable of. You mentioned represented Australia in Bathurst. Well, they want to try and do it now overseas. So out in front's the Victorian, the Queenslander behind, it's Gabby and Gabby. As now this pack just slowly but surely puts their foot on that accelerator, and they're not going to do it in a rush, but they're going to do it over a little bit of time, and they're about to latch on to the back of Gabrielle Schmidt of Queensland. So Vincent out in front, 1:25 now, 10 metres. It's Schmidt behind their Queensland counterpart. Will get the hip number as they make their way through. There's a few under that 10-minute marker, and they're a lot of them well and truly under it at the moment. And who do they have to thank? Gabrielle Vincent of Victoria. She's 15 metres ahead.
So, yeah, the Keith Fernley coached athlete out in front. Last year, she was the 800-metre champ, Mitch. She's gone from the 800, then she goes and runs the World Cross Country 6K. Here she is, 3,000 metres, slap bang in the middle. Schmidt looks really good there. Ginger Cox moving along well also. North Queensland athlete, also Ruby Hughes thereabouts. So Ginger Cox, North Queensland athlete, now has come down to St Margaret's in Brisbane, I believe. So just not far away from here at all. Joined the Brisbane Athletics crew. We've mentioned them earlier. If you've got a squad here you want mentioned, I'm happy to give you a wrap all weekend. But out in front, it is the Victorian, Gabby Vincent. She loves front running. She's proudly front running here. And the chasers at the moment are all Queenslanders. The Victorian leads them through. And that's 5 minutes through there. Last lap just a little bit slower for Vincent, so just eased off on the splits. But the chasing pack still giving 25 metres.
So it's Vincent out in front. It's a pack of 7 behind there chasing, and a lot of them have already gone under that 10-minute marker. So Danielle Graham, one of those. Also trying to pick it up there is Schmidt. Moving nicely, Ginger Cox. I mentioned Graham, and how about Ruby Hughes? They're all under 10 minutes. So out in front at the moment, though, it is all the Victorian. Looks so comfortable, Gabrielle Vincent. Just wasted no time. Just wanted to get out there and assert her authority. Only one Victorian or Western Australian athlete in that pack. Leading it out there in front of them all, though, is going to be Ruby Hughes. So it's Hughes leading it out. Behind her there is Schmidt. A little bit wider is Ginger Cox. Now starting to get into the running is Georgie Gilroy. She's a 9:43 runner. And Danielle Graham. So this pack behind here is all under 10 minutes already. It's not that they're capable of doing it. They've done it. So now they're going to go try and chase the Victorian. 17 gets selected for this team, and what we're going to try and see out here is Gabrielle Vincent's going to try and make the most of it. So that pack of 7 starting to break up just a little bit. There's a chaser now who's going to try and come up the track. This pack needs to make a decision and make it right now. Do we let it go or do we chase? And I think they're going to chase. So Queensland, 1, 2, 3, 2 kilometres. It's going to be around just over that 6 minutes, 6:26.
Outside 9:35 pace. Oh, Vincent's inside it. The chase pack's got some work to do in that last kilometre, Mitch. You've called it really well so far. The gap has stayed at 30 metres. So the Queenslanders are trying to close down this. But with 900 metres to go, Gabby Vincent saying, catch me if you can, because at the moment I want to fly off to the Caribbean. So out in front, Gabby Vincent. She's already donned the Australian colours once this year in Bathurst. I've already mentioned it, but she should be very proud of it. And here she is trying to make it first track team. So Vincent it is. Next comes through. It looks to be first chasing again, Ruby Hughes. Looking really terrific there in second. Then you've got the next two, Georgie Gilroy now making a nice little move. Next to the Queenslanders, Mitch, I'll get you to update me there. At the moment, Danielle Graham's just dropping off the group slightly. Ginger Cox for the first time just outside of our top group. But out in front at the moment, still Gabby Vincent. with 4 Queenslanders, 5 Queenslanders chasing, 6 Queenslanders chasing with 1 West Australian but in the mix. So the gap now sits at 30 metres. 600 metres to go for Vincent. I'm going to get you to call those 4 Queenslanders. I've definitely got a bit confused on a couple of them as I went through. Gilroy was in the mix, and so was Ruby Hughes. But with 600 metres to go, Gabby Vincent, she's the one that's laid it down. And again, I reckon Ruby Hughes has broken away from the chase group.
So it is Gabby Vincent out in front. I believe it is Ruby Hughes. Not far away either in that pack was Tess Hannigan of Queensland, and there's 2 more around her. We think it may be Georgia Gilroy. We'll get an ID on the next one. So 500 metres to go. We'll call it 450 here for Gabrielle Vincent of Victoria. She's out in front. It's a Queensland quadruple there behind. A little bit of spacing between them, but 400 metres to go. 8:22 on the clock. It's Gabby Vincent. So Gabby Vincent leading it out here at the moment of Victoria. Now starting to move through quite comfortably is going to be the Queenslander. And behind her there, starting to chase, is the group behind. So out in front, it's Gabrielle Vincent. She's a good 20, 30, 40 metres ahead, and now she starts to extend away even further than that. So Gabrielle Vincent of Victoria, she has a chaser coming up the back straight now. Vincent of Victoria, Queensland 2 and 3 behind there. They're starting to get into the running a little bit now. It's going to be a massive kick, a massive final 200, and Gabrielle Vincent of Victoria still out in front. So Gabrielle Vincent here at Victoria, going to try and go gun to tape. It's Vincent with 150 metres to go. Queensland now starting to get into it. It's Vincent out in front. Queensland 2 and 3. The Victorian leading it. 9:18 on the clock. Got to be tough here now. So here comes Gabrielle Vincent. She wants to get the national title. It's going to be hard to take it off her. In fact, I'll call it impossible. Gabrielle Vincent here under the qualifier. First place, national champion of Victoria.
Kobe Walker.
So Kobe Walker comes down now. Sensational racing, 9:40. In third position there was Tess Hannigan. And now coming through, Ruby Hughes. And behind there, Georgie Gilroy.
Apologies, Kobe Walker. That hip number was very hard to catch as we went around. And there was Queenslanders everywhere. She was the one that lay it down for a long way, chased really strongly home. We've got our first 5, 6 girls home inside 10 minutes. But Gabby Vincent, she's going to be your winner. 9:30. We're waiting for an official time there. Haven't got that at the moment. She does have the qualifier already, so she's put herself in a really good chance of making that team. Gutsy runs there. Ginger Cox just comes through there after a good early run. The ladies really late in the line. It is very windy out there now for those who are unaware. Quite swirly. It's got quite cold now too, Mitch. So not the perfect conditions necessarily for 3K running. But all these ladies have put their best foot forward. And you can see what they've spent. They are spread across the track, lying down everywhere. They've given everything.
What a performance that was. And you're right, it was...
And that's the whole field home.
Hard to see Kobe Walker's hip number there, but... What a race from the Queenslander. So we'll wait for these official times to come through here. But one thing's for sure, the Victorian, Gabrielle Vincent, she'll do enough to be a national champion, the women's under 18, 3,000 metres.
So short break here on the track, Mitch. Men's 200 is approximately 17 minutes away. Am I correct? Is that the gap on the track? Have I missed something?
No. Nicholas, I think you're right.
Which means we get to tell more stories.
And the people rejoice.
Oh, some field event action. I've been waiting for it, waiting for the jab for a while. The Tasmanian just warming up there in the jab. I didn't bring a jumper in it today.
Neither did I, mate. This is the coldest day in Queensland in 2023.
It's gone quite fresh.
Never seen anything quite like it.
Be a good time to get involved in the merchandise stand, maybe.
Well, 100%.
TLA Puma merchandise.
Some of the best. We got the polos on. They're fantastic. Love them.
Polo. I've got my cap.
You've got it all.
Yep.
So,
Mitch, those 3000s. Oh,
they're always so entertaining. And I sometimes think I'm biased, obviously coming from a distance background, but
I just think junior 3Ks as a whole, they're just an incredible distance, a race distance that
And I'll say, as a junior as well, they're actually so fun to run.
Yeah.
They are an absolute blast because they're always hard. You never get an easy one. They're always a difficult time. They're always a hard task, and they're great to do.
Sorry, I can't. Go on, head up. Yeah, I can't. We can't cut him. We can't cut him here. They decide when we speak about that.
So, Nick Wall, the master of the athletics track, just rolling around. We see our women's long jump here. It's Cox. I've got a dancing Nick Wall next to me here. I might try and move away in the commentary booth, but there's not only so much room.
It's YMCA.
Yeah, no, I know.
Village people.
I know. Wait, trust me. I understand.
Young man.
Go on, keep on. Give us some more.
There's
How do you go at karaoke?
No, the voice goes. I'm actually a bit worried. I'm going to have to make sure I lubricate appropriately tonight the voice to make sure that tomorrow we're back, because the tonsils are just a little bit stretched at the moment. You've managed, Mitch, to beautifully hold that same tone, even though you've got that race calling style. Yeah, so Tom Thorpe and I were discussing up there earlier where you've gone to the national ranking list of commentators.
Oh, where?
So I cracked the top 100 at one stage.
Nice.
100, top 100. We think you're second at the moment behind Bruce. No, like Mitch.
No.
This serious.
No.
I'd love you to call this next long jump. Maybe though you want to think about channel your inner Colbert, because it's a long jump.
I know.
But think about Bruce McAvaney's type.
It's a very good storytelling.
Off the jab. Now it's the jab. So sorry.
Wait, we're going to have some results pop up here, and once we do that, it's a very big compliment. I can't take it though. I mean, there's so many great calls.
Gabby Vincent, 9:35.01.
35 back to 9.
Do you want to know what the do you want to know what the qualifying standard was?
35.
9:35.00. She's run 9:35.01.
She's got it anyway.
She's already got it, but you were
She's got the gold medal now too.
Kobe Walker. I'm happy we called her finally in the last 10 metres of the race.
Well, no, but the hip number was the problem here, so that was the hardest part. So Nick getting some good feedback here. We're about to see a little bit of something. Hey, we're going to have a little bit of a break. We've got more 200s coming up. There's a great way to stagger them there. Don't go anywhere. Do not move. Nick and I will be here. We hope you will be too. We're going to go to a quick break. Have a look at Brisbane. Be right back after this.
We know it's important to stay hydrated, and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
So we're back here. I told you don't go anywhere.
It's getting dark, Mitch.
Oh, you're a bit scared, are you, Kaya?
A little bit,
mate. I'm here. Someone.
I do reckon this stadium looks awesome under lights.
Ah, it's sick here. You know what? I'd never been here until 2 weeks ago. It's the only stadium I hadn't been to.
So I think I was saying 2015 Nationals last time we were here.
Yeah, I finished at that point.
I'm hoping before the championships is out here, we're going to be able to announce where they are next year. There's a couple of rumours, but I want to make sure that we're going to get officially put it out there. But
well, I've heard some memories.
Because do you know what next year is?
Yeah,
Olympic trials.
Wait, no, it's the 101st edition.
101st. Are you going to do your top 101?
Well, maybe.
maybe one of those.
I just want to say, while we're here now, we're talking candidly, but while we fill time, I was prepared to rank the 100. I was ready to double down. I'm not going to do it here on air.
Maybe that's a job for tomorrow.
Oh, go through the 100.
The top 1,000.
I did get a suggestion that I should and this was over the Opens, that we should do the 20 every day, ranked like 100 to 80,
that'd be good.
79 to 60. I was prepared.
You know what we could have? Like, I've got a couple of mates. We have really big Triple J Hottest 100 parties every year. We could have
an
Athletics Australia top Mitch Dyer Hottest 100.
I just want to say as well, with that list, obviously it was my personal.
Just so I know, who's number one?
I'll tell you off air. Oh. Who do you mouth a name to me?
Kyle Vanderkite.
No,
he was in every scrapbook I had when I was in secondary school. He's number one.
He's not number one.
He's number one. I wrote his name in so many things. Atlanta Olympic finalist.
Kyle's an amazing athlete.
Atlanta Olympic finalist.
For making out like these people are amazing.
You just said Kyle's not good enough.
He's not number one.
Oh, that's tough.
But he's a great athlete.
See, and there's also number one athlete versus number one moment, because Kathy Freeman moment's the number one by so far. No,
this is
so far.
This is the other thing. There was then a conversation of we were going to do the top 20 moments from the year 2000 onwards.
Oh, the moments is...
Moments is undeniable.
Kathy's is just bang. You can't beat it.
No, but this is the thing even about making the 100, Nick. Then you go outside of what you think is universally ranked as number 1, 2, 3. You can chop and change so many things. And it's a compliment on how good we've been over the history of athletics. In front of us, the future of athletics.
Look at Nunn there with his...
He's got the similar...
Got a good blonde
who
mullet.
Was it with the WA?
It was Reynolds from WA earlier. So we're hopefully going to get a few more long jump updates now.
Well...
the triple jump.
That board will flick around.
The triple jumps side by side, running parallel with it at the same time.
You could tell he was just about to do the clap, but he's like, "Well, maybe not, maybe not." You know who would do the clap? The shotgun scoreboard man.
That's right. Here goes Davies from New South Wales in the triple jump.
Ooh.
Just going to work out. I think she's taking off the 9-metre board there.
It's a white flag.
Just check that, whether it's the 7-metre board or the 9-metre board for Davies. Because it's a little bit misleading. I've had this conversation with others before about you see them just make the pit and you think, oh, that was a bit dangerous. But they've often gone out 2 metres longer than the other athletes. So Davies in the under-14 competition. Tamara Davies. I reckon that is the 9-metre board. Do we get a board swung around for us, that one? No, we didn't get the triple jump board. Mitch, I don't think we've got a board at all anymore happening down there. We might need to...
On your bike. You're about to send me down there.
No,
mate,
I was going to say.
I got 200s, walks. We got everything coming up.
I got 200s and you got walks. You're right.
Jeez, you're quick-witted. I don't care what they say about you, Nick. You are smart. So, the triple jump. There's a white flag. I like this long jump triple next to each other. It's quite cool.
Yeah.
Dave Colbert, if you're watching, I don't know if you are, but you'd be having a field day down here right now. Field and track. Pun intended. Triple jump, long jump next to each other. This would just be the greatest moment ever, you would think. So our juniors, the futures, we talked about that. Triple jump, you said the women's triple jump was the only event in the Olympics that we don't ever have an athlete. And look at Nunn here.
I hope I'm right on that. I'm pretty sure.
Well, you went early crow with it.
Oops.
Here we go.
Oops.
Hop, step, bang. That's textbook, that. Oh, yeah, how was the leap from the young man?
That's nice.
Is that white flag? Give it to us. Yes. It's the Nunninator.
I said it was long jump and triple jump side by side. It's not.
It's triple and triple.
It is triple and triple. That's Cooper Nunn, of course.
Yeah, Cooper.
And Cooper's trying to get himself out over 11 metres. He's actually...
Oh, it's 4 events.
He's the number one down there. It's the 13s and the 14s combined of the triple jumps. So there's triple jump action galore. There are 16 women in the 14. There are 5 in the 13. There are 4 in the under 13 for the men, and there's 9 in the under 14 men.
So, look at this, Nick. Men's under 15, 200.
Zolk. Hader.
So, look who else is out there. This is my boy, Matty Malias. We just saw him win a goal. Malias.
Is it Malias, you reckon?
I don't know. No, I don't know.
He won gold in the long jump.
Victoria, I get named.
He won the long jump
No, he won yesterday.
He won the 200-metre hurdles.
Yeah.
He was in the final in the 100.
Did he? What? So.
And this is my boy Proudford, who didn't win a medal yesterday because Lockie Burns did. So I feel like I need to call this one just to apologise to Lockie Burns, who I didn't call for a whole race yesterday and he won a medal.
Oh, that's right.
It was only 100 metres, so you don't mention everyone.
Yeah, it's hard to get across someone.
But there was two. So what I did yesterday was, for those who are watching at home,
Here we go. Let's get a breakdown.
there are 10 lanes here, and we aren't using lane 1 for the hundreds. And Proudford and Burns were in 2 and 3 or 3 and 2, whatever. And I just forgot that lane 1 was empty, and I went 2 people across instead of 2 lanes across. And I feel sorry, Lockie Burns. I did call you at the All Schools in Adelaide, and I remember you ran very well there. But yesterday, you got it up. You got the medal, so it doesn't matter. You don't have my voice on your beautiful commentary.
No.
But we do have.
So 10 lanes due to the Brisbane GPS schools as well. So
which is unbelievable to think
that's cool that
a
they do
schools
this track,
competition is respected
enough
by a state
to
body.
Build the track.
But you know what they do here? I love what Queensland Schools does. You actually qualify through the state school system to get to the All Schools. So people say, why is Queensland sport so good in terms of athletics? One, if you're at a private school, like in Melbourne, the private school competition's totally independent.
Yeah.
Here, you want to get through Met West or Met West or Met East or wherever you are, there's pride in making that. In Victoria, we have that structure. We have that district and division model in Victoria.
Primary schools.
At primary schools, and then it means nothing. It doesn't.
I actually, when you come out of primary school in Victoria as well, I actually miss that element of it.
Yeah.
Because I know, and the other part, and again, we're throwing our Victorian bias a little bit, but just to explain it, it then becomes, particularly in the private, like boys sector, because I can't speak on the private girls sector, but that APS AGSV conversation where it's like, oh, we're the APS, so we're better. We're AGSV. We've got these athletes. It would be great. I know they have an APS versus AGSV in cross country and other sports, but it would just be great to have a system where you go through district, region, zones. You all come together. Every school.
Imagine you had to qualify for the All Schools.
Oh, that's what I mean.
So
I think
our All
awesome.
Schools is open slather. Anyone can enter. Yet the numbers are less than Queensland.
Yeah,
anyway,
it's interesting.
And I say we are Australian commentators. We're not just Victorian, but that's obviously the knowledge we have. So men's 200 under 15. 6 o'clock, this race is scheduled. It's one of our last 4 finals, 4, 5, 6 finals of the evening before we go into heats. And the heats tonight are serious, Mitch. They're the 400-metre heats later on tonight for the 17s and 18s. But right now, on the screen, Cameron Badger of New South Wales in 2, Leonardo Serame of Queensland in 3, Vincent Faulkner, Queensland in 4, Matthew Milias, Victoria in 5, Lachlan Burns, New South Wales in 6, Zol Cater, Victoria in 7, Jack Proudford, New South Wales in 8, and Simeon Anstey, Queensland in lane 9.
Nick, can I start? I don't know whether we can start doing this, but I'm going to. Who wins? Make a prediction before the race goes off. Because sprints is your thing as well.
I think Lockie Burns wins, just to make sure that I mention him after yesterday. And
okay.
you know what? He should turn around and almost give me a microphone. Like, he should do a mic drop.
No, she did
he should do a mic drop.
The big shush.
Because I do it again. I apologise, Lockie. You were terrific. I went back and watched it and went, how did I get that wrong?
Great race. I'm going to go.
I think Burns wins. I think Burns. Hayter leads. Hayter leads for a long way.
You know what I'm going to go? I'm going to go the outside lane. The Queenslander. I'm going to go Anstey. I'm going to guess.
Faulkner beats Anstey from Queensland, but that's just my knowledge of the athletics. Like,
hey, it's national championship, mate. Anything can happen.
I know, but
I'm going to guess related to Jack, maybe, over in the States. Anstey brothers. Going to take a stab. Say that maybe you are. If you're not, I apologise. But I like the idea of the outside lane. You run scared. You just run. You're not looking at anything. You're not looking at anyone. No, you get a benefit of it. I understand that.
We said it's cold.
It's
also a beautiful wind around that bend. Gorgeous. So it's going to be tailwinds behind them.
He was impressive in the heats.
We saw +2. We saw +2s earlier. Now, for me, it's going to come down to Burns and Faulkner with Hayter leading for a long way, but they're going to swamp him, I think.
Did you see? You did, because Matty Milias' 200 hurdles was incredible.
And he's a 400-metre man, so he's going to finish strong too. But can he be close? Can he be close enough off the bend?
No, I think he can. No, but his final stages are also really impressive. He's in the realm of possibility with 60 metres to go. Watch his final closing bid.
I don't think we've ever previewed a race as much as this one this weekend. This is exciting. These under 15 boys are going to go back and watch it later and go,
geez, these blokes are
dribbling. You got that wrong.
So, Nick, this is all yours, mate. Go for it.
So, Hayter was the gold medalist in the 100. He held on from Lachlan Burns and Cooper Brancatisano. Cooper doesn't step up to the 200 here. He's a 100 specialist. Milias was 4th. Proudfoot was 5th. Sarah May was also in that final.
Yeah. Could be a cracking race. Men's under 15. Dulcet tones of Nick Wall to take you home.
Well, I did say to you that I thought Matt would win.
That was Matty Milias. Was it?
After
no hand up, just went.
After 2 gold medals in the long jump and the 200-metre hurdles, he's not going to do the treble.
He's had a great weekend, Matty Milias.
He's had a good weekend.
So what's happened here? He tried to beat the gun.
He's just got toey.
That's all right.
I said to you he needed a good start and be with them off the bend, and he knew that. He just... So that pressure it does when you know you've got to be with them. So we're down to 7. So second time of asking, we're down to 7 starters. Badger, Sarah May, Faulkner, Burns, Hayter, Proudfoot and Anstey. Hayter's under pressure immediately from Lockie Burns. I didn't mention him yesterday when he won the silver. And here he is leading the straight. So it's Lockie Burns of New South Wales. Proudfoot out wide. It might be a New South Wales double. But here comes the Queenslander. The Queenslander between them. Faulkner. Oh, Faulkner's probably got there. Burns was very close. Proudfoot. It's going to be so tight here at the finish. Faulkner gave them a big margin off the bend. He flew home. I think he's going to win it. We'll wait for the photo officially. I'll wait for the replay.
I think he's got up.
Vincent Faulkner, 23-26. He's your gold medalist from Queensland. Burns will come through for second. Proudfoot was third.
I think it might have been Anstey almost out wide there for 4th. Close.
Lockie Burns, I apologise for not calling you for a whole 100-metre race yesterday, but that's 2 silver medals there over the weekend. But your winner, no doubt about it, Vincent Faulkner, a Queenslander, 23-26 with a great back end of that under 15 200 metres.
I'll tell you what, blink and you miss it.
Thank you. So a few parents just wandering past, giving Mitch a rounding applause again for his commentary.
You're pumping me up too much. You're doing a fantastic job, Nick.
I'm just a sideshow.
I said this yesterday. Nick has been doing this, and this doesn't want. I'm not trying to make you sound old, but Nick called me home at Junior Nationals back in the day. That's over 10 years ago. So you've been a consistent voice. You bring a certain amount of energy and class to these proceedings that I love, Wolsey.
So we just talked about it. We just talked about this. We've got to stop talking about ourselves. I've said that. We can't talk about ourselves.
That's the only time I'll ever give you a
23-26. It's
my boy, he was fine.
0.01 of a second. I told you Hayter would be out there fast, but Lockie Burns, he was so quick off the bend. He actually put the pressure on Hayter.
No, he did.
Proudfoot gets himself up into a medal after I called him home for a medal yesterday when he didn't win one. He's just won one.
He's gone out and he's gone, hey, you've actually spoken into existence. He said, I better go win one of these now.
Vincent Faulkner, I really love his back end. I've got to check the start sheets and see whether Faulkner's a 400-metre man, because back end strength there was really strong.
Mate, I'm telling you, watch that race back. Watch my boy Anstey. He came from last to 4th in the final 60 metres.
Under 16 now.
Swear. Under 16. Look at this New South Wales,
Look at the national record here, Mitch. Look at the national record.
Gout. Well, Queenslander, he really burst onto the scene this year, didn't he?
He came 6th at Nationals last year.
Incredible.
6th.
And he's
now running up an age group. He's now going to run up an age group and probably break another national record.
He's a star, Gout. Queensland product. Let's go over it here. You can see on your screen it's the triple jump, but Gout. To keep in context of what this national record is, it's 21.14. He set it last year, but in December of last year when he burst onto the scene at the All Schools. He burst on at state champs, obviously. He then just came out and backed it up and demolished the field.
State All Schools, he was phenomenal.
The national All Schools.
On this track.
There was part of a conversation a few weeks ago. They wondered if Gout was going to come and run the Opens or the under-20s.
McGregor.
He's gone under 18s.
In the triple jump. He gets the red flag. Jeez, his hop was high. His hop was high, but his toes were over the board for the thumbs down.
Says, no, not happy with that
You know what, though? He's got some personality, young McGregor there, you know.
I like it.
Just reality check.
On the camera says, no good. So,
All right, predictions
ahead
here,
of us
Mitch.
here.
Predictions here. So
I'm going to go with Xavier Perry of New South Wales. He was ultra impressive in his heats. Obviously, he's qualified the same time.
I reckon Albino leads him into the straight.
Yeah.
And I think Marshall might win this from Kennedy and Perry.
One to keep an eye on as well out in lane number 8 is Ioannidis. He came home really strongly there, the South Australian.
Here we go.
I think he's one to watch. Let's have a look at it on your screen here. Cooper Wilson, New South Wales, lane number 2. Josh Smith, lane number 3. Wal Albino, lane number 4. Xavier Perry, number 5. Seth Kennedy, number 6. Max Marshall, number 7. Peter Ioannidis, number 8. And Angus Dine, number 9 from Queensland. So, obviously in any sprint event, the classic phrase of throw a blanket over them because they're so close comes into effect. But this is going to be a fantastic race. And
Marshall's going to be hard to catch from that lane 7. He was the silver medalist in the 100.
Yeah.
And if he can run a bend like he ran the straight 100, he probably leads them in the straight, maybe in front of Albino. And then Perry and Kennedy. Then Perry and Kennedy come home between them.
That closing speed that Xavier Perry had in that 200 heat, I just found so impressive. Ioannidis as well.
He's a 400-metre man. Seth Kennedy was great at the All Schools.
That back-end strength. Men's under 16, 200. We hope we get a clean start. So Matty Malias go out in the under 15. Scott Toey. Well, they all look settled here. 21.14 national record from Gout. They're in the starters' hands. So Perry in the middle of the track jumped really well. Albino on the inside. On the shoulder there is Kennedy. They make their way around here, the home straight. It's Maxi Marshall of New South Wales on the outside now. So he's going to try and stream away. Here comes Xavier Perry on the inside now. Seth Kennedy. Kennedy going to ask the question. Kennedy not done. Marshall, Kennedy, Queensland.
Wow.
How about that?
We said Marshall would be fast out of the blocks. He was. He gave Kennedy something serious to chase. Oh.
Seth Kennedy. Centimetre perfect there for Seth Kennedy of Queensland. He gets on the inside of Max Marshall. And that is as close as you'll see it in the men's under 16 200.
It's been an afternoon of photo finishes, Mitch. That was superb running.
Confirmed. Seth Kennedy, 22.36. Marshall there in second and Xavier Perry in third. But that closing 50 of the Queenslander, devastating. And he's the national champion.
He was the bronze medalist at the All Schools in Adelaide in December.
Jeez, that was impressive.
And he's come up there to take the victory.
Unfortunately, Ioannidis looks like he's
hurt
injured his calf along the way. But, Nick, that is just sensational. So look at the results here. 22.36 went the way of Seth Kennedy. Maxi Marshall, who I'd mentioned, Nick had mentioned, 22.4. He was right. He came off that bench so purely. Xavier Perry, 22.85. And Coop Wilson, he comes through for fourth, New South Wales, with a 22.94. So Seth Kennedy, he's your national champion. Just beautiful 200-metre running we've seen here this evening. And up next is our women's under 15 200 metres. So Maya Tabor, Philpott, and Shave of the ACT. Some of the fastest going into this. Matilda Harrison of New South Wales, Aurelia Boyd, Charlie Vincent, the Queenslander. So plenty of talent on display here. They'll go through their blocks. Nick's asked for it. We'll go to the javelin. So it's Walt. She's been really good, the Queenslander. She'll get herself into position, set herself to do something special. So the Queenslander on the runway will just take her time. No need to rush. So go through the steps here. We're going to want to launch this one out around 40, 45. Oh, how's that? Oh, 45 won't be enough. We'll go to 50. So the Queenslander, that's out over 45 metres, and that'll be very high up in the competition. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it's leading it. So women's under 15 200-metre start list. Aurelia Boyd of Queensland out of lane number 2. Charlie Vincent, lane number 3 from Queensland. Aisha Shave of the ACT in lane number 4. Maya Tabor in lane number 5 of New South Wales. Kate Philpott in lane number 6 from Western Australia. Matilda Harrison, lane number 7 of New South Wales. Hannah Shortland of New South Wales in lane number 8. And Aurelia Sprague of Victoria in lane number 9. It's been heavily dominated, these 200-metre events, by New South Wales. The sprinting depth is off the charts at the moment. And the ones to keep an eye out for, well, all of them, given it's a final. And I don't say that lightly. 25.45. 25.43 is the fastest qualifier on times. Goes out to 25.45, 25.50, 25.58, 25.59, 25.66, 25.71, 25.80. 0.37 of a second separated them in the heats. So this is going to be an absolutely sensational 200 metres. And there is a crew of supporters down on the fence line here. And this is going to be an absolute cracker. So women's under 15, 200 metres in the hands of the starter. It's hard to tell you which ones to watch. They're all class, but getting around the bend first, don't be surprised if it's the Western Australian and Kate Philpott. And Sprague on the outside. We mentioned lane 9. What can we see? So in the hands of the starter here. So away, Tabor in the middle of the track. Very clean. Philpott on the outside. The Western Australian chasing Harrison, and Ariella Sprague, Victoria, even wider than that. So she might even come into this home straight. First is Sprague, Shortland and Harrison on the inside. Here comes Harrison. Two more on the inside, and there is Tabor. It's Harrison, Tabor of New South Wales. It's a 1-2 punch. Here comes Tabor. Harrison did enough. Oh boy, Philpott for third, the Western Australian.
But Harrison's done enough, as you said.
Nick.
You called it well. You called it well, Mitch. Harrison did enough. Tabor yesterday came over the top of all of them for the 100 title. But just there, she just couldn't quite grab teammate Harrison.
Well, Sprague, an impressive start. The Victorian in lane number 9. We're going to see the replay here, but really came at Matilda Harrison, did Maya Tabor, and just couldn't quite get there. So it will be Harrison, Tabor in second, and Kate Philpott, the Western Australian, third. 24.88 officially the winning time. And sensational racing from the women of New South Wales. Plenty of celebrations down there at the start finish line as well. For the women's under 15, 200 up next, under 16.
Mitch, what a great race.
Cracker. Nick, sensational race.
So
I said in the pre-build, just while you weren't here, I said this is a very, very hard race to split. I said Philpott will get out quickly, did, but just to hold on like that for Matilda Harrison.
+2 wind
that
again.
That is just so impressive.
24.88, 24.95 for the 100-metre champ. Philpott, WA sprinters. They're coming up. We're going to see another one here in Leo O'Brien in the next race. Aisha Shave of ACT's had a good weekend, a good 2 days already. Hannah Shortland, Sprague out wide, Charlie Vincent, the fast starter, and Oriella Boyd. Wow. 24.88, you win a Matilda Harrison, no doubting that.
Absolutely sensational racing. The women's under 16 event. Sure to be an absolute cracker as well. Some very good last names in here for you, Nick. Hopefully you've got your reading glasses on. So this will be great. I mean, I'd volunteer to take it, but...
Well, this is my last one of the night, Mitch, so...
No, you've got you've got walks to do.
No, I have an Uber that's only about 15 minutes away, so unfortunately just tonight I have a very important coach. No, I've got a coaches meeting tonight. Catching up with a whole band of...
Coaches meeting?
Yeah, middle distance coaches around Australia.
Coaches meeting?
Some of the best. Ben Liddy, New South Wales. Jeremy Roth,
we're going
New
with
South
coaches
Wales.
Meeting.
Peter Schwallow.
Selling houses Australia.
Schwallow and
Jaden
Ellinghouse. Got to catch up. Jaden Russ will be there.
So how did I get an invite then?
You got invited based on your expertise in your field. In your field.
Which is?
Race calling.
No, it is a very important coaches meeting that you need to get to. Nick, I might even see you there a little bit later yet. We'll wait and see.
I'll let you know when we move on to, say, the 3,000, the 5,000, from the middle distance, from the 8
That's
to
when
15.
I really come into my own. Women's under 16, 200, though, the most important thing we have ahead of us here is we have triple jump events are still going on down here. Nick, as I said, these names are all yours, mate. I wish you the very best of luck with them, but one to watch, I think, is Philp and Zait Seaver in the middle of the track.
So, Minka Tiheho Tukino from Queensland in 2. Lamprey, Taman Lamprey of New South Wales, the 200-metre hurdles champ in 3. Amaya Mearns from Queensland in 4. Thubel Philp from Queensland in 5. We've got Julia Zatseva of Victoria in 6. Leah O'Brien, the 100-metre champ from WA in 7. Osram Akaminahonen from South Australia in 8. And Bronte Locane from New South Wales in 9. This is a quality field. It's a race yesterday in the 100 that Maya Mearns actually got up for bronze there yesterday. But this is going to be action-packed final. This one's going to be terrific.
So, Nick, this is going to be an absolute cracker. You got a call? I mean, as they get older, it just gets harder to be able to separate them.
I think O'Brien leads them on the bend. The WA athlete, she looks for the double. So last year O'Brien won this, but then at the All Schools, Maya Mearns actually ran her down.
Well, Nick, Philp for me.
Philp's the... From the inside, Tehuhu, Takino, Lamprey, Mearns, Philp, Zatseva, O'Brien, Akinmonen and Lakane. It's the fast-starting Philp. We saw in the 100 yesterday, but here comes Mearns chasing in the 100-metre champ O'Brien. So out wide is WA O'Brien. Getting to her stride now is Mearns. Amaya Mearns from Queensland. She won the All Schools. Now she's the AJAC champion. It is the Australian Junior Athletics Champion in 23.96. Amaya Mearns of Queensland, Leah O'Brien and Fubu Philp, the silver and the bronze medalists. So we've got the same three medalists from the 100, but they've changed the order. Amaya Mearns, she's in great shape. The All Schools champ becomes the junior champ, Mitch.
Well, very impressive. Around that bend, particularly the whip off it, and just to be able to clear some space was ultra impressive. We mentioned Philp had a really good start, then out a little bit wider than that. O'Brien, the Western Australian, but just look at this phase at the end of here. Just no signs of slowing down. Gapped this field quite comfortably in the end, and really impressive 200-metre running. Lamprey, the 200-metre hurdle champion, she goes in fourth. I'll tell you what, there's a lot of love down at the start-finish line here.
I'm checking out if that's all right. I'm going to leave him for that last one. We're off in 25 minutes. I've got a date. It's been good. It really was a good day. Thank you. So, Mitch, I'm going to leave you for the next half-hour solo. Super impressed with the day's action.
Oh, it's been a great day.
Right through from the 100 metre, the 100 metres, from the 200 metre finals we've just seen then, through to some incredible 3,000 metres.
So, is this the last race of the day?
No. You've got two walks, and then you've got the heats of the 400 metres to come.
I haven't got those in front of me yet.
Yeah, so the heats of the 400 to come. But I think we're not going to be on the stream by then.
But our two walks, well, that will be... Yeah,
there we
walk
go.
is the last on the...
Results on the screen. Leah O'Brien hung on there for second with 24.52. Thubel Philp of Queensland 24.75. And Lamprey, the hurdles gold medalist, gets fourth.
Favourite last name.
Lamprey, you like that?
So this will be the last event on the stream, this walk. It's be farewell, Nick Wall. Two walks together. So 22 will take the track here. I love the race walking. Don't go anywhere. I swear this is going to be the best race we call all evening.
And Mitch,
don't move.
I look forward to catching you tomorrow.
Well done today. You are absolutely sensational as always. We'll see you tomorrow, Nicholas. But for everybody at home, we're not done. Don't go anywhere.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
Mad Max out there. I'm assuming it's the same, you know, discus car operator that we had 2 weeks ago in Mad Maxi. Got the best job in the place. I did offer to swap. I said, Max, you take the microphone, I'll take the car. Didn't take it, so I mean, I guess Max is a smart man. Hey, this is our last event on the stream. Nick's gone. Drop the dead weight. No, I'm kidding. It's been amazing all day. I love Wolsey. 22 athletes. They're spread across 2 events, or heats, I should say. Times, ages, sorry. There's so many words I've said today. Under 15 women's on your screen first. Under 16 going off at the same time. It's Isabel Curtis of Western Australia, station number 1. Chelsea Island, station number 2. Maisie Mitchell, New South Wales, station number 3. Katika Borsi of Western Australia, station number 4. Emma Herden of New South Wales, station number 5. Olivia Bolton of Queensland. She's out of station number 6. Maya Barron, station number 7 of Queensland. Emma Grocott of the ACT in station number 8. Stella Pinches of New South Wales in station number 9. McKenna Clark of Queensland, number 10. Jessica Loring of New South Wales, number 11. I've beaten the screen here. How good's that? And Matilda Webb of New South Wales, number 12. So genuinely, I love the race walk. I just want that to be known. I feel like people might think I'm kidding. I absolutely love it. What these men and women do is phenomenal. The technical aspect of it, the grit, the determination, deserves all the spotlight. And we're going to give it right now. Women's under 16, 3,000 metres is going off at the same time. The 3,000 metre race walk, that is, starting with hip number 13, Daniela Samuel, New South Wales. Millie Sharp of Queensland, number 14. Katie Borges, of Western Australia, number 15. Aisha Freeman, number 16, Western Australia. Grace Beck, New South Wales, number 17. Caitlin Ashby, New South Wales, number 18. Layla Beavis, number 19 from Western Australia. Evie Armstrong, Reading of New South Wales, number 20. Katie Bray of number 21 from Queensland. Elsie Scott of South Australia, number 22. It's a lot of names. Not the most I've read out today, but certainly a high number, high volume. Few athletes to watch out here based off the seed times. I'll tell you this much. Emma Grocott of the under 15s is certainly one to watch, and not too far away from her. Probably the closest, in fact, the 2 inside of her. Jessica Loring of New South Wales and Matilda Webb of New South Wales. So what a battle that would have been at the New South Wales State Championships. As we turn our attention to the under 16. So our under 15 athletes are actually faster than our under 16s, which you don't see every day. Grace Beck, 15:01 to her name. Katie Borges, 15:32. And Millie Sharp, 15:53, I should say. So they're all on the line here. Wherever you're watching from around Australia, whoever you're watching, we hope you enjoy it. Because this 3,000 metre race walk, it's about to get interesting. So I don't think you can make comments because this live stream isn't what we see on YouTube. So I'd love some real-time feedback, but I'm not going to get that. Well, I hope you're enjoying it home. If you have any complaints, send them to AA. I'll be sure to read them and make adjustments. But we really hope you are enjoying this coverage. The juniors, such a special thing to be a part of. This is the future generations of athletics. We hope that they stay involved and love the sport. It is the greatest sport in the world, and we can only hope that we can make it bigger and better and keep athletes in it. So ahead of us now, women's under 15, under 16, 3,000 metre race walk. You've just got me, if you've just jumped back in, wherever you've been. I know it's a Friday night. Whether you're at home, at the pub, still working, with your friends, with your family, wherever you are, Nick Wall is gone. It's just Mitch Dyer. Triple jump still going. So I need to stress this isn't the end of events for the day. This is the end of the Channel 7 live stream. And then there's still 400s. There's still some triple jumping going on down here. But the race walk is the last thing you're going to see here on Channel 7 Plus. Big thank you to SEN and Dark Arts for all that they do. When I sound silly, it's the great man in my ear from SEN sending me in the right direction. So here we go. Women's under 15, under 16, 3,000 metre race walk. This will go for an area of 14 to 18 minutes. So I've already announced them here, and they're underway. In the triple jump, though, we've got the big clap from the crowd, so it wants all the attention. We've got a good hop, step, and a jump. Unsure if it's clean. We'll have to wait. Good cheer, though. And clean. So white flag down there at the triple jump, but on the track is our women's under 15 and under 16 3,000 metre race walk championship of Australia. They'll stay on the outside through the first 100 metres. Slowly make their way in there. So it's our women's under 16 who are on the outer. They're just going to come over the top there of our under 15 competitors. And a quick look will suggest that it's Elise Scott of South Australia. Inside of her is Grace Beck of New South Wales. So we start to see a few more athletes just jump on this front group. So they'll make it one of 4. 7.5 laps of racing out here. So 2 different age groups, under 16 and under 15. So do my best to be able to differentiate between the two, let you know where the medals are sitting. It's under 16s out in front here, going to lead the way. Plenty still happening down here at the triple jump as well, if you are in the grandstand. We have javelin out in the centre. It's all happening here on day 2 of the Australian Junior Track and Field Championships. The drink station is set up. They're ready to go. So get a good indication through the first 400 metres how fast our walkers are going. It's just going to tick over a minute 40, so a minute 41 through the first lap. So out in front, don't think it's changed there from Elise Scott behind Grace Beck. In fact, it's a pack of New South Wales, maybe ACT on the back of it. And very well could be Gemma Grocott of the under 15s, just sitting at the back of this lead group. So they come into the home straight. We'll get a good indication of who's sitting in both packs. I think it's Grocott now just going around the shoulder. In fact, it's Jessica Loring. So Loring of New South Wales in 3rd. Out in front. So at the moment, it's Matilda Webb leading it. She's in the under 15 event, leading the entire race. Leading the under 16s is Grace Beck of New South Wales. As I say that now, going around the shoulder from the under 15s is Jessica Loring. And the South Australian in Elise Scott is leading, or second place at the moment in that under 16 event. A pack behind there. Couldn't quite see the hip numbers. Do our best to get that information to you. But leading it out here is Matilda Webb of New South Wales in the under 15 event. Coming up the track now, just to do a little bit of chasing, is Grace Beck. So 2 New South Wales athletes will be very familiar with each other, you would think. And New South Wales, you wouldn't believe it, tucked in 3rd position there as well. Jessica Loring. South Australia fly their colours in Elise Scott, and that's in the under 16 event. And it looks like another pack of New South Wales athletes sitting there behind them. So they're through 800 metres. When they come down to this start-finish line in a moment, that'll be the 1K marker. They'll be a third of the way through this championship race. Matilda Webb leading it. Just put a nice gap into the field here, Matilda Webb. Under 15 competitor. So pride on the line, not only to take out the national gold in the under 15, but to lead out the under 16s as well. So Matilda Webb out in front. Behind there, hasn't moved in that under 16 event, is Grace Beck. So Matilda Webb leading that out. In fact, behind her now is Jess Loring. So the 1-2 are in the under 15s here. Next to come through is Grace Beck. Then Elise Scott. So behind here in this next pack is going to be Gemma Grocott. And behind her there is Maisie Mitchell. So they're the under 15s as well. Another under 15 in Ardern. And then it becomes Katie Borges. So I'll do my best to remember that. But out in front, it is Webb, then Loring. 2 of the under 15 competitors. Coming through the start-finish line here, Stella Pinches of New South Wales. Behind there, Olivia Bolton of Queensland. So too from Western Australia, Aisha Freeman. Maya Barron, the New South Wales, Caitlin Ashby. Through that start-finish line. Now coming through Chelsea Ireland. Behind there is Layla Beavis. But at the front of the race, it is our under-15 competitors in Webb and Loring. Matilda Webb just a bit faster on time than Loring, and that reflects in the standings with Webb out in front. Loring sitting in that second position. Behind there is Beck. So the third competitor that you'll see on the track is leading the under-16 event, third overall. But a gold medal in hand at the moment for the under-16 event. And then it's Webb, Loring. 1-2 out in front. Very comfortable race walker's technique. Very, very easy. And a joy to watch here. So Matilda Webb, Jessica Loring. 1-2, under-15 event and overall. It's Grace Beck still there. A little bit of movement behind. Maisie Mitchell just going to get up on the shoulder of Emma Grocott. So that's third and fourth at the moment in the under-15 event. Silver in the under-16. Elise Scott goes through the start-finish line. And Katie Borgers, well, she's in the bronze medal for the under-16 event. So a little bit of movement in the bronze for the under-15s. But one thing's for sure, the gold and silver currently sit with Matilda Webb and Jessica Loring. So Webb and Loring. The movement that's interesting is further back in the field because these two are metronomic at the moment. The two under-15 competitors. Webb, Loring, Beck. Very consistent, the three out in front. Bit of movement behind now, though, Webb, or Beck, I should say, because that's Webb out in front. So when they come around here, back towards the start-finish line, be 1,200 metres to go. A clap down here at the triple jump. If you've got some energy, send it down this direction. On his way now, the New South Welshman. Ooh, looks big. We'll wait for the flag. He loves it. White. So we'll wait and see what the measurement is on that one. The young man loved that jump, every single bit of it. So it's Webb still leading out. Another clap down here. Send your attention down to the triple jump. Australia, New South Wales. Another big jump. Wait for the flag. It's clear. So leading out is Webb. Loring behind. Still walking into a great position now is Grocott. So Grocott in third overall, leading, bronze in that under-15 event. So we've got under-15, 1, 2, 3 on the track at the moment. It's Beck leading out the under-16s. Then it's Scott. In third place at the moment is Bogus of Western Australia. And that fourth spot belongs to Emma Hurdern of New South Wales. So this should be the 2 kilometre marker for our race leader in Webb. And that'll read around 9:33. So impressive walking here. Loring there. And it's Grocott in third. So Webb, Loring, Grocott, Beck, Scott, Bogus. That's gold, silver and bronze in your 15s and 16s event. And now they start to make their way around some of the other athletes. Impressive walking out here from everybody. Queenslanders, Katie Bray and Maya Barron coming through the start-finish line now. So in the straight is your race leader. It's Matilda Webb. So Matilda Webb leading it out. Behind there, Jessica Loring. Grocott in third from the ACT. Behind there is Beck, then Scott. And in between them is Maisie Mitchell. currently in 4th spot in that under 15 3,000 metre race walk. So a little bit there to pick up on Grocott, still sitting in 4th. It's Elise Scott of South Australia in that silver medal position in the under 16 event. And Bogers of Western Australia, well, she's currently in the bronze, as far as I can tell. And I hope I've got that right. And moving through nicely as well is Millie Sharp, the Queenslander. So with the white cap on, Millie Sharp looking really impressive out there at the moment. She's in that under 16 event. So she'll be trying to make her way up the track and creep a little bit closer to our Western Australian competitor, who I think is in the bronze. At the front of it, it's Webb, Loring, Grocott. That hasn't changed. Maybe Grocott's picked up a little bit of distance on the silver medalist ahead of her. But we'll wait and see. Coming through Bolton. Inside of her, Isabel Curtis of Western Australia. So too Stella Pinches. Behind, McKenna Clark. At the front of it, though, there's no disputing. In fact, there's never been a dispute. It's Matilda Webb. Behind, Jessica Loring. Further back, Emma Grocott. Then it goes to Grace Beck, Elise Scott, and Katie Bogers. So the bell lap here now for the race leader. It's Webb. Have a listen out, because Loring will hear it too. So Loring hits the bell. This is your women's under 15 3,000 metre race walk. They're leading the whole thing as well. In 3rd position, Grocott hears it. And next up, let's wait and see. So believe that this is still Grace Beck. It is. Leading out the under 16 event at the moment, Grace Beck. Listen for the bells behind her. Getting it now in 4th position is Maisie Mitchell in that under 15 event. Going to hear it is Scott, silver medalist at the moment. And the battle for bronze is very interesting. It's Bogers. And behind, Millie Sharp, the Queenslander. So watch these two going through the start-finish line soon. They're 3rd and 4th at the moment in that under 16 event. But with under 200 metres to go, she's been class all evening, has Matilda Webb. She's been unhindered. She's been unchallenged. And she's going to walk away here, pending the judges' decisions, of course, to a national gold medal. So Matilda Webb, she was the fastest in the field. She was the best seated athlete. And she's gone out and proved that she is the best under 15 race walker in the country. A round of applause here with the fluorescent orange shoes. Your national champion for the under 15 3,000 metre race walk. It'll go the way of New South Wales, and in particular Matilda Webb. All class, just over a personal best here for the New South Wales athlete. Matilda Webb, the national champion for the under 15 3,000 metre race walk. Tough racing there from Jessica Loring. She'll claim a silver, and a fast finish from Emma Grocott from the ACT. 3rd overall, bronze medal at the moment in the under 15 event. Your national champion for the under 16 event, a big round of applause, is Grace Beck, making her way down into this home straight here. So it is Beck, your national champion for the under 16 3,000 metres. A touch over 15 minutes. Great walking there. 4th place at the moment belongs to Maisie Mitchell in the under 15 event. Again, sensational racing. Looks like she'll be 4th. In 2nd here for the under 16s. A great race from Elise Scott. 5th there in the under 15s will be Emma Hurden, and done enough to hold on. Great racing from Katie Bogers of Western Australia. Admirable there was Millie Sharp, the Queenslander. She'll sit in 4th for the under 16 3,000 metre walk. But gold, silver and bronze
awaiting the judges' official results have been decided in your under 16 and 15 3,000 metre race walk. A class field and a class result. So we see the rest of our competitors come down here now. And great racing from Daniela Samuel, I think it is. Comes across the line. Before her was Armstrong Reading of New South Wales. It's a good racing from the pair there. We'll get a read on how much longer the rest of these athletes have. Isabel Curtis of Western Australia. Outside Olivia Bolton of Queensland. 16:33 on the clock. So the Western Australian finishes up. So too does our Queensland competitor. And Stella Pinches of New South Wales will finish up as well. So competitors in the under 15 3,000 metre race walk of Australia. And a fast finishing Queenslander comes down the home straight here. So that's going to be McKenna Clark of Queensland. So McKenna Clark comes down. Great racing there. Caitlin Ashby of New South Wales finishes off too. So too, Katika Borsic. I believe Layla Beavis. Katie Bray of Queensland. Coming through here is Maya Barron, the Queenslander. And Chelsea Ireland of Western Australia behind her there. So Barron finishes it off. Ireland now will finish off her campaign in the under 15 3,000 metre race walk. And one more competitor out on the track here to finish off her national championship campaign. One more home in this, the 3,000 metre race walk. Triple jumping nearing completion down here as well. But a big round of applause in the final 100 metres of this 3,000 metre race walking event. It was the under 16s and 15s. Webb, Loring, Grocott for the under 15s. Beck, Scott and Bogas for the under 16s. And our final competitor will finish it off here, 50 metres to go. So this will be Layla Beavis of Western Australia. Will come down and salute just under that 19-minute mark as well. So Beavis rounds it out here in the 3,000 metre walk. Under 16 and 15s, the future of the event. You just saw it, and it was all class. So we turn our attention after this to the 400. And what a cracking event that will be. But for us here now, the 400, well, that won't be on the stream. It's been a sensational day here for 7+. We've got our javelin going. We've got triple jump. We've got a few more events still to finish off here, day number 2. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you all along here with us at the 100th edition of the Chemist Warehouse Australian Junior Track and Field Championships. I say a big goodbye from Nicholas Wall. He's enjoyed his time here. He'll be back tomorrow. Possibly one of Queensland's finest athletes as well joining us. We've seen it all, from the shot put to the discus, from the hammer throw to the triple jump, from the 3,000 metre race walk to the high jump. National medalists have come and gone, and it's been fantastic to have you here. I'm Mitch Dyer. I'll see you tomorrow. And a big thanks to Channel 7, SEN, the crew involved. We'll see you for day number 3.
it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.